Everything changed because of that thing, a shadow hanging over the skyline while humanity remained blissfully unaware. The end began right there, seeping into the cracks of a normal morning as the crowds began to swell. It was the death of normalcy, ripping right through the heart of our everyday existence. Right in front of his office, Jong-Yu Park is just another face in the crowd, totally clueless about the chaos heading his way. But forget the big picture for a second, because he's got a much more immediate problem as he sprints across the lobby, begging for a chance. He's pushing his limits, launching himself toward that closing gap with everything he's got. He makes it just in time, slamming his hand into the door and forcing those sensors to back off. He's absolutely gassed, panting for breath while calling out the people inside for almost leaving him behind. But the clock is ticking, and one look at his phone tells him he's in deep trouble with the boss if he's even a second late. The day is barely underway and the pressure is already at a boiling point, with a furious demand to scrap the work and start over before the midday break. Behind the scenes of the corporate grind, the truth comes out, investors have bailed, and now everyone is paying the price for the boss's bruised ego. But there's no hiding in a cubicle today, as a booming voice bellows for Young-woo, catching him completely off guard. With a shaky voice, he answers the call, facing down a superior who looks ready to snap at any second. The lecture is relentless, attacking his work ethic and mocking him for having the audacity to show up right on the dot. He checks the screen for a reality check, and there it is, 7:59. He's safe, and he knows it. A wave of relief washes over him, knowing he's dodged a bullet by the narrowest of margins. The office drama is cut short by a glitch in reality, as a strange, digital entity manifests and speaks the chief's name. Hovering right there in the open, this bizarre, glowing orb defies every law of physics, leaving the entire team frozen in confusion. His jaw drops as he looks up, staring directly at the impossible glitch that just turned his boring office life upside down. The shock ripples through the entire floor, as work grinds to a halt and every eye is glued to the glowing orb. Is it a prank? A virus? A hallucination? Whatever it is, the feeling in the room has shifted from corporate stress to pure, unadulterated dread. The mundane office life just got flipped upside down. A bizarre digital entity has appeared out of nowhere, leaving everyone questioning if the company has been hiding some next-gen tech from them. Even the boss is losing it. Chief Joe is paralyzed as a message addressed to the citizens of Earth flashes before his eyes, fueling rumors of a massive, secret development project. Nobody knows what to think, and Jae Hyung is just as lost as the rest, staring at the pixelated mess and wondering what kind of crazy prank they've walked into. But here's the kicker, Jong-Yu Park has no clue what this is. He didn't build it, he didn't launch it, and he's starting to realize this is no ordinary company test. And it's following him. The thing is locked onto him like a heat-seeking missile, ignoring everyone else as it hovers over his shoulder, refusing to let him go. He reaches out to touch it, but his hand goes right through. This isn't a screen, it's something that shouldn't even exist in the physical world. The gravity of the situation is hitting home. He stares into the glow, the realization dawning on him that whatever this thing is, it's far more dangerous than a simple office prank. And then, the screen changes. The text starts scrolling, and the message it's about to drop is going to change everything they thought they knew about their lives. It's the end of the world. The entity just announced a planetary closure. We're talking about the total shutdown of Earth in just 42 days. Even the entity sounds scared. It claims this wasn't its choice, but it wants to live just as much as they do, making this nightmare feel all too real. The screen goes dark, flickering with a glitchy void that feels like the abyss itself is staring back at them, waiting for the final command. And then comes the apology. The globe returns with one last warning, follow the rules or else. Earth is over, and all that's left is a digital, I'm sorry. The world just got its death warrant, and the screen glitches out like reality itself is starting to break apart under the pressure of that 42-day countdown. Pure static, pure chaos, the digital interface screams with interference as the global broadcast cuts to black. Then, the real-world panic hits. The office erupts into total hysteria, screams echoing off the walls as the weight of the apocalypse finally sinks in. But look at our boy Jong-Yu. While everyone else is losing their minds, he's sitting there like it's just another Tuesday, telling everyone to get back to their seats with ice-cold composure. He knows the stakes are lethal, but there's something strange going on in his head, he's looking at the end of the world and feeling nothing. Monsters on the screen, death in the air, and yet he's just staring them down. Is he brave, or is he just broken? Maybe it's the job. When you spend every day making games about the end of the world, maybe the real thing just feels like another day at the office. Or maybe he's just waiting to wake up, convinced that this whole nightmare has to be a dream because reality can't possibly be this insane. But the streets don't lie. Look at that city, smoke, fire, and a gridlock of pure terror. This isn't a game anymore, it's happening right now. The world is burning, and as the smoke chokes the sky, the only question left is this really even reality? One last glitch, and the nightmare is locked in. There's no going back now. Just when you thought things couldn't get worse, a deafening, soul-shredding screech tears through the office, sending everyone to their knees in pure agony. It's a sensory assault. The noise is so intense it feels like their eardrums are about to burst, leaving them desperate for any kind of relief. Even the boss is losing it. Chief Joe is absolutely livid, convinced this is some sick joke being played by the development team. And just like that, silence. The chief tries to keep screaming, but nothing comes out. It's like someone just hit the global mute button on humanity. The panic is palpable, as every single person in the room realizes they've been silenced. No screams, no cries for help, just pure, unadulterated dread. Can you imagine the horror? Trying to scream with everything you've got, only to feel a void in your throat. The world has gone dead quiet. Our hero is the first to notice the pattern, realizing this isn't just random chaos, it's a targeted strike against human speech itself. And here comes the system. A quest window pops up out of nowhere, and it's not asking for a favor. It's a life or death choice with the clock ticking down. The pressure is on. 20 seconds to decide how you're going to fight for your life. Would you take on 2 dogs or a fellow human? He's stunned, trying to wrap his head around this question window. This isn't a game anymore, this is his new, brutal reality. He's overthinking it. Even in the middle of an apocalypse, he's trying to calculate the exact size and power of his potential enemies. The system actually helps him out. A hologram of a dog flickers into existence, giving him a clear look at what he's up against. Talk about a generous tutorial. Looking at the first choice, he knows exactly what a beast of that size is capable of. The predator lunges. Adrenaline spikes as the snarl of the beast echoes through his mind. His fist clenches tight, desperate resolve overriding the shock of the sudden assault. A guttural cry. The distance between man and beast vanishes in a total blur of motion. In a visceral explosion of force, the struggle ends with a sickening crunch and a spray of crimson. He shakes the image away. Zhang hardens his gaze, pivoting his focus toward the second, more elusive variable. The alternative is pure uncertainty, forcing him to question what the system truly defines as a standard human. The blue glow illuminates his face, the assistant manager watches as the countdown becomes a silent, glowing threat. Memories of schoolyard brawls flicker by, but this is no longer a game of pride or petty grievances. He envisions the peak of human lethality, professional killers trained for the cage, where every move is calculated for maximum damage. Facing a monster in human skin, makes his blood run cold as the timer hits its final, agonizing seconds. Panic flares as time evaporates. He's on the precipice of a decision that will dictate his survival. With the timer nearly at 0, Zhang Park makes his move. He screams out his choice, betting that 2 dogs are a safer bet than whatever standard human the system might throw at him. But there's no time to breathe. The system doubles down, hitting him with a second question that's even more twisted. If he had to lose a kilogram of his own flesh, what would he cut off? He's barely processed the first choice, and already another prompt is staring him in the face. The pressure is mounting, and you can see the panic starting to set in. It just doesn't stop. Questions about humanity's future, evacuation routes, it's a total sensory overload. He's losing his mind trying to figure out what the hell these questions are even for. He's starting to see the game here. Is the system trying to break him? It feels like a deliberate plan to cloud his judgment before the real trial even begins. Every new screen is a punch to the gut, forcing him to decide who lives and who dies in a matter of seconds. It's cold, it's clinical, and it's absolutely brutal. The vibe in the room shifts. This isn't just a quiz anymore. It feels like he's standing in a courtroom, waiting for the judge to drop the hammer. And then, the system flips the script. A sentience test. It wants to know what he's feeling, right now, in his own head. This is getting way too personal. He's completely spent. Zhang collapses back into his chair, the mental toll of the interrogation finally catching up to him. He's just a shell at this point. But wait, something's wrong. A freezing cold hits his feet, and when he looks down, they're literally disappearing. His body is turning into mist right before his eyes. The feeling is gone. The numbness is climbing up his legs, and the mist is taking over. He's losing his physical form, and there's nothing he can do to stop it. He's gritting his teeth, fighting to stay conscious. The panic is real now. He's cursing the hell out of this system as his entire world, and his own body, starts to fall apart. The test is going too far. He's literally falling apart, screaming at the void as his body starts to vanish into thin air. He's losing his grip on reality, clutching at a chest that's barely there anymore, pleading for it all to just stop before he's gone for good. Everything is going dark, and all that's left is a desperate cry for help echoing in the void. His hand is turning into pure energy, reaching out for anything to hold on to as he begs for mercy. Look at that absolute terror. His eyes are wide with the realization that he's about to be completely erased. And just like that, he's gone. The chair is empty, and all that's left is this mysterious, glowing orb. Is this his soul? The office is dead quiet, the chair hasn't even moved, but the man who was in it has vanished into another state of being. This little spark is all that's left of him, floating there in the dark. It's the ultimate test of his existence. Wait, it's cracking. The orb shatters like glass, exploding with a sound that echoes through the entire void. Fragments are flying everywhere, tearing through the dark as the system forces him back into reality. He's back. He slams back into his body with a massive gasp, fighting for air like he just escaped a watery grave. He's drenched in sweat and shaking, his heart is absolutely racing as he tries to figure out if he's actually alive or if the nightmare is still going. The test is over, but the price is yet to be seen, as he collapses onto his desk, gasping for air while the reality of his office surroundings begins to solidify around him. His body is back, but his mind is reeling, clutching his head as he whispers a plea for it to be over, his knuckles white with the tension of surviving the impossible. Eyes wide with shock, he looks up, his breath hitching as he tries to process the sheer insanity of what just happened to his body. But the silence is heavy, and as he calls out to the others, a sinking feeling begins to take root in his gut. He stands up, expecting normal office life, but what he sees over that cubicle wall is enough to make his blood run cold. It's a scene of pure horror, as a coworker collapses right before his eyes, clawing at her neck in a desperate, gurgling fight for survival. And it's spreading, with more and more people hitting the floor, their choked cries echoing through the room like a death knell. The entire office is going down, desks abandoned and bodies falling as the system's influence takes its toll on everyone in the building. There's no escape, just the sound of suffering filling every corner of the workspace. Even the boss is caught in the crossfire, as the director himself gasps for his life, his authority stripped away by a force he can't even see. The world they knew is gone, replaced by a nightmare where even holding a pen is an impossible task. He's the only one left standing, staring out at the wreckage of his life and wondering what kind of monsters his friends are about to turn into. The system just dropped a bombshell, and he can't look away. This isn't just a glitch, it's an invasion from a being that doesn't belong on Earth. With the command to find the savior burning into his retinas, he's left questioning everything. Is he the hero of this story, or just another victim in the making? But while some are thinking, others are losing it. The director is absolutely losing his mind, screaming at the top of his lungs for someone to stop this insane joke. He's shouting into the void, desperate for answers that aren't coming. The fear is real, and it's about to get a whole lot worse. Suddenly, the room goes cold. A massive shadow looms over him, and the director's screams turn into a silent, terrified gasp. Look at those eyes. This isn't a coworker anymore. The system has labeled him a predator, and he looks ready to hunt. The realization hits like a freight train. He can barely even whisper the word. Predator. The food chain just changed, and he's at the bottom. That sound, that's the sound of the end. The predator takes his first step, and you can bet things are about to get bloody. As Jae-hyun walks away, a chilling sensation washes over the room, leaving Jong-yu wondering why the air suddenly feels so frigid. The silence is deafening, stretching out as the mystery deepens. He checks his reflection, desperately looking for the system interface, but there's nothing there. Was it a mistake, or does it just not show up in mirrors? Could this be on purpose? Before he can find an answer, a shadow looms. A predator is on the prowl, and he's right behind him. Panic sets in. The sudden realization of someone standing over him sends a shock through his entire system. Time stands still, the sheer intensity of the moment washing everything else away. He can barely get the words out. Chief Joe. See, can I help you? The fear in his voice is unmistakable as he stares up at his superior. The chief doesn't blink. Young-woo. You look a little uncomfortable there. The words are smooth, but the underlying threat is razor-sharp. Then comes the killer question. Did you perhaps see something? It's not a question, it's an interrogation. He knows something is up. The pressure is unreal. Sweat beads on his face as he realizes he's cornered. One wrong move, and it's all over. With a cold, calculated response, the man labeled as a predator simply brushes the tension aside, leaving Young-woo frozen in his wake. Walking away like he owns the place, the predator leaves a trail of unease, while the system's red glow practically screams that he's not to be trusted. But wait, he's not just walking away, he's calculating. Those eyes are sharp, searching for a truth that could change everything. The realization hits like a truck. Could this ordinary office worker actually be the legendary savior everyone's been looking for? The pressure is suffocating, and you can see it in the way he's breaking out in a cold sweat, barely holding it together under that intense gaze. The silence is heavy, a calm before the storm that feels like it's never going to end. He's watching that predator walk away, knowing full well that the director is just waiting for him to make one wrong move. And then, boom. The peace is gone. Phones are ringing, people are screaming, and the entire office is flipping out as the world outside starts to crumble. It's absolute madness. Everyone's on their phones, trying to reach home, realizing that whatever is happening out there is way bigger than they thought. People are bailing. They're ditching their desks and running for their lives, shouting warnings about the chaos waiting for them on the streets. Looking at the total disaster around him, Young-woo knows he's gotta get out of there too, but he has no idea what's about to hit him. But just as he's about to move, wham! A massive burst of energy explodes out of nowhere, leaving him stunned as everything goes sideways. The surge of power finally takes shape, and a massive, glowing 5 burns itself directly into his field of vision. He can't believe his eyes. The young man recoils, his mind racing to make sense of the impossible number floating before him. This is no trick of the light. That number is real, etched into his very thoughts like a permanent mark of the system. But wait, it's not just him. As he looks around the office, he sees the same digital marks appearing over everyone else. 1s, 2s, and 4s. The entire office is being ranked in real time by these mysterious floating numbers. It's like a twisted game, where every single person has been branded with a value they can't even see. The chaos is only beginning, as the crowd scrambles to escape, oblivious to the marks they now carry. He's stunned. The young man can barely breathe as the scale of this transformation hits him full force. And then, the system speaks. A window pops up to explain the truth. These numbers are essence, and they're the only weapons these people have left. It's a survival kit from the heavens. This essence is meant to be their shield and their sword in the nightmare that's just started. He looks at his own score, realizing that his 5 puts him leagues above the average person in this room. Is this the power of a savior? He's the only one who can see the truth, but the biggest question remains, how does he actually use it? The numbers don't lie, and that final count of 5 changes everything for him. The realization hits like a freight train. Jong-yu is the savior, the one the system has been waiting for. No time to celebrate, though, because they've just hit B3, and the vibe is completely off. It's too quiet, way too quiet. They haven't crossed paths with anyone, and that's never a good sign in a place like this. This place should be packed, especially at lunch, but it's like the entire staff just up and disappeared. The lead man stops at the door, locking in. He knows whatever is on the other side isn't going to be pretty. If they'd all left in a hurry, there'd be a mess, but this perfect stillness. That's what's really terrifying. He warns them to brace themselves, his grip tightening on the handle as he prepares to face the unknown. Jae-hyung is practically shaking, watching that handle turn like it's the countdown to a bomb going off. Click. The lock disengages, and there's no turning back now. The door creaks open with a sound that'll give you nightmares, tearing through the silence like a jagged blade. And then, they hear it. A heavy, wet thumping followed by a blood-curdling screech from the shadows. Listen to that, a heavy, rhythmic thumping vibrating through the floor, sounding less like machinery and more like a massive, beating heart. It stops him dead in his tracks, cold sweat pouring down his face as the sheer weight of the atmosphere begins to crush him. His pupils dilate in total shock, the terrifying reality of what's lurking in the shadows finally hitting him. Staring straight into the abyss, he can't even finish his sentence as he comes face to face with pure nightmare fuel. Deep in the dark of the garage, a strange hum starts to echo through the silence. Lighting up the wreckage of a flipped car, it feels like the very air is changing. Underneath the twisted metal, glowing blue spheres start floating up like bubbles in the deep ocean. Pulsing with a creepy light, they keep multiplying until the whole area is glowing. The door swings open, and the sight is absolutely insane. The entire parking lot is covered in these things. Everyone just freezes, staring in total shock and growing fear. There are so many of these fish eggs it's disgusting, and you can tell they're starting to realize exactly what they're looking at. Down on level B3, those system messages from before are starting to make a lot more sense, and it's not good. Jong-yu Park drops down to get a closer look, remembering the brutal truth, these essences only drop when someone dies. The horror sets in, leaving them wondering just how many people died right here for all this essence to appear. He looks over at his friend, but Jae-hyung has the same look on his face. There's no doubt about it, these are the remains of the dead. The disrespect is real. He can't even believe the audacity of this guy, gritting his teeth in pure fury at such a pathetic display of weakness. It's time to move or get left behind. He makes it clear to the assistant manager that they can't afford to wait around for someone who's already given up. The moment of truth arrives, and as the two lock eyes, the gravity of the situation finally hits home. There's no turning back now, and you can see that fire starting to burn in his eyes as he makes his choice. He's all in. With a shout that echoes through the basement, he's ready to face whatever nightmare is waiting for them. They're heading straight into the heart of it now, walking through a literal graveyard of glowing essences that light up the darkness like ghostly lanterns. Look at all those essences, floating there like reminders of the massacre that just went down in this very spot. Every step is a gamble, and they're moving through the shadows with their eyes peeled for whatever monster did this. They're weaving through the wreckage, trying to make sense of the sheer scale of the disaster while staying ready for a fight. The tension is peaking. They're pushing deeper into the dark, ready for a fight and refusing to back down now. Staring into the glowing abyss of the deceased, Zhang realizes that if they want to make it out alive, they have to claim this power for themselves. Surrounded by hundreds of shimmering orbs, the two survivors stand at the center of a graveyard, the air thick with the weight of the lost. Fear begins to creep into his companion's voice, the uncertainty of their gamble weighing heavily on them both as they hesitate. There's no turning back now, and as he stares into the light, he knows that the only way forward is through the unknown. Taking the ultimate risk, he reaches out, his fingers inches away from touching the raw energy of the essence. Contact is made, and the silence of the parking lot is shattered by the first stirrings of an ancient power. The orb explodes with light, unleashing a torrent of energy that defies everything they thought they knew about this world. Mana surges in every direction, a whirlwind of power that threatens to consume everything in its path. The world turns white, as the sheer intensity of the mana release blinds the two survivors. The air itself screams, vibrating with a frequency that rattles their very bones as the power stabilizes. He's caught right in the middle of it, the raw mana swirling around him like a storm as he struggles to comprehend what's happening. He can feel it now, the power of the fallen flowing into him as the essence completes its transformation. The air crackles with raw power, and he can't look away as the transformation begins, sensing that everything is about to change. Diving into the chaos, he screams for the chief, watching as the older man is literally consumed by the essence's glow. Clutching his chest, the veteran hunter manages a ragged breath, the power settling within him like a dormant storm. Then, the system speaks, branding him with a bloody number 11, he's no longer just a man, he's a predator now. It's the same sick feeling, the same overwhelming pressure from the test, but now it's inside him, evolving right before their eyes. The secret is out, and if they can harness these essences, they won't just survive, they'll become the strongest ones in this hellhole. Look at them all, a literal goldmine of mana just lying there, ready for the taking if they have the guts to touch them. But they aren't alone, as a silent observer lurks in the darkness, watching the two men plot their next move with a mix of awe and terror. The kid is terrified, sweat pouring down his face as he realizes this might be their only shot at making it out of here alive. Is it even safe? The question burns in his mind, but seeing the power radiating off the others, he knows he can't afford to stay weak. They're calling to him, those glowing blue hearts of pure energy, promising a way to fight back against the nightmare. But wait, look there, a massive red 17 burning in the shadows. They aren't the hunters, they're being hunted by something even worse. Everything changes in a heartbeat as a lethal sound tears through the quiet, signaling the start of a nightmare no one saw coming. Isolated and vulnerable, the young man offers a simple wave, completely oblivious to the predator watching from the darkness. In a split second, his face pales, his gaze snapping upward as he realizes he's no longer alone in this concrete tomb. Death drops from the rafters, a jagged strike of pure violence aimed directly at his head. He scrambles to move, but he's already caught in the crosshairs of something far faster than any human. The strike connects with bone-crushing force, sending blood flying as the ambush turns into a slaughter. The sound of crunching bone fills the air, a gut-wrenching noise that signals the end of the struggle. The rest of the group can only stare in horror, paralyzed as they watch their companion get torn apart in seconds. Zhang Yu loses it, a raw scream of agony and disbelief erupting as he sees the blood on the concrete. Even the director is screaming now, his arrogance replaced by a primal terror as the predator claims its first victim. Look at that, strange, glowing orbs are just floating there, turning this dark garage into something out of a nightmare. They're everywhere, falling silently through the shadows, and you just know something is about to go horribly wrong. The guys are stunned, completely surrounded by these things as they drop all around them like a trap being set. Wait, no way, those aren't just lights. Those are Jae-hyung's essences. This just got personal. It's a setup. The realization hits them like a ton of bricks, these essences were used to lure them right into the kill zone. He's terrified, wondering if this thing actually hunts people. The predator isn't just strong, it's smart. Chief Joe is losing it, shouting out in pure panic as the atmosphere gets heavy enough to crush them. Everything goes white for a second, like the calm before a storm that's about to tear everything apart. And there it is. Massive shadowy limbs start dropping from the ceiling, reaching out to grab them. He looks up and sees it, the thing itself. It's huge, it's dark, and it's right on top of them. They've gotta move. They're sprinting through the garage, trying to escape the same monster that swallowed Jae-hyung whole. The shadows are closing in, and that sound, something is right on their heels, and it's not letting go. The clock is ticking and the nightmare is just beginning, because it didn't take long for him to see the horror waiting in the shadows. Something is crawling in the dark, a distorted silhouette flickering against the pipes with a speed that shouldn't be possible. It's right above them. The young man and the chief scramble forward, desperate to outrun the silent executioner looming overhead. Run or die. Park pushes his body to the absolute limit, his footsteps echoing the frantic rhythm of a hunt where he's the prey. The truth is finally coming out, and it hits harder than the exhaustion as they finally learn exactly what that thing is. He looks back and can't believe his eyes, staring at the sheer impossibility of the creature's form as it starts to descend. Look out! A massive, ink-black limb tears through the air, narrowly missing them as it slams into the concrete with bone-shaking power. The ground is shattering. Debris skitters across the floor from the impact, forcing them to swerve wildly just to stay alive. Those claws are lethal. Shadowy claws shred the darkness, carving deep gouges into the pillars as the entity closes the distance with terrifying speed. It's a nightmare made flesh, descending from the ceiling to block their path with a presence that's absolutely suffocating. Nowhere left to run. They skid to a halt as the monstrosity looms before them, staring up at the predator that has finally cornered its prey. This is it. Terror is etched onto their faces as the manager and his superior realize there might be no escape from this nightmare. Trapped in a concrete tomb, the young man questions the monster's hesitation, unaware that the clock is already ticking down to zero. High above in the rafters, a lethal, razor-sharp limb shifts, preparing to turn the garage into a slaughterhouse. His superior narrows his eyes, wondering if the creature is actually afraid of what they might be capable of. Suddenly, his survival instincts scream, a cold dread washing over him as the atmosphere shifts violently. Steel groans and concrete cracks as a monstrous hand anchors itself, ready to launch a devastating assault. The ambush is triggered. The shadow entity descends like a falling star of pure malice, closing the distance in a heartbeat. They're wide open. Shock freezes their blood as the predator's shadow looms over their very lives. Look at that mouth. A star-shaped abyss of teeth opens up, ready to shred anything in its path. The killing blow is falling. A massive spike of shadow tears through the air, aimed straight for their heads. A split-second save. The director reacts with insane speed, shoving the young manager out of the way just in time. The ground literally explodes. The monster's strike hits with the force of a wrecking ball, pulverizing the pavement. The force is unbelievable. The impact sends him flying backward as the creature lands, claiming the garage as its hunting ground. The ground is still shaking, but the real shock is just hitting. He realizes with a jolt of pure adrenaline that he isn't just caught in the crossfire, he's the primary target. The silence is dead, replaced by a growl that shakes the very foundation of the building. Look at the size of that thing. It towers over him like a literal nightmare, and the pressure is insane. He realizes the danger immediately. His voice cracks as he screams out a warning, knowing exactly who the monster is after. He's making a break for it. He's going for the car, begging his partner to just stay alive for a few more seconds. The ground is literally shaking. Buying time against a beast like this? That's basically a suicide mission. Check out those teeth. That maw is built for one thing, total destruction. And it's hungry. Talk about a close call. Jong-yu dives for cover just as the monster turns that car into scrap metal. He's feeling the heat now. Stalling this nightmare? Yeah, that's definitely easier said than done. It just won't stop. It flips another car like it's a toy, closing in for the kill. He took a direct hit. A scream of pure agony as the impact sends him flying through the air. He's airborne. The sheer force of that strike sends him ragdolling across the concrete. He's taking heavy damage. The assistant manager is barely holding on as the weight of that blow sinks in. And the monster isn't letting up. It's back in the air, closing the distance with a speed that defies its massive size. Look at that focus. His eyes are wide with the realization that one wrong move means certain death. Absolute destruction. The floor is literally disintegrating under the weight of these attacks. But here comes the backup. Jae Hyang is pushing his limits, sprinting through the garage to get back into the fight. He's screaming for his life. Jae Hyang is begging Park to stay alive just a little bit longer. The tension is through the roof. Every second counts as the distance between life and death narrows to a razor's edge. Look at that power. The monster is turning the entire parking lot into a war zone with just one hand. It's over. The predator has its target locked. There's nowhere left to run as the beast prepares to finish what it started. The predator is on a total rampage, ripping through the garage like it's made of cardboard. It's hunting, cold and calculated, looming over the wreckage like a nightmare made flesh. Talk about a close call. Jong-yu is pinned to the ground, barely breathing as the monster misses him by an inch. He's got the power, but no manual. The frustration is eating him alive. What good are these essences if he can't even fight back? They called him a savior, but right now, he's just a target for that massive beast looming over him. Look at that thing. Every muscle is twitching with pure, unadulterated malice. It's a killing machine. He's scrambling for his life, checking his six and praying that monster hasn't picked up his scent yet. No eyes, no problem. This thing is tracking him like it's got radar. How is it even doing that? The walls are closing in. He's losing it, guys. The panic is setting in and he's running out of places to hide. He's screaming at the universe now. Give him a role. Fine. But give him something he can actually use before he gets eaten. And just like that, boom. A massive blue light explodes in the middle of the garage. Is this the help he was asking for? Tearing through the shadows of the garage, Jae-hyung is running for his life, his heart hammering against his ribs with every frantic step. With a snarl of self-loathing, he curses his own weakness, the word pathetic burning in his brain like a brand. The guilt is suffocating, knowing he used his own coworker as a human shield just to buy himself a few more seconds of life. He thought things would be different, that earning the title of Predator would turn him into a monster of a different kind, but he's still just a terrified man running in the dark. He looks at himself and sees nothing but a fraud, a man whose only instinct is to flee while others face the fire. But then, a glimmer of hope, as he spots his ticket out of this hellscape. There it is, his salvation, his car is right where he left it, completely unharmed and ready to go. He reaches for the handle, not a single dent, not a single scratch, he's actually going to make it. He slams into the seat and grabs the wheel, thinking he's finally out of the woods, that he can leave the horror behind. But the nightmare isn't over, the window shatters with a deafening crack as a brutal blow smashes through the glass, turning his sanctuary into a trap. Terror grips him once again, and as he stares into the void, he can't help but wonder if Park is still out there, suffering for his betrayal. And then, something impossible happens, as glowing faces drift into view, the true power of the essences finally beginning to stir. Jae-hyung is losing it, screaming at the essences for some actual help as his situation spirals out of control. He's demanding answers, but he's about to get a brutal reality check instead of an explanation. Suddenly, everything changes. A massive strike slams down out of nowhere, cutting his words short. The impact is insane, sending him flying through the air as the garage floor literally shatters around him. He lets out a gut-wrenching scream, completely helpless as he tumbles through the darkness. He hits the wall hard, slumping to the ground in a heap. This is looking bad, guys. Despair is setting in. He's staring death in the face, thinking it's all over. He's gasping for air, watching as that nightmare creature looms over him, ready to finish the job. In a final, desperate plea, he begs for anything, any way to get out of this alive. The monster lunges. That toothy maw is inches from his face, and he's got nowhere left to run. But wait. Just as the darkness is about to swallow him whole, something incredible happens. Boom. A massive blue orb of energy erupts, pulsing with power. Is this the salvation he was begging for? Look at that energy. A massive surge of blue power erupts out of nowhere, lighting up the entire area. And right in the middle of it all, the young man is completely stunned. He can't even move as the light swallows him whole. He feels it, that freezing cold air. This isn't like the tests from before. This is something else entirely, something much more powerful. But then, the heat kicks in. His hands are burning up. The energy is reacting to him, pulsing right along with his heart. It all clicks. Right now. He finally gets it. That built-in instinct only shows up when you're pushed to the edge, and he's definitely there. The fear is gone. Look at that face. He's not scared anymore. He's ready to fight back with everything he's got. He's got it. The secret to the essences. He's channeling all that raw power into his arm. This is the moment we've been waiting for. And he's off like a rocket. Jae-hyung charges straight ahead. He's turning the tables on this monster right now. The silence is shattered by a horrific screech, revealing a massive, multi-layered maw that looks like it crawled straight out of hell. Look at the size of that thing. Those rows of fangs are ready to shred anything in their path. It lunges with insane speed, snapping its jaws shut with enough force to crush bone. He barely makes it. Diving between the cars is the only thing keeping him from being a snack right now. Wait, he's not done yet. That blue mana is flaring up, he's getting ready to strike back. The monster is coming back for more, but he's locked on. Those glowing eyes mean business. Boom. Direct hit. He meets that nightmare head-on, slamming his mana-charged fist right into its teeth. The impact is massive. The shockwave is tearing up the pavement, but he isn't backing down an inch. The hit lands with absolute authority, unleashing a shockwave of pure energy that shatters the silence of the street. Blasting the beast away, the monster is sent flying, its massive frame tossed aside like a ragdoll by the sheer force of the essence. Even he can't believe it, his gaze fixed on the space where the predator once stood, his mind racing to keep up with his body's new capabilities. It actually worked, the monster was literally bounced away, unable to withstand the explosive power of the counterattack. Is this the true power of the essence? The energy coursing through him feels ancient and absolute, a direct answer to the threat before him. Look at that glow, the mana coalesces into a blinding orb, the physical manifestation of a power that defies logic. The predator is reeling, shredding the ground beneath it just to stop from being blown away completely. He's locking in now, the fear is gone, replaced by the sharp focus of a man who finally understands the weapon he's holding. The standoff begins. Zhongyu stands tall, his blue aura burning bright as the monster prepares for its next move. The beast is pissed, letting out a guttural snarl as it tastes the sting of a power it doesn't understand. It's not a buff, it's a barrier. The realization hits him that this energy is functioning like a perfect shield, absorbing and reflecting every ounce of force. Physics don't matter anymore, because whatever this power is, it's the only thing standing between him and certain death. Time to test the limits. He's trying to channel that essence into a single point, betting everything on this one move. Here it comes. The monster closes in, but he's already airborne, ready to meet the attack head-on. Boom. Perfect block. A mana shield flares to life, catching that massive claw and stopping the beast dead in its tracks. He's got this. He sticks the landing, feeling the rush of finally mastering the essence. Wait, it's not over. That thing is coming back for more, and its mouth is wide enough to swallow him whole. Look out. The weight of that charge is insane. He's barely holding on as the impact hits. He's flying. The sheer physics of the size difference sends him skidding across the floor like a ragdoll. That had to hurt. He hits the deck hard, struggling to catch his breath after that massive hit. Reality check time. The shield works, but he's just too small. He can't stop that kind of mass with just a barrier. He's calling for help. He's looking for the administrator, hoping someone is watching this madness and can step in. No answer. Just the shadow of the beast closing in. He's out of time and out of options. The system is ghosting him. He's all on his own now, and the pressure is starting to redline. Look at the size of those claws. One hit and it's game over, but he's barely keeping his head on his shoulders. He's like an ant compared to this thing. The exit is blocked, and the only way out is through the monster's corpse. Wait, he's cooking something up. If he can block with mana, why can't he strike with it? It's time to turn the tables. But there's a catch. This bastard is moving too fast. How do you hit something you can't even track? He's dodging by a hair's breadth. The shadow is closing in, and he's running out of room to run. He just needs one opening. If he could just stop that thing for a split second, he'd have his shot. He's done running. He plants his feet and gets ready to make his move. This is it. Wait, the tie. He's grabbing his necktie. He's using everything he's got to set up this counter. Here we go. He's putting it all on the line with one lightning-fast play. The switch has been flipped. Zhongyu Park isn't running anymore, he's looking at the monster with pure, unadulterated killing intent. Down below, Jae Hyung can't believe his eyes. He's watching his manager stand tall on a car, looking like a completely different person. The shock is real. Jae Hyung stammers out his name, unable to process this sudden transformation from office worker to warrior. He's remembering the rules of the game. The administrator's words are echoing in his head as he prepares to bet everything on one move. The math is simple, kill or be killed. He's got the mana, he's got the will, and now he's going to use every bit of it to end that monster. He's concentrating all that power into one movement. Look at that mana flare, he's turning a simple necktie into a weapon of pure destruction. And he's airborne. He launches off that car like a rocket, closing the distance in a heartbeat. No turning back now. That final step off the roof is the start of his all-or-nothing counterattack. The beast is ready for him. It lunges forward with those massive jaws wide open, ready to tear him apart. He doesn't know if it'll work, but he's swinging anyway. He's coming down like a guillotine, aiming that mana blade right at the monster's skull. This is it. You can see the desperation in his eyes, he's praying this one hit is enough to end it all. Chief Joe lets out a final, blood-curdling scream, throwing everything he has into one last lethal strike. But the air itself begins to scream with mana, signaling a counterattack that no one saw coming. Dropping from the sky like a god of war, the assistant manager brings the hammer down with his mana-infused tie. Shattering the monster's guard, the sheer force of the collision ripples through the very ground. His face a mask of pure determination, he's betting everything on this single, desperate moment. Locking onto his prey with predatory intensity, there's no turning back now. Shredding the air with a barrage of energy, the blue light cuts through the monster like a hot knife through butter. Ripping the beast apart, the assistant manager's fury is absolutely unstoppable. And with one final, earth-shattering boom, the entire area is swallowed by a massive explosion. Leaving nothing but a cloud of smoke and destruction, the battlefield goes deathly quiet. Jae Hyung is absolutely speechless, staring at the carnage with his jaw on the floor. Standing amidst the ruins, the hero finally catches his breath, but at what cost? The dust hasn't even settled yet, but his power is already rippling outward as the concentrated mana begins to fracture and disperse. Look at that energy. Searing lines of blue light cut through the gloom, shredding the last remnants of that monster into absolute nothingness. The atmosphere is heavy, the air itself crackling and popping as it buckles under the sheer pressure of the dissipating energy. It's over, flickering sparks raining down like dying stars to mark the definitive end of this violent confrontation. And then, total whiteout. A final, blinding flash erupts, consuming the entire space in a silent, white void. But wait, what's this? When the light finally recedes, it leaves behind a surreal landscape of floating, translucent orbs. They're everywhere, these ethereal spheres drifting downward and settling over the wreckage like glowing bubbles. The king of the hill. Standing amidst the glowing harvest, the exhausted office worker looks down from his perch on a ruined car. Jae Hyung is losing his mind. He can only stare in disbelief, struggling to reconcile the mild-mannered man he knew with the power Jongyu just displayed to erase a high-level predator. He realizes it instantly, reaching out toward the nearest light as the realization dawns that this is the very essence of their defeated foe. The ultimate loot, the orb pulsing with a soft, rhythmic light, a concentrated prize left behind by the vanished monster. Silence falls, and in the quiet aftermath of the storm, he remains motionless, a solitary figure surrounded by the spoils of an impossible victory. He's barely holding it together, gasping for breath as the essence of a defeated predator floats all around him. The adrenaline wears off, and his knees finally hit the floor. Trembling from the sheer intensity, a shaky voice whispers the impossible, they actually made it out of that nightmare alive. As he looks at the power in his hands, he realizes this is just the beginning, the scale of this power is more incredible than he ever thought possible. But then, a massive system window tears through the air, blasting him with a world-changing announcement that the Earth Savior selection is officially beginning. He can't believe his eyes, staring at the interface as it locks onto him, completely caught off guard by the sudden shift. At the start of a brand new destiny, the Earth Savior selection is here, and it's about to throw his entire life into total chaos. The air crackles with raw power as the Earth Savior selection process kicks into high gear. Holographic screens explode into life around Park Jong-woo, locking him into the newly formed Savior channel as the world begins to change forever. The stats are off the charts. He's officially granted the termination authority and ranked second in the entire region, but the sheer weight of all that data is hitting him like a freight train, leaving him dizzy and struggling to process the chaos floating before him. Trying to focus through the blur, he spots a crucial notification: he's been designated as a human connector. This is getting real, fast. He reaches out, almost instinctively, noticing that this whole setup looks exactly like a game interface. Is life itself becoming a quest? He's not just going to stand there and take it, calling out to the evaluation administrator for answers. He needs to know exactly what kind of game he's being forced to play. The system drops a bombshell: this isn't a game, it's a mechanism set up by Earth itself. Since he's got all the right qualifications, the connection is finalized. He's officially part of the system now, and there's no turning back. Suddenly, the silence is shattered. Jae Hyung comes charging in, frantic and worried sick. He's desperate to make sure his friend is okay after that insane display of power. The system doesn't hold back, dropping a bombshell right out of the gate. He's not just some random recruit, he's ranked second in the entire region, a position that carries as much danger as it does prestige. Shock ripples through him, because this isn't just a local leaderboard. Jong-yu is sitting at the top of the national rankings, officially recognized by the system as a primary human connector with the power to reach out to others like him. But there's a catch to all this power, and the system makes it crystal clear. This ranking is live, constantly updating, and if he slips below the top 5, he loses everything, including the mysterious authority he's just been granted. The real question is, what does termination authority actually mean? The system's answer is terrifying: it's the power to shut down the access roads, the literal gateways that are tearing the fabric of reality apart. It's just like the stories, those web novels about gates and hunters. But this isn't fiction anymore. He's picturing the absolute chaos of a portal opening over a skyscraper, a dark hole in the sky ready to vomit out a nightmare. And then come the monsters, massive, scaled beasts with glowing eyes and hunger in their hearts. They're not just coming, they're invading, and the only thing standing between them and total annihilation is the system's chosen few. The truth hits him like a freight train, and he finally understands. Being a savior isn't a game or a lucky break. It's a burden, a duty to stand at the front lines and close those gates before the world is swallowed whole. No time to waste. Jae Hyung locks in, ready to floor it and put this place in the rearview mirror. The engine screams, tearing through the silence as they blast off into the unknown. They dive into the tunnel, the lights overhead blurring into streaks of white as they push the speed limit. Inside the cabin, the system window flares to life, confirming his identity as a human connector while he prepares to grill the AI. He's not just following orders, he's questioning the very foundation of this game, asking if humans are really the only ones chosen to save the world. The system drops a bombshell, coldly stating that humans aren't special, there are other species out there with the same power. This is a survival tactic, a desperate move by a dying planet to throw power at anything that might be strong enough to keep it alive. The mission is clear: find the strongest, give them the juice, and hope they can stop the end of the world. Driving through the wreckage, the truth comes out: that survey wasn't just a test, it was a calculation for maximum efficiency. The pieces click into place, and it's darker than he imagined. That choice between a human and dogs. It was a literal survival of the fittest. The driver tries to lighten the mood, joking about staying away from zoos, but the tension in the car is thick enough to cut with a knife. He looks out the window, and the reality hits home. The city is a ghost town. No cars, no people, just an eerie, dead silence. Rolling through the ruins of civilization, it's official: they're in a total ghost town. The silence is deafening as they scout the wreckage of the old world. Shifting focus to the tech, Jong-yu starts to wonder, does this crazy chat room even work, or is he just talking to himself in the void? Scanning the Savior channel, he's looking for intel, any sign that other saviors are out there, but the screen has been dead silent for ages. Then, out of nowhere, AM. A notification hits the screen. Someone just entered the channel, and it's not just anyone. The pieces start falling into place. He realizes the system only connects you once your rank is locked in. That makes 3 of them now. The squad is growing. Check it out. A message from Field Grass pops up. A rank 3 savior is reaching out, proving the world is bigger than he thought. The chat hangs there, a single line of text in a world that's gone dark. The tension is real. He can't help but laugh. It's all so surreal. Monsters, ranks, and now global chat rooms. The realism just isn't there yet. Time to pick a handle. The system wants a nickname, and it's first come, first served. Does he really have to jump into the mix? He goes big with Earth, but the system shuts him down instantly. Access denied. That name is off the table. He tries space next, and gets blocked again. He's starting to think the system thinks he's just not worthy of the big titles. Staring at the prompt, he's back to square one. What kind of name is actually going to stick in this crazy system? He's keeping it simple, choosing the most basic handle possible: human. The system throws up a final warning: there's no going back once this name is locked in. He doesn't hesitate, knowing this is the one that will finally stick. It's official. Human Park Jong-woo is in the game, and the chat is already blowing up with other saviors entering the fray. The floodgates are open, and a wave of saviors from rank 4 all the way to 8 starts pouring into the channel. The channel hits its limit instantly, forcing a split where your rank is the only thing that determines which room you're allowed to sit in. The realization hits him like a ton of bricks: if his rank drops even a little, he's getting kicked out of the inner circle. He's stuck in the passenger seat, but his mind is racing, knowing that if he loses his spot, he loses his connection to the heavy hitters at the top. If he wants to stay in the loop, he's going to have to play a very dangerous game. He looks back at what it took to get here, realizing that to stay at rank 2, the body count is only going to go up. The idea of being pushed back down to the bottom, of being just another face in the crowd, is something he won't let happen. Suddenly, reality snaps back into focus, as his coworker asks if he's okay, noticing he's been a million miles away. Look at that sky, it's thick with tension, and the city below is about to reach its boiling point. The traffic is a nightmare, and you can already hear the frustration starting to flare up as the horns begin to blare. It's getting louder and louder, and everyone's nerves are being shredded by the constant, piercing noise. The noise is just insane, making it impossible for anyone to keep their cool. Jong-yu is stuck right in the middle of it, and you can see the irritation written all over his face as the world outside goes crazy. He's sweating, he's stressed, and he's clearly reaching his limit with this never-ending noise. One look in the mirror tells him everything: this traffic isn't going anywhere, and the noise is only going to get worse. That's it, he's done. Jong-yu unbuckles and grabs his jacket, ready to go out there and shut them up himself. Jae-hyun can't believe it, but Jong-yu is already out the door, ignoring his friend's warning as he steps into the fray. He's walking with purpose now, weaving through the cars with his fists balled up, looking like he's ready for a fight. He gets right up to the window and starts pounding, shouting at the top of his lungs for them to just stop it already. He's absolutely fuming, demanding to know if they even realize how pointless and annoying they're being. The tension snaps instantly, and the driver lets out a jagged sigh, clearly at the end of his rope and ready to explode. He doesn't take the challenge lightly, barking back with a venomous insult, demanding to know just who this kid thinks he's dealing with. Then, the door swings open, and a literal giant steps out, towering over the young man with a physique built for pure destruction. With a snarl that could peel paint, the brute gets right in his face, teeth bared as he demands a repeat of that disrespect. The tension is already at a breaking point when this absolute unit decides to pick a fight, towering over Jong-yu and barking out a challenge that echoes through the stalled traffic. Trapped between the cars with nowhere to run, our hero can barely get a word out while staring up at the mountain of muscle blocking his path. The brute isn't just talking anymore, jabbing a finger right into his chest, making him buckle under the pressure of the blatant threat. One look at that face tells him everything he needs to know. This guy isn't listening to reason, but he knows he has to try anyway before things get even worse. He's literally begging for silence, warning that all this shouting is like a dinner bell for the monsters, but the big guy couldn't care less, acting like he's the only threat that matters. The reality of the situation is sinking in fast. They're stuck in a graveyard of steel with no help on the way. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and his hand starts shaking as he reaches for the only weapon he's got, a tiny utility knife. The brute just laughs it off, cracking his knuckles like he's about to squash a bug, absolutely offended that anyone would dare to talk back to him. He's not holding back anymore, winding up a massive strike that's meant to put an end to this, and for a second, it looks like it's all over for our protagonist. But then, something snaps. A massive surge of power explodes out of nowhere, shaking the very air as a hidden strength finally wakes up. Look at that. Zhang Yue's fist is glowing with a crazy blue aura, stopping that massive punch dead in its tracks with a power that's just been unleashed. Look at that intensity. The power is finally waking up, and it's surging through him like a tidal wave. He can't even hold it back. The mana is overflowing, and there's absolutely no stopping what's coming next. Boom. A massive explosion of blue energy rips through the air with a deafening roar. The shockwave is insane, sending that bully flying like a ragdoll as the true power of an awakener is revealed. Just look at the collateral damage. The pressure alone is enough to flatten steel and shatter glass in an instant. As the smoke clears, we see the absolute devastation left behind by that single burst of mana. And check this out, he's still holding on to that pen, the only normal thing left in this crazy scene. He's breathing hard, but Zhang Yu is standing tall while the blue flames of his power flicker around him. He stares at the pen, realizing that his ordinary life just ended and something much more dangerous has begun. The bully is down. He's absolutely terrified, realizing he just tried to pick a fight with a monster. He's literally whimpering. The tables have turned completely, and now he's begging for mercy from the man he bullied. And with a simple cough, he brings the world back to reality, showing he's still in control of himself. With the dust still settling, he doesn't waste a second, shutting down the noise with a cold warning that the situation is already on a knife's edge. But as the adrenaline fades, the real questions start to hit. What exactly was that power? It felt different, more primal than anything he'd expected. And here's the kicker, his life wasn't even in danger. The essence didn't just react, it moved on its own accord, bypassing his conscious control. Gripping the handle, only one word remains: why? Why now, and why with such devastating force? The moment he sits down, a system window flares to life. It's reading his mind, claiming that this power was exactly what he wanted. The system doesn't lie, confirming that the activation wasn't a glitch. It was a response to a deep-seated need he's only just beginning to understand. The truth is terrifying, as he realizes he almost took a life. Worse still, a part of him might have actually craved that outcome. Sensing the tension, his companion finally speaks up. He can see the turmoil written all over his face and knows he can't stay silent. He's not judging, but he's not sugarcoating it either. The situation was desperate, sure, but the power unleashed was something else entirely. Then comes the real question, isn't this kind of power just a bit too dangerous to keep on a loose leash? He goes quiet, staring out the window as he considers the weight of those words. This method of survival is starting to feel like a double-edged sword. Backing off slightly, he adds that it's just a thought. But the seed of doubt has already been planted, and it's growing fast. Shaking off the weight of his new power, he turns down the gear. He knows exactly what he needs, and it isn't here, it's waiting at home. With the decision made, Jae-hyun gives the signal. It's time to move out and face whatever is coming next. Clutching their steel tight, they lock in. A wrench and a pipe might not be much, but they're all they've got for now. Stepping into the shadows of the alley, things get weird fast. A literal wave of cats starts charging past them, heading the other way. It's an absolute feline exodus, and it's impossible to ignore. There are way too many of them for this to be normal. Sure, this place has cats, but this? This is different. Something in the atmosphere has shifted, and the animals feel it. Zhang Yue's instincts are screaming, telling him that this isn't just a coincidence. This many cats in one place. Something is wrong. He tracks their movement, and the realization hits him like a truck. They aren't just running, they're all heading in the exact same direction. The dread sets in, because he knows what that look means. They're terrified. They're running for their lives from something behind them. He's not taking any chances, immediately suggesting they pivot. If the animals are this spooked, they need to get out of there, now. But they're already in the crosshairs, as a bolt of purple magic tears through the air. It's a direct hit aimed right at the chief's head. Look out! He screams, his voice echoing through the alley. The trap has been sprung, and the fight is officially on. Zhong scream is a split second too late. That purple energy is moving at terminal velocity, and it's aimed right for his head. There's no dodging this. The air itself seems to scream as the magic streaks forward. The impact is absolute. That hammer never stood a chance, shattering like glass against the raw power of the blast. The shockwave sends him flying. He hits the wall with a sickening thud, the momentum pinning him there for a brutal second. Zhong is losing it. He screams out for Xian Wang, desperate to know if his companion survived that insane hit. The silence that follows is deafening, broken only by the desperate ringing in their ears. Their weapons are useless now. The pipe hits the floor with a hollow clang, a useless piece of scrap against this kind of power. Look at that, even their best makeshift gear is just trash in the face of a real attack. He's still breathing. A desperate, wheezing gasp proves he's still in the fight, even if he's barely hanging on. Wait, what is that? His arms are literally glowing. This isn't just an injury, something inside him is waking up. The power is surging. You can practically hear the mana vibrating through the air as the essence takes root. Zhong isn't even surprised. He looks down and confirms it, this was the plan all along. This is how you activate an essence. The power is overflowing. He can't hold it back anymore as the essence begins to consume everything around him. He's screaming in defiance, refusing to let this power take control, but the pressure is just too much. Look at that grip. Even as the energy flares, he's shouting that this isn't what he wanted. And there it is. The absolute explosion of power as he finally lets it all go. The shockwave is massive, completely whitewashing the scene with pure, unadulterated energy. Everyone is stunned. They can't even process the scale of what's happening right in front of them. The environment is literally falling apart, shattered by the sheer pressure of the awakening. Total destruction. The walls are cracking under the weight of this incredible power. Look at the aftermath, the whole alley is filled with these mysterious glowing spheres. These orbs are everywhere, pulsing with the leftover energy of the blast. He's completely spent, gasping for air after releasing all that energy. He can't believe what he just did. He hits the ground hard, totally drained. But look at Park, he's just standing there, taking it all in like he knew this would happen. Pinned and helpless, he lashes out at the cowards holding him back, but his defiance only fuels their malice. The thugs have seen enough, and their leader sets his sights on the real threat, barking orders to take him down immediately. Mana surges into a deadly edge, as he screams a final sentence, bringing the glowing blade down to end it all. Desperation takes hold, and a frantic warning rips through the air as the lethal blow closes the distance toward Zhong. Pleading for sanity in a moment of madness, he tries to reach whatever humanity is left in the thug, but the violence has already been set in motion. There's no stopping it now, the crackle of magical energy drowning out everything else as the blade descends toward the target's skull. Frozen in the face of absolute lethality, he can only watch as the glowing edge of the blade comes for him, leaving no room for escape. The air screams as a sudden blur of motion shatters the silence with explosive force. This hooded attacker isn't holding back, lunging in with everything he's got, his eyes locked on the target. But Zhong isn't even flinching, manifesting a sphere of pure blue energy right in the path of the strike. The tension snaps like a wire, and a surge of raw power ripples through the air as the momentum shifts instantly. Eyes flashing with a predatory glow, the opponent's face twists into a feral snarl as mana flares wildly around them. Fangs glinting in the light, the transformation is complete, revealing a hunger that's absolutely terrifying. Then, in a blur of lethal speed, a crimson streak paints the air as steel meets flesh with a sickening sound. The blade follows a perfect, merciless arc, tearing through the hooded man's defenses with terrifying ease. Pure shock washes over his face, as he realizes he's been outplayed, his body recoiling from the force of the fatal strike. For a split second, everything goes white, the entire world narrowing down to the visceral reality of that one hit. Leaving only a trail of cooling blood, the arc of the blade completes its journey, ending this violent encounter in a heartbeat. The counterattack lands with absolute brutality. Blood sprays everywhere as the assassin is completely blindsided by the sheer force of the blow. Everyone is frozen in place. They can't believe their eyes, the assistant manager just turned the tables in the most violent way possible. The assassin hits the dirt, coughing up blood, but the young man isn't done yet. You can see the intensity building in his eyes. And then, boom! He lets out a primal scream as blue energy explodes around him. This isn't just mana, this is raw power. He's standing tall over his fallen enemy, surrounded by sparks of blue lightning. He looks like a completely different person right now. There's no time for second guessing. He knows he has to act fast. In a fight like this, thinking too much will get you killed. Survival is the only thing that matters now. Look at that look in his eyes, he's locked in and ready to do whatever it takes to stay alive. But wait, the other guy is making a move. He slams the chief into the wall with a massive BAM. Things are getting chaotic. A weapon hits the ground with a loud clang. The momentum is shifting again, and you can feel the tension reaching a breaking point. The red-haired guy realizes he's outmatched. He lets out a curse and starts running for his life. He's trying to get out of there. The assistant manager isn't letting him go that easily. He tells Xian Wung to stay put while he goes after that bastard. He leaves the rest to the chief, and he's off. He's chasing him down, and he's not stopping until he catches him. He's not letting this one get away. His eyes are locked on that target as he bolts into the shadows. Jae Hyang is down and out on the pavement, but Zhang Yu doesn't even look back. He's got a job to do, and that runner is the only thing on his mind. Listen to those footsteps, pure, unadulterated panic echoing off the walls as the guy tries to vanish. The red-haired punk is hauling it, tripping over his own feet just to get away from the monster behind him. He's swearing up a storm, looking back with pure terror. He can't believe this guy is still on his tail. He's screaming, throwing out every insult he knows, just trying to scare him off. But it's not working. But look at that speed, Zhang Yu closes the gap in a heartbeat, lunging forward like a predator. Check out that face, pure determination. He's not here to talk. Gotcha, he grabs him right by the collar, snapping him back and cutting that scream short. And down he goes, Zhang Yu slams him face first into the concrete. That's gotta hurt. Even pinned to the dirt, this guy is still talking trash. He's terrified, but he won't shut up. He's begging now, screaming for release, but Zhang Yu isn't moving an inch. This fight is over. Wait, what just happened? Shock hits him like a freight train, as a system alert pops up out of nowhere. He can't believe his eyes. His ranking, it's actually falling. The system confirms it, he's rank 4 now, but he's just unlocked something terrifying, the Termination Authority. If he drops below rank 5, he loses everything. But there's no time for panic, he has to deal with this bastard right now. He slams the guy down, pinning him to the concrete, ready to finish this fight right here, right now. The punk is still talking trash, calling it a bluff. He has no idea what's about to hit him. The air starts to hiss with pure energy. The guy is screaming about becoming a monster, but it's too late. Boom! The Termination Authority explodes into action, painting the alley red in a flash of blinding light. Look at that cold stare. Covered in blood, he knows this was the only way to stay alive. These glowing orbs, they're all that's left. The aftermath of a power that doesn't leave much behind. He says it straight to the void, he's nothing like them. He's on a whole different level. Back in the shadows, the reality of this new power is finally starting to sink in. He's got the guy pinned, a heavy boot keeping the assailant right where he wants him. The guy is a total mess, crying and begging for another chance, but mercy isn't on the menu today. To him, this isn't even a person anymore, just a predator that needs to be put down before it hurts anyone else. One more monster off the streets means one less victim, but the cost of that logic is starting to show on his face. Look at that hand, it's shaking. The cold steel of the wrench feels heavier than ever right now. He looms over the broken man, a shadow of justice or something much darker. The terror in the guy's eyes is absolute, a raw look at a man who knows the end is coming. But then, the victim calls it out. He can see the hesitation, the lack of a killer instinct in those shaking hands. And just like that, the momentum shifts. No essence. No power. Zhang Yu is left staring at a failure he didn't see coming. Cornered and desperate, Zhou Xianwung stares down his target, wrench in hand, betting everything on the hope that his enemy doesn't have the stomach for murder. But then, the system strikes. A brutal red notification flares up, his predator aptitude has hit rock bottom, and the clock is ticking. The panic sets in instantly, as he realizes he's about to lose everything that made him powerful, falling back into the life of a pathetic victim. He can't go back, not after tasting this kind of authority. Is his reign as a predator really over already? His grip tightens until his hand shakes, the sheer terror of being useless again pushing him right over the edge. And then comes the ultimatum, the system demands blood. Kill a human, or lose it all. He's hyperventilating, the walls closing in, as Xianwung stares down the barrel of a choice that will change him forever. There's only one other way out, but it requires a massive harvest of essence that seems almost impossible. He snaps. With a scream of pure desperation, he brings that wrench down with everything he's got. Impact. Blood splatters everywhere, and he's begging, screaming for the system to let him stay at the top of the food chain. Everything goes dark, stained in red, as he crosses a line he can never, ever come back from. Bam! That's the sound of a life ending, and a new monster being born in the dark. The brutality is relentless, as the sound of metal meeting flesh rings out again and again. Blood splatters everywhere, marking the absolute point of no return. The air grows thick with the scent of iron, and there's no turning back now. A desperate shout breaks the rhythm, calling out for the victim in a panic. Just as the next strike is about to land, a hand reaches out and stops the madness. Jong-woo steps in with an iron grip, shutting down the assault before it's too late. The adrenaline fades as he falls to his knees, completely spent and gasping for air. Looking at the aftermath, the reality of the situation finally hits home. He stares at Seon-woong, who looks like a ghost of his former self. The question is, how did things escalate this far, this fast? The victim is down, lying in a pool of blood as the silence returns. A broken whisper follows, as he admits he just couldn't stop himself. Look at that grip. The blood is still fresh as Jong-woo finally unlocks the secret. It's all about the essences, and he's just figured out the trigger. His opponent is absolutely floored. Jae-hyung is in total shock. He can't believe what he's seeing, there's just no way this is happening. The system confirms it. The essence didn't just fire off on its own. It activated because the possessor needed it to, right at that exact moment. He's feeling the power now. The realization hits him like a freight train. It wants what he wants. He finally gets how to control this thing. He looks down at the man he just saved with a cold gaze. Is the chief really just someone who can't pull the trigger? Unlike our hero, who's clearly ready to do whatever it takes. Time to move out. He puts the heavy thoughts aside and helps his companion up. They've got to get out of here, and fast. They're limping away, but they're alive. Just a little further. They've got to keep pushing through the pain to put some distance between them and this mess. Look at that trail. The blood on the pavement tells the whole story. They're leaving a grisly path behind them as they make their escape. The world outside is still moving. While they're bleeding out in the shadows, someone nearby is just saying their thanks. The contrast is insane. The police are on the scene. An officer is playing the hero for a civilian, talking about how they're all in this together. If only he knew what was happening around the corner. She's heading home, totally clueless about the life and death struggle that just went down. The cops are telling her to stay safe, but the real danger is closer than they think. Stay down. They're hiding behind a car, barely breathing. One wrong move and the cops will be all over them. They've got to disappear before they're spotted. Crouched low and staying out of sight, he weighs their options. These people don't look like the monsters they've been facing, they're actually helping. It's a massive risk, but he decides it's time to step out and ask for help. Just a few yards away, a guard is just going through the motions, muttering to himself about when his shift finally ends. He has no idea that his quiet night is about to be turned upside down. A voice catches him off guard, and as he spins around, he's met with a sight he definitely wasn't expecting. His casual response is about to turn into pure panic. The young man steps out of the shadows with his friend right behind him, trying to keep things calm by saying they just have a question. But covered in blood and looking like they just crawled out of a war zone. The guard absolutely loses it. The situation goes south in a heartbeat, as weapons are drawn and the guards start screaming. They aren't seeing two survivors, they're seeing a threat they weren't prepared for. He throws his hands up, trying to show he's not a threat, but it's too late. The piercing sound of a whistle echoes through the air, and the peaceful approach has officially become a disaster. The guards are losing their minds, screaming for backup, demanding that every single person on duty get over there right now. The duo is about to be swarmed. In the blink of an eye, they're completely surrounded, with a dozen barrels pointed straight at them. The orders are loud and clear: drop the weapons and get those hands up. The tension is at a breaking point, and the guards aren't bluffing. One wrong move, and they're going to open fire. Trapped in the middle of a firing squad, they've got nowhere to run. Their plan to find help just landed them in the middle of a high-stakes standoff. Knowing they can't win this fight, Jong-woo makes the call to stand down. He's betting everything on the hope that these guys are the good guys, even if they're currently pointing guns at his head. In a desperate bid for peace, Jae-hyung drops his only weapon, letting the blood-stained tool hit the ground with a sharp, metallic ring. But the plan goes south immediately, because the sight of that blood triggers the guards' worst fears, and suddenly, they aren't seeing survivors, they're seeing killers. Before they can even blink, the guards swarm them, tackling the duo with brutal efficiency and slamming them into the hard concrete. Pinned and cornered, he finally snaps, realizing that talking was never going to work with people this terrified, and his frustration turns into pure, focused intent. Then, in a blur of motion, he flips the script, launching one of the guards into the air before they even realize he stopped surrendering. Standing his ground, he stands over the fallen guards, making it crystal clear that if they want to fight, he's more than ready to give them one. Things are getting weird. Between the morning's strange events and the rising crime rate, everyone is on edge. And that means checkpoints. The police are stopping everyone, making sure they know exactly who's coming into town. Jae-hyung plays it cool with a nod, while Jong-woo hands over his ID without a word. The cop takes a long, hard look at the card, scanning every detail like he's looking for a reason to make an arrest. The silence is deafening. Our hero just stands there, waiting to see if his cover holds. Finally, the cop hands it back. He recognizes a neighbor and apologizes for the trouble, but the vibe is still off. But wait, he's not done yet. He wants to know about their walk from the next town over. He's digging for info, asking if anything dangerous happened on the way. He's looking for something specific, and he's not being subtle about it. Look at that gaze. He's staring them down like he's face to face with murderers, trying to catch them in a lie. Jong-woo feels the heat. He knows the cop is still suspicious. If they find out he didn't just meet those bastards, but actually killed them, it's game over. He's playing it cool, spinning a tale about the carnage they left behind to keep the heat off their own actions. And it's working. The officer is completely rattled, his eyes nearly popping out at the mention of a monster. He's doubling down, weaving a tragic story of lost lives and a narrow escape to make the lie even more convincing. The officer's eyes drop to that bloody wrench, a brutal piece of evidence that could blow their entire cover in a heartbeat. But he's got an answer for everything, claiming they had to hide under actual corpses just to stay alive. Talk about a grim cover story. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife, as he waits to see if the chief is actually buying this insane story. He knows the truth is even darker, but as long as the chief believes the monster did it, they're in the clear. This standoff is brutal, with every cop on the scene staring them down like they're under a microscope. Then, just like that, the chief laughs it off. He's actually buying it, telling them to stay safe out there like they're just regular victims. They're free to go. He lets out a massive sigh of relief as they walk away, having just dodged a major bullet. But wait, not everyone is convinced, as one of the other officers asks the chief if it's really okay to just let them walk. The suspicion is still there. Heading up the stairs, our hero is clearly bracing himself for whatever is waiting behind that door. His partner is right behind him, totally shocked that these two live together but don't even have each other's numbers. Talk about a family rift. Looking at the situation, it's pretty obvious that things between him and his old man are beyond strained. With a sigh, he just calls his dad a unique person. That's one way to describe a massive wall of awkwardness. Stopping for a second, he warns his friend that things are about to get weird. He's definitely not expecting a warm welcome. They reach Unit 303, and this is it. The moment of truth is right behind this door. Standing there in the hall, you can practically feel the tension rising. He steps up, pounding on the door. He's looking for answers, and he's looking for them now. Shouting his name, he lets his dad know he's home as he starts to push the door open. Here we go. Crossing the threshold, he mentions he's got company, but his voice just echoes into a pitch-black room. They walk inside, but the place is dead quiet. No lights, no greeting, nothing. Looking around, his buddy thinks the old man might have bailed, but our hero knows better. His dad isn't the type to just vanish like this. Look at all this loot. Jong-woo can't believe his eyes, this isn't an apartment anymore, it's a full-blown survival cache. But wait, what's that? A dark stain on the lid stops him cold. That's not rust, that's blood. The truth is terrifying. He spins around, his heart hammering against his ribs as he stares at the man responsible for this hoard. The numbers don't lie. This wasn't a simple supply run. This was a massacre, and the evidence is right in front of him. No remorse, no hesitation. The man looks on with a cold, dead stare. He's done the unthinkable to survive. He's already packed and ready. The father doesn't even blink. He's got his gear, and he's ready to disappear into the chaos. But where could he possibly go? The question hangs in the air like a death sentence. Where is there left to hide? Back to the bedroom. He's retreating into his own space, shutting out the world and his own son. Is he really going to do this? Looking at the old family photo, the weight of the abandonment starts to sink in. He's being left behind. The world is finished. He's given up hope. To him, the old world is dead, and there's no point in pretending otherwise. The ultimate betrayal. He calls himself a bad dad and then just walks away. He's cutting ties for good. The rage is real. He clenches his teeth, the anger and hurt boiling over. This isn't over, not by a long shot. Just when things couldn't get any more tense, the law comes knocking. Authorities are at the door, and they aren't taking no for an answer as they demand to know what happened at the mart. The pressure is mounting with every single bang on that door, until finally, the latch gives way, and the truth is about to be laid bare for everyone to see. And then, he steps into the light, a man who radiates pure, cold authority, flanked by the two survivors who can only watch in silence as he prepares to face the consequences of his actions. The realization hits like a freight train, leaving the protagonist frozen in disbelief as he comes face to face with the one person he never expected to see here, his own father. Someone is knocking, and they aren't taking no for an answer, as the sound of heavy blows rattles the very frame of the door. The intruders are locked in and loaded with confidence, shouting through the wood that there's nowhere left to run. Inside, the silence is deafening, as he stares down the entrance while the demands to open up turn into desperate threats. Look at that focus, he isn't scared, he's calculating every move as the pressure mounts. Everything else fades away, leaving only the raw instinct of a man pushed to the edge. And there it goes. The door is absolutely shredded as the intruders finally burst through. The impact is massive, sending him reeling as the room is plunged into total disorder. But wait, the scene shifts, and we see Jae-hyun getting absolutely manhandled, gasping for air as he's crushed against the wall. This guy in the red suit is ruthless, demanding his money back with interest while his thug keeps the poor kid pinned to the tiles. But look at him, he's sweating bullets, realizing that if this business deal doesn't go through, he's just as finished as the kid on the floor. The past comes screaming back with a vengeance, forcing him to face the brutal reality of the accident that claimed his mother's life. Shattering his defenses and leaving him exposed, he whispers a broken, yes, the sound of a spirit finally giving way. Looming over him like a shadow of judgment, the assistant manager remains unmoved, his voice cutting through the air with icy precision. The dam finally bursts under the pressure of the memory, as he chokes back a cry, the agony of the past becoming too much to bear. Releasing a wave of raw, unbridled grief, he sinks further into his own despair, the weight of the world crushing him into the ground. A tense gesture hangs in the balance, marking a moment of profound vulnerability before the scene shifts. Plunging the room into a sudden, chilling void, the narrative takes a sharp turn, leaving the echoes of the boy's grief behind. But the piece is short-lived as a new threat emerges, the word predator flashing in the air like a digital warning over the man's head. The stakes are rising as the scene tightens, the air crackling with an unspoken danger that follows in his wake. The authorities are on the move, closing in with questions, their expressions betraying the severity of the situation they've come to report. The hammer drops with a single, terrifying report, revealing that a bloodbath has just taken place at Chongyang Mart, changing everything. The hunt for the thieves is on. With the mart completely cleaned out, the police aren't taking any chances, demanding full cooperation as they hunt for the perpetrators. And the trail leads straight to this door, where the resident's eyes narrow in suspicion. He knows exactly why they're here, and he doesn't look happy about it. But the law doesn't back down. The officer keeps it professional, masking the tension with a polite request to step inside and have a look around. The door slides open, and the resident steps back. It's a silent invitation into a lion's den as the investigators move in to start their search. He lets them in, but the air is thick with unease. Every step further into the house feels like a step closer to a breaking point. He's playing it cool, offering a hollow thank you while he watches them like a hawk. The search is officially underway. They waste no time, fanning out to cover every inch of the room. They tell him it's just a formality, but we all know better. Wait, what's that? One of the officers stops dead in his tracks. His eyes go wide, he's found something, and it's exactly what they were looking for. Bingo! He calls it out, the stolen goods are right here. The mask is off, and the truth is finally out in the open. The realization hits like a truck. The lead officer can't believe his eyes. If the goods are here, then these people aren't just suspects, they're the targets. He's going for his gun. There's no time for questions. He draws his weapon in a heartbeat, ready to end this right here and now. Boom! The silence is shattered by a gunshot. Blood flies as the officer pulls the trigger, turning a simple search into a total bloodbath. The situation is critical, and the old man knows it. He was told they wouldn't come, but the danger is already breathing down their necks. No time to waste. A gun is passed over with a lethal glide. It's time to gear up or get left behind. The young man takes the steel, and you can see the resolve in his eyes. This isn't a game anymore, it's survival. He turns to his old man, begging him to come along. He can't just leave him here to rot. Then comes the bombshell, Jong-woo has been designated as a savior. Is he the miracle they've been waiting for? He's got the plan, and he's not taking no for an answer. He knows how to fix this mess, but they have to move now. But the father isn't buying it. He doesn't want salvation. He's done with this world and everyone in it. Looking at a photo of the past, he says the end of the world is actually a good thing. He tells them to go save what they want, but he's staying put. The old man walks away, leaving Jae-hyun standing there in the dark. It's a brutal goodbye, and there's no turning back. It's just like before. He realizes his father is following in his mother's footsteps. Some people just can't be saved. They head down the stairs, but the silence is deafening. Did they really just leave him there? Is this really going to be okay? Jong-woo stops and looks back. He asks if it's really okay to leave the father alone like that. The weight of leadership is starting to press down. The world is changing fast, and he can't help but wonder just how many creatures are being touched by these mysterious essences. Those cats know something, and the only way to find out what is to follow them deep into the heart of the city. Staying low and moving fast, he keeps a sharp eye on the cats, making sure they don't lose their only lead in this concrete maze. Wait, something's wrong. The cats have completely lost it, hissing and growling at a threat that's just around the corner. The tension is suffocating, and a terrified Jae-hyun can barely get the words out as he stares at the unfolding nightmare. Look at his face. He knows exactly what this is, and the sheer terror in his eyes tells you everything you need to know. There it is. An access road has just ripped open right in front of them, and that dark energy is absolutely terrifying. The air itself is warping, as the rift bleeds into our world, turning a normal street into a scene straight out of a nightmare. It's alive. That thing is wriggling and pulsing like some kind of cosmic parasite, and it's not stopping. It's getting bigger. Jong-woo is frozen in shock as the access road expands, and you just know things are about to get insane. The warning bells are ringing. A system message flashes with terrifying finality, the access road is activating, and anyone left in this town is as good as dead. Look at that grip. Jong-woo is white-knuckling his weapon, his mind absolutely reeling as the realization hits, there's no way they're ready for what's coming next. Boom. A massive, monstrous hand slams down, shattering the street like glass. The sheer scale of this thing is insane. They're paralyzed. Jong-woo and Jae-hyun can only watch in horror, their faces twisted in pure shock as the ground continues to tremble beneath their feet. Check out that maw. The creature fully emerges, revealing a terrifying, star-shaped mouth packed with razor-sharp teeth. This thing is a literal engine of death. It's moving. Jong-woo screams out a warning, but the monster is already closing the distance, its massive shadow looming over them like a death sentence. Wait, what? A command rings out, block it. And the cats aren't running away. They're actually stepping up to the plate. The cats are attacking. With a ferocious cry, the cats launch themselves forward. They're coordinating a full-on assault to block the monster's path. Look at them go. Claws out, fur flying, these cats are relentless. They're swarming the beast, hitting it from every angle with lightning speed. Hold the line. They're forming a literal wall. The monster tries to push through, but the cats are holding firm, refusing to give an inch. It's working. The monster is completely swarmed. It's actually being slowed down by the sheer tenacity of these tiny warriors. The battle is on. The street is a total blur of fur and claws. It's a desperate race against time to keep this nightmare contained. Look at that speed. One of the cats strikes with lethal intent, its claws tearing into the target as the coordinated assault reaches a fever pitch, leaving no room for the monster to breathe. Straight out of your worst fears, this thing is pure nightmare fuel, opening a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth in the darkness. But wait, look at this. A bunch of cats are just hanging out around it. Their little paws are making this creepy tapping sound. They're moving like they're on a mission, a whole sea of cats weaving through the dark while that tapping sound just keeps going. And then, a hand joins in, tapping along with that same haunting rhythm. Something is seriously wrong here. The piece is gone in a flash. This massive, dark claw just glides through the air. It's moving way too fast. It's a deadly strike. Those glowing blue eyes are the last thing you'd want to see before that claw hits. The attack isn't stopping, and now there's this voice booming out, telling everyone to listen up because it's not going to say it again. Jong-woo knows how bad this is. He's looking completely panicked, shouting at everyone to get out of town right now. He's white-knuckling his bag, cursing under his breath as that creepy voice interrupts him. This is getting intense. And just like that, it's over. Jae-hyun gets snatched from behind. He didn't even see it coming. Things are getting heated. Jong-woo isn't taking any more nonsense from the system, shielding his friend while demanding the administrator get straight to the point. And just like that, the threat level spikes. A massive claw rips into view as the system lays down the law, clear the road or die trying. He's on the move. Jong-woo leaps into the fray, the system explaining that he needs to drop a massive amount of essence all at once to break through. The pressure is mounting, and he needs answers now. He screams out, demanding to know exactly how much essence this is going to cost him. Looking around at the nightmare unfolding, the system drops the bombshell, every road has a different price tag, and none of them are cheap. But here's the catch. The system scans his reserves and sees a measly 128 essences. It looks like he's completely outmatched. The system is already counting him out, declaring that there's no way he can finish this with what he's got. It's game over, or is it? Wait, look at the counter. The numbers are going haywire. It's not 128, it's over 10,000. Jong-woo is absolutely loaded. The silence is deafening. He's just standing there, letting the reality of that massive number sink in. The system didn't see this coming. Talk about a power move. With over 10,000 essences, the system has to admit the truth, there isn't a single path in this place that can stand in his way. Look at that sky. Something massive is coming, and the atmosphere is absolutely electric with dark power. Right over the playground, the system drops a bombshell, 10,843. That's an insane requirement for any hunter. Jongwoo can't believe his eyes. He's staring at that number, realizing that this is the literal price of survival for this area. But check his own stats. He's only sitting at 128. The gap between him and that goal is a total nightmare. He's fought hard to get this far, shredding through monsters and shadows just to survive, but it still doesn't feel like enough. Wait, he's not alone. Something is creeping up behind him, a dark shadow that's definitely watching his every move. The energy in the air is changing, it's like a massive lump of pure essence just appeared out of nowhere. He's not backing down. He reaches for his blade, ready to throw down. No running away today. And then, the cat speaks. This scarred little guy looks him right in the eye and tells him he's actually the strongest one there. Talk about a plot twist. Jongwoo is stunned. Can this cat really see his true essence count? The game just changed completely. The truth hits him like a freight train. He can't believe what he's hearing, but the reality of the situation is about to get a whole lot more intense. The cat doesn't give him a moment to breathe, calling him a savior and demanding he start the fight right now. There's no time for questions, only action. With a terrifying growl, the administrator seals the deal. The door is closing, and the trial has officially begun. It's do or die time. He tries to stop it, but that cat is way too fast. It vanishes into the shadows, leaving our hero all alone to face whatever's coming next. Look at that number. 10,843. That's not just a goal, it's a death sentence. How is he supposed to pull this off? Standing his ground, he realizes there's no easy way out. The only way through is to fight his way across the entire access road, one monster at a time. And here they come. The first wave hits with a scream, and these things aren't playing around. It's pure, lethal intent from the jump. He's not backing down. He meets them head on, moving like a blur. He's carving through those dark shapes with insane efficiency. Every hit counts. Blue light is exploding everywhere as he collects those essences. The ground is covered in blood and glowing orbs. He's pushing through the carnage, but he knows this is just the start. This is going to be a brutal battle of attrition, and he's got a long way to go. The first wave is down, and the silence is deafening. He's catching his breath, but looking at the bodies, he knows the real fight is only just beginning. Everything is going south fast. He's backed into a corner with no way out, and the pressure is reaching a breaking point. Look at that fear. He can barely breathe as he looks up at the absolute nightmare descending upon him. This is it. That massive jaw is closing in, and it looks like game over for our hero. Time stands still. In this split second, everything hangs in the balance. He's bracing for the end, but something is about to change the entire dynamic of this fight. Wait, did you hear that? A command to protect rings out, and the counterattack is officially on. The atmosphere is cracking. Something massive is breaking through to join the fray. Boom. Look at that power. A shadowy beast just stepped in and is absolutely wrecking everything in its path. They don't stand a chance. The shadow is tossing them around like ragdolls. The tide has completely turned. He's just standing there in shock while this shadow entity dominates the field. Finish them. The order to kill is given, and the carnage is about to reach its peak. He's left speechless. Jongwoo can't believe his eyes, who or what just saved his life. The clock is ticking and the pressure is insane. Jongwoo is screaming for backup as that monster closes in. He's at his absolute limit, and he knows if he lets loose now, everyone is in the splash zone. He's begging them to kill it. The shadow of that thing is massive, and time is officially out. He's gritting his teeth, cursing under his breath because he knows what he has to do next. Look at that glow. He's pulling out a secret weapon, and the mana is absolutely surging through his hand. The power is spiking. The whole atmosphere is cracking under the pressure of this move. Energy flares. A massive blue slash cuts across the scene as he channels every bit of strength into this strike. That pen is vibrating with pure lethality. The light is getting blinding now, he's ready to blow this whole place sky high. He's screaming at them to move. He's trying to save everyone, telling them to get out of the way before he drops the hammer. Wait, what? The cat just tackled him out of nowhere. Talk about a total momentum killer. He's completely winded. That tackle just shattered his focus and all that gathered energy is starting to fizzle out. The administrator is literally pinning him down. The cat is holding on for dear life, making sure Jongwoo can't fire off that attack. Jong-woo is losing it. He's demanding answers. Why would the cat stop him now when those monsters are right there? This makes zero sense. The stakes couldn't be higher as the administrator drops a truth bomb, they're all going to die unless they act now. Digging its claws in, it makes it clear, stopping them isn't just an option, it's a necessity. Turning its gaze back, the creature barks an order at the essence lump to get in there and stop them. But the pressure is getting to him, and he fires back that he just doesn't have enough juice to shut down that access road. Then comes the ultimate sacrifice, as the administrator walks away, telling him to take their essences instead. He's losing it, shouting that even if he gathered every single essence from the dead, it still wouldn't be enough. The administrator isn't taking no for an answer, roaring at the top of its lungs for him to collect more. That one word hits him like a freight train, ringing in his ears as the gravity of the situation finally sinks in. With one last burst of energy, it screams for him to gather everything as the chaos begins to unfold. And then, out of nowhere, a swarm of cats lunges, completely covering the administrator in a brutal attack. They're biting and tearing, showing no mercy as they rip into the creature from every angle. Even while being torn apart, the administrator's message is loud and clear, get those essences and don't stop. Look at the shock on his face. Jong-woo is witnessing a total nightmare as the administrator screams that they're all going to die. And then, the horror begins. The administrator is being absolutely swarmed. It's a brutal, bloody sacrifice right before our eyes. But check this out, the cat is still talking logic. Even while being eaten alive, it calls this a rational decision. That is cold-blooded. Jong-woo is completely floored. He can't believe what he's hearing. How can anyone call this rational? The system guidelines are insane. It literally recommends dying near your comrades like it's some kind of tactical tip. But Jong-woo is done playing along. He snaps, don't make me laugh. He's gripping that pen so hard it might break. He's not accepting this. It's time for the essence lump. Jong-woo's eyes are locked in. He knows exactly what he has to do now. The administrator gives one last order, remember. This is the point of no return for our hero. He's the savior now. The job is his. No more hesitation, no more doubts. It's all on him. Look at that scarred face. The administrator is watching, waiting to see if Jong-woo has what it takes to finish this. The realization hits him like a truck. Is this why? He finally gets it. The sacrifice wasn't just for show. Here we go. Power up. Jong-woo slams his hand down, and the ground literally starts to shatter. The savior is finally making his move. The ground shatters as a massive pillar of light detonates, vaporizing everything in its path. A devastating shockwave ripples outward, tearing through the air with a roar that shakes the very heavens. Trapped at the epicenter, the swarming monsters are erased from existence, reduced to nothing by the overwhelming pressure. This is total erasure, a cleansing fire of pure energy that leaves absolutely no room for resistance. Even the administrator is stunned, watching in disbelief as that cold, calculated grin spreads across his face. But the destruction is just the beginning. The air begins to shimmer as dozens of glowing teal spheres manifest in the wake of the blast. These mysterious orbs hang over the scarred landscape, pulsing with a rhythmic hum that stands in sharp contrast to the carnage. The very atmosphere begins to stabilize, the chaotic mana being drawn into these anchors as the tide of battle finally turns. The numbers stop climbing at 10,843, and there he is, Jong-woo, standing tall over a literal mountain of defeated enemies. Look at the carnage. He's piled up these monsters like trash, all just to get the numbers he needs. He grips that needle tight. He knows exactly what has to be done, and he's not going to hesitate now. Someone tries to grab him. They're trying to hold him back, but it's useless, he's already made his choice. He breaks the grip and bolts. Blue energy starts exploding off him as he charges straight into the heart of the light. His eyes are literally glowing now. He's doing the math in his head, the exact price to shut this whole thing down for good. 10,000. That's the magic number, and he's finally got every single one of them. He slams it down. He plunges the tool home, and the whole place starts to erupt with pure power. The guys are absolutely losing it. They're watching from the sidelines, completely terrified by the scale of what's happening. Everything goes white, or blue. The sequence is live, and the entire area is getting swallowed up in one massive explosion. The countdown hits 0 and, boom. A massive surge of mana erupts, vaporizing everything in its path as the access road finally collapses. The shockwave is absolutely insane, leveling the entire street in a matter of seconds as the raw power overflows. Look at that silhouette. Even in the middle of that absolute carnage, someone is still standing. The dust starts to settle, leaving behind nothing but a trail of blue energy streaking across the gray sky. Check out the size of that crater. The entire road is just gone, replaced by a massive hole and floating essence orbs. Jae-hyung is completely stunned, shouting out for his friend as he stares into the wreckage of the explosion. Wait, what's happening now? The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife as they realize the scale of what just happened. The verdict is in. After a display of power like that, there's only one word for him, savior. And there he is. Standing right in the middle of the smoke like an absolute boss, surrounded by all that essence. It's not all good news, though. We're seeing blood on the ground and people down. This was a brutal blast. Man, look at Songtae and Sergeant Choi. They're completely out cold. The explosion really did a number on everyone nearby. The dust is still settling, but one thing is for sure, the world is never going to be the same after this. The dust hasn't even settled yet, but he's already moving, closing the distance to the fallen officer. Dropping down to his level, he takes a knee right in the middle of the wreckage, cold and calculated. Staring straight into the eyes of the wounded man, there's no remorse here, just the weight of what's been done. The sergeant is absolutely livid, his voice trembling with hate, as he mocks the very idea of this monster being called a savior. He doesn't even flinch when called a murderer, starting to explain himself with a chilling lack of emotion. He pulls out a glowing shard of mana, claiming that this destruction, is exactly what a savior has to do. The officer just starts laughing, a raw, broken sound, like he can't believe the sheer audacity of the man in front of him. Suddenly, the veteran snaps, drawing his gun in a flash, telling him exactly where he can go with a final, lethal snarl. He grabs him by the wrist, locking him in place, making sure there's no escape for what's coming next. The whole crater echoes with a massive bang, as he pulls the trigger at point-blank range. The bullet whizzes past his head, missing by an inch, slamming into the brick wall behind him with a shower of sparks. He's breathing heavy now, completely spent, staring at the gun in his hand as the empty shell hits the ground with a hollow ring. The frustration is absolute. As the flare dies down, Choi can only spit out a curse at the impossible reality before him. He's looking at a monster. There's no other word for it, as Jong-woo stands there, cold and detached, with blue energy swirling around him like a predator's aura. Look at those eyes, there's zero hesitation, zero regret. He isn't even listening to the insults, he's already moved on to the next phase. Everything, the destruction, the lives, it was all for this. The essences are manifesting, and that's the only thing that matters to him now. The harvest has begun. Jong-woo watches the glowing spheres gather, the true prize of his ruthless calculation finally within reach. The truth is finally out, and it's darker than anyone imagined. Can they really justify murder for the sake of the mission? Stunned by the revelation, Jae-hyun can't believe that a savior title was a lie this whole time. Everything they thought they knew was wrong. In the middle of that empty hall, he demands answers. The dread is building, what does this actually mean for them? Here's the cold, hard truth, a savior exists for one reason, to burn through essences and shut down those access roads for good. With a strange blue glow flaring up, he lays it out. To close the roads, they need a massive pile of essence, and they have to get it by any means possible. It's a brutal job, but that's what it means to be a savior now. There's no turning back. But Jae-hyun isn't buying it. He's fuming, desperate to find a way that doesn't involve slaughtering innocent people. He screams for another way. Why can't they just team up with the other saviors? There has to be strength in numbers, right? It's all about the math of the access roads. If they all work together, surely they can shut them down without the bloodshed. But Jong-woo shuts him down hard. Numbers don't matter. The system only works if all that essence is gathered in one single spot. It's all or nothing. Suddenly, things get weird. A voice from the past, or maybe the system itself, calls out to Seon-woong. He needs to remember his orders. And then, this. A pixelated Earth pops up with a cryptic, sorry. Is the planet itself apologizing for this nightmare? The truth finally hits home, and Jong-woo understands exactly what kind of savior the world is actually looking for. The system confirms it, he's rank 3 with the Termination Authority, and looking at his face, you can tell he's ready to shoulder the burden, no matter how dark it gets. Throwing hesitation out the window, he decides right then and there to handle things his way. Looking out over a field of glowing essences, he realizes that this nightmare is just the beginning of their daily grind. Those glowing orbs are all that's left, and they're the only thing that matters in this new world. Jae-hyun is absolutely losing it, staring at the carnage with a look of pure, unadulterated shock. His eyes are cold as ice, completely unfazed by the panic written all over his friend's face. He's already weighing the options, thinking that if his partner can't handle the heat, he's just going to be dead weight. He's standing right over the prize, asking himself if it's time to start the collection right now. Then, with a lethal shring, he pulls out a blade, and you know things are about to get very real. Wasting no time, he's a blur of motion, tearing through the urban landscape with a singular, driving purpose. The sprint finally comes to a halt right at the mouth of Sadong Station, exit 13, but the silence here is far from welcoming. As he steps onto the curb, he's met with a sight that would freeze anyone's blood, a total massacre right in the middle of the street. Bodies are scattered everywhere, tossed aside like trash after a brutal, one-sided slaughter. The blood is still pooling on the concrete, painting a picture of a merciless hit that didn't leave a single soul standing. Jong-woo takes it all in, his mind racing. Did someone beat them to it? Are all the essences already gone? He drops down to investigate, confirming his worst fears. This place has been completely stripped. He reaches out, touching the fresh blood, running his fingers through the red stains to see just how long ago this happened. The blood is still warm, it hasn't even dried yet. This didn't happen hours ago, it happened just minutes ago. His eyes sharpen with a lethal focus, clutching the evidence in his hand. The one who did this, they're still right here. Keeping pace with the chief, Jong-woo knows the clock is ticking. If the thief who swiped those essences is close, things are about to get very ugly, very fast. He's got to get his head in the game, sorting through every scrap of info he's picked up on the way. He needs to know exactly what he's up against, and what he can actually do. But his body is screaming at him, legs shaking with every step. It's a brutal reality check, his stamina is absolute trash, and he knows it. Checking his mana levels, he realizes that going all out has a massive downside. Sure, the power is insane, but that 3-second cooldown. That's a lifetime in a real fight. When the claws come out, he might not have enough left in the tank to protect himself while his gear is still reloading. It's a gamble he can't afford to lose. Staring down the monsters in his mind, the truth is clear, all the essences in the world won't mean a thing if he's too exhausted to even stand. He remembers how fast things can go south, knowing that if he just sprays and prays with his powers, he's going to get blitzed before he can even blink. He's got to stay sharp, no matter what, but right as he makes that vow, something catches his eye. Wait, what was that? They pull up to the mart, and even though the windows are smashed, that SU sign is still flickering. It's the only thing in this ghost town that looks even remotely normal. One look inside tells a dark story, and you can see it on his face. This isn't just a regular mess. Something went down in there, and it wasn't pretty. He checks his phone, 55%. That's not much time left when the world is ending. Every minute counts now. Jong-woo wants to head inside, but his buddy is like, wait, why? We already got everything we needed from your place. He's clearly not seeing the bigger picture yet. But he's thinking ahead, explaining that they need power banks and paper. Once those phones go dark, they're going to need a way to keep track of things the old-fashioned way. They step inside, and the vibe is immediately off. It's quiet, too quiet, as they push past the entrance and into the dark. Then, it hits him, his eyes go wide. Whatever he expected to find, this definitely wasn't it. The scale of the mess is just insane. The whole place is trashed, shelves are ripped out and tossed around like they weigh nothing. It looks like a war zone in here. Looking at the damage, you can just feel the raw power it took to do this. Everything is smashed, scattered, and broken. Jae-hyung is thinking out loud, asking if that janitor guy did this too. It fits the pattern of destruction they've seen before, right? But he's not buying it, pointing out that if the janitor had been here, the front door would have been leveled. This is different. He takes a closer look, and notices something weird. The place is a mess, but the actual goods? They're fine. Whoever did this was swinging wild, but they weren't trying to break the merchandise. The trap is set. Jong-woo puts his hands up, but don't let that fool you, this is all part of a much bigger, much deadlier game. Look at Jae-hyung, he's absolutely terrified. He can barely keep it together while his leader stays ice cold. But wait, there's a plan. He's not giving up, he's using them as scouts. They're going to trail these guys right back to the main hive. Jae-hyung is starting to see it, the realization is hitting him like a freight train. Is his partner really this ruthless? He's questioning everything now. Was that protection earlier just a lie? Was he just being used as a pawn in a much larger strategy? The truth comes out. He's calling him out on it. Did he really leak that info just to maximize the body count? That is cold-blooded. Just look at that face, no regrets, no hesitation. He's not even trying to hide it anymore. This is the true face of a survivor. Efficiency over everything. He says it like it's nothing. In this world, being efficient is the only thing that keeps you alive, no matter the cost. The scene shifts, and the world outside looks just as bleak as the conversation we just heard. Everything is falling apart. There they are, the targets are regrouping right where he predicted. They have no idea they're being watched. They're getting twitchy. Someone's starting to suspect they're being followed. The tension is through the roof. Eyes darting across the ruins, Jong-woo can't shake the feeling of being watched, even if the coast looks clear for now. Time is of the essence, and he knows they can't afford to stay out in the open a second longer. Suddenly, a voice cracks the air like a whip, nearly making them jump out of their skins as they spin around. Is this it? Is the nightmare real? The panic is palpable as they struggle to identify the source of the outburst. But it's not a monster, just a man out of breath, stumbling toward them with a message that clearly couldn't wait. The tension snaps into annoyance, as they demand to know why he's yelling like a madman when they're trying to stay hidden. They huddle up, trying to lower the volume before the whole neighborhood hears their argument. He realizes his mistake, muttering an apology as they shove him toward the entrance to get off the street. Talk later, move now. The shadows of the interior offer a temporary reprieve from the prying eyes outside. But from the shadows, Jong-woo is seeing the bigger picture, and it's a lot more crowded than he expected. He's watching, waiting, tracking every movement like a predator sizing up a herd. The numbers don't add up, so Jong-woo decides to go solo, telling Seon-woong to keep his head down while he handles the scouting. Tensions are boiling over. The old man isn't buying it, pointing a finger and demanding to know why there's no proof of this monster, and more importantly, why they came back empty-handed. But Jong-woo hits back. He describes the absolute horror of seeing people walking among corpses without a single weapon. It was so unnatural, so wrong, that staying to confirm would have been a death sentence. The old man just doesn't get it, scratching his head and sighing like he's dealing with children. To him, it's just a lack of effort, and he's not ready to believe in fairy tales just yet. Fine, he'll share his food, but he wants this reported to that person immediately. It's clear who really holds the power in this little group. Look at that fire in his eyes. He can't believe what he's hearing. Food? Rations? They're talking about lunch while a monster could be closing in to kill them all. The denial is real, as they cling to the idea that if they haven't seen it, it doesn't exist. Besides, they've got that person to protect them, right? What could possibly go wrong? Even his allies are losing hope, with a heavy sigh that says it all. These people are trapped in a routine of fear and tribute, thinking that as long as they play by the rules, they're safe. Business as usual, or so they want to believe. While some scroll through their phones, the old man is doubling down, telling everyone to just keep doing what they've always done. But wait, here comes the proof. One guy has had enough, shoving his phone in their faces with videos of the monsters. And just as the truth hits, a chilling sound rips through the air. Just when they thought they were safe, the sound of the door opening sends a jolt of pure adrenaline through the group. Heads snap back in an instant, every single person in that room freezing as they realize they aren't alone anymore. Out of the shadows comes a stranger, his sudden appearance casting a long, ominous shadow over the terrified group. The guy looks terrified, stuttering out a plea for help before anyone can even process who he is. Hands up, palms out, he's practically begging to come inside, looking like he's running from something much worse. The room erupts into whispers, nobody recognizes him, and in this world, a stranger is nothing but a threat. The verdict is in, he's an outsider, and you can practically feel the temperature in the room drop as suspicion turns into something darker. Jae Hyung is losing it, screaming about how this bastard found their secret base. He turns on Jong-woo in a heartbeat, blaming him for the breach and accusing him of bringing a spy right into their laps. The fear of that person is driving them crazy, and Jae Hyung's knuckles go white as he grips his bat, ready to do something drastic. He's charging. Jae Hyung is in the stranger's face, screaming about being followed and losing his absolute mind. Bam! He swings with everything he's got, convinced this guy is a scout for the monsters outside. This is pure chaos. Check out this guy's confidence. Chief Joe laughs off the competition like they were nothing, reminding everyone that their mysterious leader doesn't play around when it comes to securing resources. And man, the aftermath is brutal. We're talking a total wipeout. Whoever this bastard was, he thought he could sweep up all the essences, but he clearly underestimated who he was dealing with. The vibe in here is heavy. One word from the leader and everything changes. You can see the carnage left behind, this isn't just a hideout, it's a kingdom built on fear. Jong-woo is just taking it all in. The rules are simple, keep the food coming, and you might just stay on the leader's good side. But one slip up. Yeah, you don't want to know. Now here comes the real play. The man offers to put in a good word with the big boss, but he's not doing it for free. He wants the intel. He wants to know exactly what Jong-woo saw out there. Jong-woo saw this coming a mile away. This guy is trying to drain him of his value before he even meets the leader. It's a classic power move, but our boy is playing a much deeper game. Time to turn on the charm, or the tragedy. He plays the part of the broken survivor perfectly, talking about how he lost everything just to get here. It's the perfect cover story to keep them off guard. Wait for it, there it is. His eyes light up with that signature blue glow. The peak skill is active, and suddenly, the entire room looks very different to him. Boom. The stats are out. He's seeing right through them. 50, 30, he's measuring their strength in real time, and let's just say, they aren't looking too impressive. He's scanning the whole crowd now. Tens, nines, these people are barely holding on. Compared to what he's seen, they're practically defenseless. Even the tough guys are weak. 17. 15. It's like looking at a room full of level 1 mobs. Jong-woo is the only one who knows just how outmatched they really are. Audit complete. He's got everyone's number now. They think they're the ones in control, but with this kind of intel, Jong-woo is the one holding all the cards. Doing the math, the total power in this room is barely hitting 300. Which is pathetic for a group this big. Jong-woo catches on quick, these guys are just the bottom of the barrel, meaning the big boss is sitting on a mountain of essences. The thought of snatching some of that loot before the boss shows up starts to look real good, just as a blue light starts flickering from his side. But then, out of nowhere, a massive spike of energy hits him like a truck, and he's left reeling as his essence starts going haywire. The glow gets blinding, practically searing through his shirt, crackling with a power that's totally out of control. He's panicking now, wondering if he's pushed the activation too far, his face twisting as he fights to keep the lid on this explosion. It hits him, just thinking about stealing triggered this mess, and now he's scrambling to shut it down before everyone in the room sees him glowing like a beacon. The pain is too much, and he drops to the floor, making the guy next to him jump back, totally confused by what's happening. The chief rushes over, looking genuinely worried, asking if he's hurt or if he's just having some kind of breakdown. Clenching his jaw against the pressure building inside, he knows he can't make a move yet, not while he's this unstable. He's gotta get a grip, at least until he can see exactly what kind of heat the leader is packing. Thinking it's just a medical emergency, the old man reaches out, convinced he's just seeing a bad case of shock. Everything is about to change as that tiny device starts glowing with a power that shouldn't even exist. Look at the fear in his eyes. Chief Joe realizes way too late that he's standing right in the splash zone of something monstrous. The whole room just lights up. This isn't just a little spark, it's a full-blown mana surge that's about to level the place. It's spreading fast, sweeping across the floor like a tidal wave of pure destruction. He can't even believe what he's seeing. The sheer scale of this power is completely off the charts. Jong-woo is barely holding on. He's trying to keep it together, but this essence is way too much for one person to handle. And there it goes. The limit has been reached, and the whole thing is about to blow. Boom. The silence is gone, replaced by a roar of pure, unadulterated power. Look at that explosion. It's tearing right through the building, lighting up the entire city like a second sun. Total devastation. Nothing but dust and smoke left where that building used to be. He's still standing, but he's completely spent. That blast took everything he had left. The dust settles, and the only thing you can hear is a single drop of sweat hitting the floor. It's over, for now. The silence is shattered by a heavy, wet trudge, the sound of someone dragging themselves through the wreckage. Drip. 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 The rhythm is haunting, a visceral reminder of the carnage that just unfolded. The teenager's eyes widen, his heart hammering against his ribs as the realization of the sound's nature begins to sink in. He turns, expecting a monster, but what he sees is far more terrifying than any beast. Emerging from the shadows is a man completely bathed in blood, his clothes hanging in tatters as he walks past without a word. But he doesn't stop to explain. Jong-woo walks with a chilling, singular focus, his expression unreadable beneath the mask of red. Every step leaves a dark stain on the concrete, a grim testament to the explosion's fury and the price of his survival. He's a walking omen of death, moving past the stunned observer without a single word, leaving only the echo of his blood-soaked boots in his wake. The runaways aren't the priority right now. He makes a split-second call to stay focused on the real danger, confident he can clean up the mess afterward. But just as he turns, the air itself seems to scream. Something massive is closing in, and it's coming fast. A colossal burst of blue energy explodes into view, ripping through the environment with terrifying speed. The sheer speed of this thing is insane, leaving him barely enough time to even register the danger before it's right on top of him. He throws up a desperate guard, bracing for impact as the raw power collides with his shield in a shower of sparks and mana. A pained grunt is forced out of him, the sheer weight of the attack nearly buckling his knees as he struggles to hold his ground. His eyes narrow as the truth hits him, this isn't just a normal strike, he's dealing with pure, unadulterated essence. The bystanders are absolutely stunned, completely paralyzed as they watch the battlefield turn into a zone of pure destruction. As the smoke clears, he's still standing, but the air is thick with the scent of ozone and the hum of lingering energy. The atmosphere shifts instantly, because a new player has entered the game, and it's none other than Sang-hoon himself. He steps into the light with total confidence, igniting a mana blade that glows with lethal intent. Things are about to get serious. The crowd is screaming for blood. They want Sang-hoon to end this right now, calling out for him to kill the monster who took everyone else out. He's not backing down, staring straight at Jong-woo with a look that says he's ready for whatever comes next. The gears are turning in the assistant manager's head. Is this guy the leader? Is he the one pulling all the strings? He's locking in, focusing every bit of his attention on what's happening right in front of his eyes. Look at that blade. It's pure essence. He's actually shaping energy into a weapon without even needing a base item to hold it together. This brings back memories. His father used to handle essence too, but he used it like a string, totally different from this. It's all starting to make sense now. Everyone has their own unique style when it comes to using their essence. He's staying quiet, just watching, trying to figure out exactly how dangerous this guy really is. The warrior stares right back. His eyes are cold as ice, and you can tell he's just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The stakes just skyrocketed. Jong-woo is feeling the heat, realizing that raw numbers don't mean a thing when you're facing a real killer. Look at that speed. Sang-hoon isn't holding back, closing the distance in a heartbeat with a strike that could end it all. The sound of metal on energy is deafening. This guy is on a whole different level, proving that battle sense is just as important as raw power. He's studying him mid-fight. Our hero is soaking it all in, trying to download his opponent's battle sense and essence control right in the middle of the chaos. Talk about efficiency. He's putting everything he's got into that one weapon, making every single point of essence count. That sword is pure power. It's not about how much essence you have, it's about how you use it, and this blade is a masterpiece of focus. The counter is coming. He's figured it out. Every strength has a weakness, and he's just waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. Time for a little surprise. He's pulling out all the stops now, ready to turn the tables on this high-speed hunter. Here comes the big swing. Sang-hoon is going for the kill, putting every ounce of essence into one final, devastating blow. Denied. He's inside the guard. Jong-woo just completely shut down that attack with a move that's as smooth as silk. Too much momentum. That strike had so much weight behind it that there's no stopping it now, it's heading straight for the floor. Boom. Direct hit, on the floor. The blade stabs right into the ground, leaving Sang-hoon wide open for whatever comes next. Wait, what's happening? He's completely stunned as the momentum shifts in an instant. He's losing it. The opponent is barely hanging on to that essence blade as his power starts to flicker. Jong-woo sees the opening. He knows if he can just crush that sword, it's game over for his enemy. He's locking in, getting ready to drop a level of power that just can't be stopped. And there it is. He explodes with a massive burst of energy, charging forward like a literal freight train of power. Listen to that impact. A scream of pure pain rips through the air as his strike lands perfectly. He's getting blasted back. That confidence is gone as he's sent flying, his defense is completely shattered. Look at that trail. The smoke clears to reveal a glowing blue line where that absolute monster of a hit just passed through. He's not even blinking. Jong-woo is standing there in the middle of the sparks, totally focused and ready for round 2. The air is literally humming, just a reminder of the insane power he just let loose on this guy. The crowd is speechless. Everyone watching is just frozen in horror. They can't even process how strong this guy actually is. The battle is over, but the tension is just beginning, as the reality of the situation finally starts to sink in for everyone left standing. He steps into the light, cold and calculated, making it clear that this isn't about feelings. For him, this is just another day on the job. The survivors are losing it, screaming out their degrees and status like it's going to save them from what's coming next. She's shaking, absolutely terrified, begging him to see her as a tool rather than a victim, hoping her brain is worth more than her life. He just stares at her, watching as their pride completely vanishes, replaced by nothing but raw, unfiltered survival instinct. It's a domino effect now, everyone is jumping in, trying to outsell each other just to stay in the game for one more minute. The promises are flying fast and thick, an engineer literally putting his life on the line, offering up everything he knows just for a shot at survival. It's getting dark in here, they're even offering to be bait. They've completely given up on being human just to avoid the end. He's looking at them like they're crazy, realizing they're literally turning themselves into merchandise just to see another sunrise. He stands over them, watching them beg, and honestly, he gets it. He knows exactly what it's like to be pushed to the absolute edge. He's locked in, taking it all in with a level of chill that's honestly kind of terrifying given the situation. He shuts them all up with one question, asking if there's a doctor in the house. Looks like he's got a specific plan in mind. He's standing right there, looking down at them, and you can just feel the ice in the air as he weighs their worth. The survivors are starting to lose it, realizing that their desperate pleas aren't doing a single thing to move him. Then, with total coldness, Jong-woo drops the hammer, telling them straight up that since there's no doctor, they're useless to him. He pulls out that pen and it starts glowing with this insane blue energy, looking more like a high-tech weapon than something you'd write with. One girl tries to scream no, but it's too late, this massive wave of dark power just swallows everything in its path. The blast is absolute, just a total whiteout of destruction that wipes the floor with them. When the smoke clears, he's just standing there in the middle of a crater, completely unfazed by what he just did. Look at those blue orbs floating around, that's all that's left of those people, just pure essence for the taking. He's not wasting any time, walking right up to the last bit of essence to finish the job. He just stomps on it, shattering that last orb and soaking up every bit of that power. And then, the system chime hits. A big "congratulations" pops up right in front of him like he just won a game. He's just staring at the screen, looking totally exhausted now that the adrenaline is finally starting to wear off. Shock washes over him as the system flares to life, delivering the news he's been waiting for. The Pathfinder application is officially permitted, and he is about to step into a whole new level of power. Time to put Pathfinder to work. The system boots up with a dual-mode interface, forcing a choice between tracking access roads or hunting for essences, and it's limited to 30 roads at a time. The data starts pouring in, sorting every single target by proximity so he knows exactly what's closest. Going wide, the sensors are sweeping everything in a massive 10-kilometer radius. Wait, he knows that spot. The coordinates are locking onto Gangnam Station, and the look on his face says it all. Scanning the wreckage, it looks like he's in luck, nobody has swept up the essences in that direction yet. He's ready to bolt, knowing he needs to get there fast before the window closes. Hold on, something's not right. He stops dead in his tracks as a chilling thought hits him. He's the rank 3 savior, but that means the guys at rank 1 and 2 definitely have this same tech. They're out there right now. Now he's thinking big. Could he use Pathfinder to track down someone even more powerful than he is? The hunt is on. Diving deep into the mechanics, Jong-woo isn't just following orders, he's dissecting the Pathfinder system to see if it's tracking static locations or high-value targets packed with essence. With his rank 3 status flashing on screen, the system drops the truth, it only points to where the power is thickest, leaving the mystery of what's actually there for him to solve. He's already 2 steps ahead, realizing that if that arrow flips mid-journey, it means a bigger fish just entered the pond, and he'll be ready for it. Pathfinder locked and loaded, he's moving out with zero hesitation, the guesswork finally stripped away by his new tracking tool. The destination is set, and he's heading straight for Gangnam Station to see what kind of power is waiting for him. Just as he steps out into the ruins, Jong-woo gets flagged down by someone who sounds like they've seen a ghost. Sang-hoon is losing his mind, panicking about some blood-covered psycho nearby, but our protagonist just brushes it off like it's another Tuesday, telling him it's already taken care of. Left speechless by that cold confidence, he can only follow along, asking where the next stop is, and the answer is simple, Gangnam Station. Surrounded by a graveyard of cars and concrete, the protagonist looks out over the ruins, ready to take on whatever Gangnam Station has in store. Look at this absolute chaos. The morning rush hour turned into a total nightmare the second the world flipped upside down, leaving the streets choked with dead cars. Weaving through the metal maze, our hero wonders if trekking toward the Supreme Court is actually the fastest way to get where they need to be. Thinking it over, it looks like they're gonna have to make a move, and fast. But wait, Sang-hoon is not on board, dropping a major warning to steer clear of the Supreme Court at all costs. And here's why, check the phone. A news alert is blowing up with reports of escaped lions taking over the court. We're talking actual predators on the loose and people getting hurt. Seeing the danger, the guy thinks it's time to take the scenic route. Better safe than sorry, right? But Jong-woo isn't running, he shuts that down immediately. He's not going around, he's going straight into the lion's den. Sang-hoon is absolutely losing it, staring at him like he's grown a second head. He can't believe what he's hearing. He's sweating bullets now, asking the real question, is he actually planning to throw hands with a whole pack of lions? But there's a method to the madness, those lions are dangerous enough, but if they get their paws on those essences, they're gonna level up into something way worse. He's gotta stop them before they become untouchable. Letting them buff up now, just means a much harder boss fight later. It's now or never. With that killer look in his eyes, he's moving out. Sang-hoon's terrified, but he's got no choice but to keep up as they head straight into the danger zone. With a sharp, calculating gaze, he locks onto his target, sensing something unusual about the stranger's presence. He noticed it, the way this guy tracked the essence count like it was nothing, proving right then and there that he's a player to be reckoned with. The tension in the air is palpable, and something big is about to go down. Suddenly, mana flares. The man in glasses triggers his system, surging with a blue aura that screams high-level power. He can't help but wonder, what is this guy up to? Why reveal his power now? With a flash, a system window pops up, and the real story starts to unfold. A message from someone named Youngji hits the screen, and it's a straight-up cry for help. The sheer desperation in those words catches him completely off guard. The messages keep coming, revealing a father's worst nightmare, he can't find his daughter. A missing kid? This just went from a curiosity to a life-or-death mission. He connects the dots instantly, that's the same place where the lions are roaming right now. The story checks out, especially for a rank 4 savior, but he's not buying it just yet. In this world, even the top hunters can't always be trusted. The system is absolutely blowing up. Messages are flying in from every direction, everyone's losing their minds trying to figure out where Young Ji is and who's actually bold enough to step up to him. Staring at the feed, he's completely stunned. The numbers just don't make sense, and you can see the gears turning as he tries to process this insane development. Think about this for a second, this guy was ranked 16th just a moment ago. Now, the system is telling a completely different story, and it's honestly hard to believe. The pace is just legendary. Climbing that many ranks in under 2 hours. That's not just fast, it's practically unheard of in this world. If this keeps up, we're looking at a new rank 5 before anyone can even blink. The momentum is just unstoppable at this point. You can see the look in his eyes, he's not about to let himself get left in the dust. He's thinking about taking the initiative and breaking this guy's spirit right here, right now. He's stepping up. Even with a crowd watching, he walks right up to them. He's making his move, and the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Look at this guy, Young Ji is sweating bullets but still trying to act tough. He's actually threatening to decide if our hero lives or dies later on. The nerve. Everyone's thinking the same thing, is this guy crazy? The big man next to him has had enough, and he's getting right in his face, demanding to know who he thinks he's talking to. The talk is over. Sang-hoon moves like a blur, shutting down the conversation by grabbing the big man right by the throat. He's not holding back. A blue energy blade flashes out, slicing through the air with terrifying precision. Direct hit. The impact is brutal, blood spraying everywhere as the energy tears through his defenses. Look at that power. The force sends the massive thug flying, surrounded by a haze of blood and crackling energy. The air is literally buzzing, the mana still arcing where that lethal blow just passed through. Wait, he's fighting back. Sang-hoon takes a hit, a pained cry escaping him as the dying man lashes out one last time. It's a total blowout. The energy explodes again, silencing the screams as the battle reaches its grisly end. Talk about a bloodbath, the street is painted red after that high-speed execution. And just like that, it's over. Jong-woo stands tall over the bodies, looking completely unfazed by the absolute destruction. No mercy shown. A final step marks the end of the line, the glowing mana fading away as the job is finished. The blue energy blades tear through the air with terrifying precision, leaving nothing but destruction in their wake as the dust begins to settle. Surrounded by his fallen allies, this man refuses to stay down, his sheer willpower acting as a shield against the inevitable end. Everything starts to fade to black, but the fire in his soul burns brighter than ever. He's gasping for air, fighting for every second he has left. A mysterious timer appears, counting down the moments as he roars that he won't die until he finds his daughter. Look at that resolve. Even with his life on the line, he's pushing past his limits for the sake of his family. But the assistant manager isn't impressed, staring down his opponent with a cold, calculating gaze that says it's already over. In the middle of a desolate wasteland, our hero stands his ground, ready for whatever comes next. His body tenses up, locking onto the target standing right in front of him. He drops a cold truth, making it clear that survival was an option, until they touched the essences. But the old man isn't backing down, claiming he's a savior too and understands exactly what's at stake. With a desperate resolve, he ignites his mana and charges headfirst into a final gamble. It's a futile effort, as the counterattack is already in motion, fueled by a power that refuses to be denied. The two forces collide with a deafening roar, light tearing through the darkness as their powers clash. The very air shatters, under the sheer pressure of the impact. Blasting the challenger back, as the scale of the explosion consumes everything in its path. The battlefield vanishes in a roar of pure energy. A massive mana burst erupts, completely engulfing the target in a blinding white flash. Even the attacker is stunned. Jong-woo can't believe his own eyes as he witnesses the devastating aftermath of his power. He's not letting his guard down for a second. Tightening his grip on his weapon, he prepares for whatever might emerge from the smoke. But the enemy is still standing. The rival savior is barely visible through the blue flames, gritting his teeth against the onslaught. The mana is out of control. Bolts of raw power arc through the air, illuminating the void with a lethal blue glow. He's being crushed by the pressure. The older man fights to stay on his feet, his body buckling under the weight of the protagonist's aura. The very earth is giving way. Crack spiderweb across the floor as the sheer density of the attack forces him down. He can't wrap his head around it. Shocked and desperate, he wonders how the essences could possibly be behaving this way. Wait, he's figured it out. Jong-woo realizes the secret, it's all about the density of the essences. It's a difference in technique. While his own power covers a wide area, this man is focusing everything into a solid, unbreakable shape. He built a fortress of mana, but even the strongest defense has a breaking point, and that point is right now. The shield is failing. Cracks spread like wildfire across the barrier until it completely explodes into nothingness. It's over. The defense is gone. The massive mana blast finally tears through, shattering the barrier like glass. Look at his face, he knows he's in trouble. The savior can only watch in pure shock as his absolute protection turns to dust. He's lost him in the debris. Desperation takes over as he looks around, trying to find where the next strike will come from. The battlefield is a mess, littered with the glowing remains of the shattered barrier. There he is. Through the smoke, he finally spots the young man waiting for him. He's going for a last-ditch effort. The older man charges with everything he has left, desperate to land a single blow. Too slow. Jong-woo is already on top of him. With a cold glare, he manifests an energy blade and intercepts the charge mid-air. Boom. The impact is insane. A massive pillar of blue energy erupts, swallowing everything in its path. He's getting vaporized. The sheer force of the blast sends the savior flying through the air. The power level is off the charts. The energy just keeps expanding, obliterating the surrounding area. And just like that, it's over. The light dies down, leaving nothing but smoke and silence behind. The dust clears, and there he is, standing tall. Jong-woo has completely dominated this fight. Right there on the ground, 3 massive blue essences are just waiting to be claimed. It doesn't make sense, the guy had almost 2,000 essences on him, so why did he only drop 3? But as he gets closer, he notices the color is way deeper than anything he's seen before. The moment he touches one, the energy starts flooding into him. And man, it's intense, a massive surge of mana just exploding through his entire body. His eyes go wide, realizing just how much power is packed into these things. Just one orb boosts his count by over 600. His total is skyrocketing past 3,000 as the system chimes in his ear. Then, the system chat pops up, and everyone is freaking out because their ranks are jumping up after that high ranker got taken out. But even with all the chatter, he notices something weird, the system hasn't actually announced that a savior died. The system is going absolutely nuclear. Jong-woo stares as the chat blows up. Every single hunter below rank 4 just got a massive boost, and they're all asking the same thing, what the hell just happened to the top of the leaderboard? Look at those messages fly. The hunters are losing their minds, wondering where the former rank 4 disappeared to. They know something massive went down, and the hype in the channel is reaching a breaking point. And there it is, the official announcement. A new savior has just entered the chat to take the spot. The system doesn't waste a single second, instantly crowning a new rank 50 to fill the power vacuum. The vibe just completely changed. Even through the screen, you can feel the weight of it. The environment is shifting, and the hunters can tell that the new rank 50 isn't just another name, they're a whole different beast. Jong-woo is absolutely stunned. He can't believe how fast the system is moving. His jaw drops as he realizes the world already knows about the shift, and there's no going back now. Time to move out. Jong-woo and Sang-hoon head down the road, leaving the police and the chaos in the rearview. The game has changed, and they're the only ones who know the full truth of what's coming next. The cat speaks in riddles, but the message is clear, essence is everything, and he has more of it than anyone could imagine. The air itself has changed, and Jong-woo knows what it means. A rank 50 beast is on the loose, and the environment is reacting to its presence. Look at those numbers climb. Over 5,000 essences collected. He's not just playing the game anymore, he's breaking it. Rank 2. He's nearly at the top, and he's already looking for a challenge. A lion, a beast, it doesn't matter. He needs to know exactly how strong he's become. They reach the Supreme Court, but the law doesn't live here anymore. Sang-hoon can barely believe what's happened to the heart of justice. The sky turns dark, matching the grim reality of the world they now inhabit. Order is a memory, and the horizon is bleak. This isn't just a building anymore, it's a sign. The era of law is dead, and the era of the strong has officially begun. The steps are painted red, littered with the bodies of those who couldn't survive the shift. It's a massacre, plain and simple. He walks right through it, unfazed by the death surrounding him. His path is set, and not even a sea of blood will slow him down. Sang-hoon can't look away, the sheer brutality of it all finally sinking in. This is the world now, kill or be killed. They're at the doors now, heading straight into the belly of the beast. Whatever is waiting inside, they're ready to face it. Into the shadows they go, following the trail of bodies deep into the Supreme Court. The real nightmare is just beginning. The doors creak open with an ominous sound, and the true scale of the lawless era's brutality is finally laid bare. Blood is everywhere, painting a gruesome picture of the massacre that just took place. They step inside, walking right into the heart of the carnage without a moment's hesitation. The entire hall is a literal graveyard, bodies piled high in a place that was once meant for justice. The smell must be unbearable, and you can see the horror on his face as he tries not to lose it. Looking at the mess, he knows they can't just wander around, the courthouse is way too big for a manual search. Why hunt them down, when you can just make them come to you? He takes a breath, getting ready to blow the lid off this quiet tomb. His partner is completely lost, having no idea what kind of crazy move is about to happen. Suddenly, he lets out a roar, shouting that the police are here, a bold-faced lie in this new world. He cups his hands, making sure every single monster in the building hears him loud and clear. He screams for survivors, setting the perfect trap to lure the lion pack right into his sights. The silence of the courthouse is shattered. A desperate cry for survivors rings out through the blood-stained halls. He's not holding back, bellowing at the top of his lungs while his partner looks on, wondering if they've just signed their own death warrants. The tension is through the roof. The silence that follows is deafening, leaving them wondering if anything, or anyone, is actually going to answer. Wait, did you hear that? A voice cuts through the dark. Someone is actually alive in there. They can't believe it. Hope is finally flickering back to life in this nightmare. Movement. We've got movement. Footsteps are pounding against the floor as people scramble toward the light. They're screaming for help. The sheer terror in their voices tells you everything you need to know about what they've been through. Look at them burst out. It's a group of students. They're battered and bruised, but they're alive. The guys are absolutely floored. Finding students in a place like this. It's the last thing they expected. But wait. He spots someone in the crowd. Someone who shouldn't be there. There she is. Choi Youngji is right there, crying her eyes out as the reality of being saved finally hits home. He can't believe his eyes. The system wasn't lying. The survivor he was looking for is standing right in front of him. The plan is working perfectly, and a sharp glint enters his eyes as he confirms the targets have fallen right into his trap. He knew they couldn't resist, and now the real game begins. Power surging through his veins in a visible aura, as the hunter prepares to seize control of the situation, his mana radiating outward like a warning to anyone watching. Listen to that growl. A pride of lethal lionesses is moving in, and they look hungry for a fight. They're coming down the stairs, closing the distance with cold, calculated precision. This whole place is a death trap now. The beasts are fanning out, cutting off every possible exit. Look at the power in those legs. They're coiled like springs, ready to snap at any second. Jong-woo is already counting heads. 6 lionesses, but where are the males? Something's not right here. The system kicks in. 40 and 39, those are the numbers we're dealing with. The rest of them are even lower. 38, 35, 31, the whole pack is visible now. Wait a minute. If they've been out all morning, why are the numbers so low? Something is definitely off. No more time to think. One of them just lost its patience and is coming straight for his throat. It's airborne. A massive blur of claws and teeth is coming down hard. Boom. The beast slams down, blocking the exit and trapping them right where it wants them. Look at those fangs. It lets out a low growl, ready to tear through anyone in its way. Total panic. The crowd loses it, everyone screaming and running for their lives as the hunt begins. Everyone is shouting to run, but one guy isn't moving an inch. He's just standing there, glowing with this insane purple aura while everyone else loses their minds. He's surrounded, but he's the one looking dangerous now, staring down the whole pack alone. Then, Jong-woo actually talks to them. He asks if they can understand him, and he sounds completely cold-blooded. He's not asking, he's demanding. He tells them to bring out their leader right now. The beast actually flinches. It's totally shocked that a human is talking back like this. But the shock doesn't last long, because it lets out a massive roar that'll make your blood run cold. The lioness goes for the kill, but he doesn't even flinch, staring her down with a look that says he's the one in control here. Then, he pulls out his secret weapon, a glowing blue crystal that starts humming with pure power. He clicks the shard and, boom. A massive pillar of light explodes into the air, lighting up the entire room. Sang-hoon is absolutely losing it, frozen in fear while a monster screams right in his ear. But our hero is unfazed, standing in the middle of a light show like he owns the place. The light starts focusing, turning into laser-sharp beams that fly across the hall. They hit the monsters like a ton of bricks, slamming the lead lioness down and pinning her to the floor. The blue energy locks her in place, and she's stuck, completely unable to fight back against that power. He looks down at her and says it again, telling her to stop playing games and bring out the boss. She just glares at him, letting out a scream that sounds like she's calling for backup. Then, a deep growl shakes the whole room, and he knows something way bigger is about to show up. The whole hall goes quiet, and the tension is through the roof as they wait to see who's really in charge of this pride. He knows exactly who's coming, and the look in his eyes says everything, the real fight starts now. Out of the shadows, something massive begins to move, its weight shaking the very ground. Stepping into the light, the king of the pride makes his entrance, looking every bit the apex killer. That growl is enough to freeze anyone's blood, a warning from a creature that sits at the very top of the food chain. Look at that face, this isn't just an animal, it's a monster with a grudge and the power to back it up. The monster actually talks, calling him out as a trespasser while the mana in the room starts to go absolutely wild. Check out those numbers, over 1100. This thing is on a completely different level of power. He's doing the math in his head, realizing he's staring down 1,000 essences concentrated into a single point. He's never seen anything like it. It's not just a shield, it's a barrier made of pure essence, and it's unlike any defense he's ever encountered. Looking to crack the code of this monster's strength, Jongwoo stays focused, waiting for the perfect moment to see exactly how those essences are being put to work. But the beast isn't about to wait around, obliterating the concrete with a single stomp as it explodes forward with terrifying speed. Tearing through the air with a barrage of lethal strikes, the creature moves like a blur, its claws leaving nothing but destruction in their wake. The momentum is insane, creating a vacuum of pure energy, leaving glowing trails behind as it closes the gap before anyone can even blink. Trapped in the path of that overwhelming speed, the young man barely has time to react, his own aura flaring up as he prepares for the impact. His mind is spinning just trying to keep up, unable to believe that anything could move with this kind of insane, blinding ferocity. With a roar that shakes the very walls, the predator lunges forward, jaws wide open and ready to end this fight right here, right now. The beast's massive shadow completely swallows him up, leaving absolutely no room to run as the distance between hunter and prey just disappears. In a brutal display of raw power, the creature's fangs sink deep into his shoulder, the sheer force of the bite enough to crush bone. The momentum sends them both flying backward, a total blur of motion as they slam hard against the ground. Pinned down by the weight of the monster, he's fighting to break free, but the monster's grip is like iron, its teeth locked tight. Even while it's tearing into him, the beast knows that if it hadn't used its own barrier, this crazy charge could have ended very differently. Trapped and under fire, he's gritting his teeth, desperately trying to figure out what kind of insane power he's actually up against. With those jaws closing in, it finally clicks. This isn't some shield, the monster is pumping essence directly into its muscles for maximum destruction. The beast lets out a savage growl, clamping down with everything it's got, determined to tear him apart right then and there. The pressure is off the charts, and you can practically hear the sound of his defenses starting to shatter under that raw power. But look at that face. He's not scared, he's realized that if the monster isn't defending, it's wide open for a counter. He's making his move, dropping his shield to almost nothing and channeling every bit of essence into his hands to grab that beast. The predator's eyes go wide. It just realized it's no longer the one in control of this fight. And boom. He lets it all out in one massive burst, sending that monster flying back with an incredible explosion of power. Boom. That hit landed perfectly, and now the predator is absolutely screaming in pain. Look at that damage, Jongwoo really put everything into that strike. He's breathing hard now, and you can see the exhaustion on his face. He gave it his all, but he's still on high alert, waiting to see if the monster stays down. He used a ton of essence on that barrier, but he's not letting his guard down for a second. He knows one wrong move could still be fatal. He's starting to analyze the fight, thinking about how the beast uses essence to buff its body. If he could pull off a move like that, his power level would skyrocket. Wait, what is that sound? The predator's leg is literally snapping back into place. It's healing right in front of him. Jongwoo is absolutely stunned. He can't believe what he's seeing. This shouldn't be possible. And just like that, it's back up. The beast is glowing with blue essence and looks like it hasn't even been touched. This is a nightmare scenario. He's thinking, no way. This thing had enough juice left to heal itself completely. Jongwoo is in serious trouble now. He's staring at a monster that just won't die. If it can heal wounds like that mid-fight, how is he supposed to win? The rules of the game just changed. Look at that face. The predator is ready for round 2, and it looks angrier than ever. Things are about to get intense. Look at that. The monster's healing factor is finally hitting a wall, and it's starting to show. Its legs are giving out. That massive paw just slides across the floor, completely losing its grip. And then, a voice breaks through, begging for mercy in a moment of pure desperation. It's standing right over its victim, but look at that trembling, the beast is shaking like a leaf. Even in that monster form, you can see the pure terror and fatigue in its eyes. Our hero isn't backing down, watching with ice-cold eyes as his own aura starts to flare up. It hits him hard, if he messes up even once, he's going to end up exactly like that. The tension is insane, two forces facing off while a life hangs in the balance between them. He knows the score, they need a doctor, and they need one right now. But then the monster speaks. It's actually thanking him, claiming it finally knows what it has to do. He's powering up. Grip tightening, aura exploding, he's ready for whatever this freak throws next. The predator knows it's over, its voice cracking in a final, pathetic plea, begging for a second of time that he simply isn't willing to give. As the air itself seems to hold its breath for what's coming next, the darkness swallows everything for one terrifying second. And then, he unleashes it, a god-tier surge of mana, standing tall as a pillar of blinding light that turns the entire room into a storm of power. There's no running from this, the sheer weight of his aura is enough to crush the very foundations of the building as the energy explodes outward. Look at that massive skyscraper against the darkening sky, something big just went down here, and the air is still heavy with the aftermath. Smoke is pouring out from the ground floor, marking the site of a brutal confrontation that's left the entrance in total ruins. Jong-woo stands right in the center of the wreckage, surrounded by the fading light of his own power as the dust begins to settle. He's checking out the crater, watching those glowing blue essences float just out of reach like ghostly embers. One cautious step brings him to the edge, the ground beneath him practically humming with the remnants of the fight. Peering into the pitch-black basement, he realizes some of the loot has already fallen into the darkness. But he's not sweating it, those low-tier essences aren't worth the trip down into the dark. Instead, he's analyzing his performance, realizing that just blowing things up isn't going to be enough anymore. It's time for a power-up, he needs to learn how to channel that energy inward to turn his own body into a weapon. Looking at the road ahead, he's hit with a heavy realization, there's so much to learn, and so little time to do it. Clutching his pen, he knows that just staying alive is a battle in itself, leaving no room for error. But then, a system alert changes everything, revealing that once this tutorial ends, Jong-woo Park can finally forge his own path, but only if he hits the massive goal of 10,000 essences. The shock is instant, and his mind reels as the weight of that number sinks in. He's stunned to realize that everything he's been through, every brutal fight for his life, was just a warm-up for the real thing. The counter hits over 10,000, and the reality is brutal, as he looks back at the mountain of enemies he had to cut down just to get this far. Surrounded by the glowing essences of the fallen, he's forced to face the absolute destruction he's caused. Sweat pours down his face as the horror sinks in, all that killing was just a kid's game, and now he's left asking himself the darkest question of all, how many more people have to die before this is over? The scale of the slaughter is finally sinking in, and he can't help but wonder, is he looking at 1,000,000 deaths, or 100 million? Every step forward feels heavier than the last, as the reality of what he's done starts to weigh on his soul. He was ready to be a killer if it meant staying alive, accepting that survival demanded a bloody price. But looking at himself now, he's realized he's moved past being just a murderer, he's become something else entirely. The darkness in his mind is suddenly ripped away by a frantic voice screaming for his attention. Without warning, someone lunges out and grabs his arm, holding on like their life depends on it. The kid is practically begging now, desperate for a chance to learn from the man who just cleared the room. He's doubled over in a deep bow, still clutching that hand, leaving the hunter completely stunned by this sudden turn of events. The air gets thick with tension, as the silence stretches out between them. He finally spills it, confessing that after seeing that fight, everyone wants to be just like him. Jong-woo just stares, realizing that he's now an idol for the very violence he was just questioning. Sweating and desperate, the kid looks up with everything on the line, begging for a chance. Look at that pressure. The pen tip is literally digging in, turning a simple office tool into a deadly instrument of judgment. He's absolutely paralyzed. You can see the sheer panic in his eyes, realizing that one wrong move means it's all over. Jong-woo isn't even blinking. He's giving him an out, telling him that since his friends already ran away, he can just tuck tail and disappear too. He's basically telling him he's not cut out for this. Go home to your parents, he says, making it clear that this world has no room for someone who can't handle the heat. But wait. He's not backing down. A massive "no" echoes through the area, as he stands his ground against the man who could end him in a heartbeat. Something just snapped inside him. He's done being afraid, and he's making it known that he's going nowhere. He looks at the carnage around them and realizes the truth. If he goes back, he's dead anyway, and he'd rather die fighting than die like a dog in the streets. His resolve is hardening right before our eyes. He's done letting fear run his life. Jae-hyung actually grabs his wrist. He's literally stopping the attack, telling him straight up that he's not scared of a little test like this anymore. The fire is lit. He's shouting it to the world now, declaring that he's going to survive and become a hero. He's actually smiling. With a pen at his throat, the guy is grinning, showing a level of crazy resolve that you just can't teach. But Jong-woo just looks at him, completely unimpressed, and drops a truth bomb, "You're misunderstanding as well." Still reeling from the pressure, Jae-hyun can barely find his voice as he looks up, the weight of the situation finally starting to sink in. Walking through the wreckage, Jong-woo drops a bombshell. They aren't just surviving, they're expanding, and he's already looking for their next recruit. Stepping over the bodies of the fallen, the assistant manager makes it clear, they need a doctor. Raw power isn't enough anymore, they need someone who can patch them up when things go south. Stepping through the blood-stained path, the boy can't shake a nagging feeling, finally speaking up to address the strange reality they've just witnessed. Thinking back to that creepy black cat, he asks the big question, were those lions talking too? Or was that just a one-time thing with the feline? With a look of total calm, the man just nods. To him, it's obvious, of course they were talking. But he has no idea how much that's about to freak everyone else out. Jae Hyung is absolutely floored, realizing that while Jong-woo was having a full-on conversation, all he heard was mindless, bloodthirsty growling. The disconnect is real. It finally clicks for Jong-woo, and he realizes he must have looked like a total lunatic, chatting away with monsters while everyone else just heard the sounds of a slaughterhouse. Looking back at those numbered beasts, a new mystery emerges. If he could understand them, why couldn't they understand him? Something about this world's rules just isn't adding up. Deep in the shadows of a silent hallway, a new player enters the game. He's watching a screen filled with desperate cries for help. Someone named, Armed, is practically begging for essences, swearing up and down that it's not a setup. But the chat isn't buying it, calling him an idiot for such an obvious scam. Little do they know, every single word is being tracked by a pair of very dangerous eyes. The silence snaps when an underling walks up, calling out to the man, Team Leader Park. He barely looks away from the screen, listening to the update. The job at Gangnam Station is done, they've stripped the place clean of every last essence. A dark, predatory smirk creeps across his face, telling his man not to worry with a terrifying level of confidence. The mastermind finally reveals the play, admitting those messages were just bait he tossed into the savior chat. He's just waiting for the insects to start crawling toward the trap. Staring back at his digital fishing line, he's just hoping that whatever bites next is going to be worth the effort. The lackey is absolutely floored by the genius of a chosen savior, but the man just laughs it off, reminding him that he's only ranked 39th. If this is 39, what does the top look like? The mastermind behind the chaos speaks, making it clear that he doesn't get his hands dirty, he's the one who pulls the strings and sets the stage. But when it comes to the blood and bone, the dirty work is handled by someone far more lethal, a specialist in the art of ending lives. The air crackles with the aftermath of a slaughter under a blood-red horizon, where the static of violence still hangs thick in the cooling air. Standing over the wreckage, the enforcer surveys the carnage, proving that the trap has already been sprung and the harvest is complete. The chat logs were screaming for help, but something felt off. Jong-woo can't shake the memory of that user, Armed, begging for essences and promising that everything was legit. Walking into the heart of the city with his crew, he knows the truth now. That, definitely, was just a cheap word used to lure them into a corner. His eyes sharpen as he stares down the liar, dropping a sarcastic remark about how much he enjoyed the pathetic little fairy tale. And right next to him, Sang-hoon is looking absolutely lethal. The games are over, and someone is about to pay for the setup. Hold on, did they just say VVIP? The game just changed in a massive way. And look at the reaction. Jong-woo's eyes are literally glowing as the sheer weight of that status hits him. The orders are clear, show some respect. And check out that number, 6,812. That's a level of power we haven't seen yet. He's standing there like a boss, completely unfazed by the chaos swirling around his new rank. But wait, the math isn't adding up. Those chat room traps were just small fry compared to what's actually happening here. The squad is on high alert, trying to make sense of these crazy readings as the situation spirals. Time to bring out the big guns, the Pathfinder. It's scanning the area, and it just found a massive signal nearby. And look who's stepping out of the dark. We've got a mysterious newcomer entering the fray. Wait, what? The counter just exploded to over 3,000. This guy is loaded with essences. There he is, the real deal. This blonde-haired beast looks like he's seen some serious combat. He's the one doing the dirty work, the secret collector who's been cleaning out this entire sector. And that's when the truth hits home. The savior has a partner, and this game just got a whole lot more dangerous. The disrespect is absolute. He laughs in their faces, calling out the sheer arrogance of anyone thinking they could stand against a high-ranked savior with such pathetic numbers. Look at that backup. He doesn't even need to move, his gaze says it all, while that blonde-haired partner in the back makes it clear they aren't here to play games. The numbers don't lie. The representative is shaking as he looks at that counter, 1,883 essences. It's a level of power he couldn't even imagine. Now they're begging. The representative is losing it, practically groveling as he begs for a chance to present a proposal from DS. He's powering up. A proposal? He lights up a flare of purple mana, making it clear that any deal they offer better be worth his time, or else. He's literally laughing at them. He can't help but laugh, spreading his arms wide as if to say, "Are you serious right now?" The mood shifts instantly. The laughter stops. His eyes go cold as he demands to know if they're even thinking about the future, or just surviving the next 5 minutes. He's got them right where he wants them. They're calling him a real savior and begging for help to rebuild society, but look at that smirk. Jong-woo isn't planning on saving the world, he's planning on owning it. Look at that face, pure disbelief. The guy can't even process what's happening as his frustration boils over into a desperate fury. He's going all in. With a scream of pure desperation, he swings with everything he's got left. That purple essence is surging, carving a lethal arc through the air as he tries to end this right now. Boom! The impact is massive, shredding the environment as the sheer force of the blow ripples outward. A total whiteout. The entire area is swallowed by a blinding explosion of light and dust. He thinks he's won, staring into the smoke with wide eyes, just waiting to see the body. But wait for it, as the dust starts to settle, the mood shifts instantly. He's still there. Standing perfectly still in that blue aura, not a single scratch on him after all that. The silence is deafening, and you can just feel the sheer weight of the power gap between them. The guy is literally shaking. He poured every single essence into that hit, and it didn't do a damn thing. Now it's his turn. Jong-woo's eyes are ice cold as he charges up a counter that looks absolutely terrifying. And just like that, he lets it rip, a massive beam of energy that just deletes everything in its path. Everything goes white. The explosion is so massive it literally wipes the screen clean, leaving us wondering if anything could possibly survive a blast of that magnitude. But as the light fades, a mysterious blue orb drops from the air, clattering against the floor like a prize waiting to be claimed. The young man is still standing. He looks around, stunned by the sudden quiet, trying to process how he's even alive after that insane attack. As the smoke clears, we see him standing tall, completely unscathed, with that glowing orb following him like it belongs to him now. And then, the system drops a bombshell, revealing the impossible. Jong-woo is now wearing the collection of 10,000 essences. In the heart of the ruins, Jong-woo is on the verge of a massive milestone, with 10,000 essences finally within his reach. Right there, at his feet, a core of pure blue energy begins to thrum, vibrating with a power that demands his attention. He doesn't waste a second, stomping directly onto the core to trigger whatever comes next. Unleashing a violent mana explosion that rips through the air in jagged, electric streaks. He stands tall in the center of the storm, bracing himself as the raw power begins to settle around him. Suddenly, a digital chime rings out, and this weird, pixelated Earth mascot just pops into existence. He can only watch in disbelief, as the system drops a bombshell. The first person to ever clear the tutorial is finally here. That little mascot just keeps smiling, even as the world-changing message glitches and flickers in the air before him. The dust is finally settling, and he can't help but ask, is it finally over? Is the tutorial actually finished? But wait, something's not right. The system just said he's the first to have passed. What does that even mean? He needs answers, and he needs them now. He pulls up the system screen to see exactly where he stands. And there it is, in glowing blue and white. Jong-woo has officially claimed rank 1, smashing through the 10,000 essence milestone. Back on the ground, he's already crunching the numbers. He had 7,000 before, and now. He's on a completely different level. It's not even close. The previous rank 1 was probably sitting around 8 or 9,000, but he's just blown past them. Suddenly, the silence is broken. A voice screams out his name as his ally comes charging in, desperate to see if he's still in one piece. He just stands there, the new king of the hill, soaking in the quiet aftermath of his massive victory. Sang-hoon is losing his mind with worry, but for the man who just took the top spot, there's no time for small talk. He's already looking at the bigger picture. The tutorial is over, but the shock is just beginning. Sang-hoon can't even believe what he's seeing on his phone right now. Look at that focus. He's replaying everything in his head, trying to process the sheer scale of this achievement. He's realized the truth. How many people could actually pull this off? Jong-woo is playing a completely different game than everyone else. But the man of the hour isn't sticking around for applause. He's already moving on, ready for whatever the system throws at him next. Wait, the system isn't done with him yet. A voice booms out of nowhere, stopping him dead in his tracks. Even he's caught off guard. He spins around, wondering what the hell the administration wants now. It's payday, folks. The system is finally ready to cough up the rewards for that insane tutorial pass. He's thinking it over. Did he miss something? Or is the system just being unusually chatty? This is suspicious. The system was silent when things were going south, so why the sudden change of heart? He's starting to see the pattern. Is the system actually showing him respect just because he's at the top of the leaderboard? And there it is. On a dying planet, first means best. The system only cares about the absolute peak of human potential. The best. He's realized the true goal. The administration isn't just watching, they're scouting for the ultimate powerhouses. As the weight of the world settles on his shoulders, he realizes that humanity's only hope lies with those the world calls saviors. But something doesn't add up. Why would these administrators, entities from beyond our world, even care what happens to Earth? He doesn't have to wait long for an answer. The system screen flashes, ready to lay everything out for him right now. And just like that, the floodgates open. The system grants Park Jong-woo full access to every essence function, and the power surge is absolutely insane. He can feel it in his bones. It's like a massive wave of raw power is literally forcing its way into his body. His hand starts to glow with an intense light. It's weird, but at the same time, it feels right, like this power was always meant to be a part of him. With Manifest and Strengthen now in his arsenal, the pieces of the puzzle are finally starting to fall into place. He knows this power. This is the exact same manifestation ability that the rank 4 hunter was using. He looks down at the energy surging through his hand. It's time to see exactly what he can do with this new level of strength. The energy flares up. This is it, the moment he evolves into something way beyond just a normal human. Check this out. The same insane physical buff used by the Lion of the Supreme Court is now flowing through his veins, and you can see that electric blue energy literally exploding from his very footsteps. It's a total transformation as that violent aura wraps around his entire body, and he can feel every single essence function finally clicking into place. This isn't just a one-trick pony anymore, he's just realized he can stack every single one of these powers at the same time. From the sidelines, Jae Hyang is absolutely losing it, recognizing that legendary power and wondering if our boy has actually mastered the whole damn set. The very air is screaming under the pressure of this transformation, with energy flaring out in these insane, jagged streaks of light. Leaving the observer to wonder if the man standing there has finally evolved past the limits of a mere human. Every single move he makes is now heavy with precision, his stance shifting with the pure grace of a top-tier predator. As his gaze sharpens to a razor's edge, his eyes burning with that cold, piercing light of the system's ultimate gift. A hesitant call of his name goes completely ignored, as his associate just stands there sweating, totally intimidated by the sheer presence of this monster. He stays silent, lost in the insane flood of sensory input hitting his brain, his face a total mask as he adjusts to this new level of reality. The whole world has gone hyper-vivid, and he can hear Sean Woong's footsteps echoing like they're right inside his own ear. Flexing his hand, he realizes the truth, this isn't just a strength buff, it's a total evolution of all 5 senses. Even with all that power, there's a limit, and as Jong-woo hits the 5,000 essence mark, he realizes that raw physical strengthening isn't going to be enough anymore. The system is brutal with its logic, reminding him that no matter how much he trains, a beast like a lion is just built different, holding a natural edge in raw strength. Staring down that gap between human and predator, he grips his hand tight, knowing he's hit the ceiling for what pure muscle can do. But wait, the system has a massive curveball for him. Since he's officially rank 1, he's just been granted the legendary title of Savior, and the rewards are about to get insane. He's now got the power to shut down access roads, but the real kicker is the arc, he's just been granted access to it, and you can tell he knows this is a game changer. Looking at that notification, Jong-woo knows there's no way the system is just giving him a regular boat. This arc has to be something much more powerful. Think back to the legend of Noah's Ark, the ultimate survival vessel meant to carry the seeds of a new world through the storm. The last line of defense, before the entire planet was wiped clean by the flood. Check this out. The arc system is finally explained, and it's a massive reward for any savior who manages to shut down an access road. This power lets him pick 10 companions, humans or animals, for every single road he clears out. From a tiny cat to a literal lion, anyone chosen for the arc gets a massive, life-saving buff. Once they're passengers, they basically turn invisible to the monsters that have invaded Earth. This stealth mode keeps them safe, letting them hide right in front of the invaders without ever being spotted. But there's a catch, and it's a dark one: if the owner of the ark dies, the protection vanishes instantly, leaving every single passenger wide open to the monsters they were hiding from. Look at that, the absolute protection is failing. The darkness is closing in, and the safety these people once enjoyed is about to be ripped away. A blood-red seal appears, marking the exact moment everything changes. There's no turning back now. And just like that, boom. The barrier shatters into a bloody mess. The protection is gone, and the real world is crashing back in. The system doesn't mince words, safety measures lifted. It's open season now. But wait, there's a twist. Is the savior himself the ark? Is he the only thing keeping these people alive? Jong-woo is feeling the pressure now. You can see it in his eyes, he's realizing that he is the ultimate insurance policy. He's literally holding their lives in his hands. One wrong move, one slip, and it's all over for everyone he's trying to protect. Remember that weird question from before? About resetting the world? It all clicks now. The system was testing him because of the ark's power. But Jong-woo is still skeptical. Why does he need an ark if he's just trying to save the planet? There's something more going on here. And here's the kicker. Survival isn't just about breathing. If the systems that run our world are gone, we're already dead. That's the real challenge. Look at that intensity. The realization is hitting him like a freight train. Being the Ark isn't just a title, it's a burden that's about to change everything. Flashback time. The DS group wasn't just playing games, they were looking for a miracle. They needed someone to hold the pieces of civilization together after the world fell apart. And there's Sang-hoon, putting all his chips on one man. He really believed that finding a real savior was the key to making sure they could actually pull this off. But wait, there's a twist. The planet isn't just a rock floating in space. It's got a will of its own, and it's not satisfied with just surviving. The system is speaking for the Earth now. I want to live more. That's not just a status update, it's a demand. The planet wants to be a living, breathing ecosystem again. Talk about cold-blooded logic. The people on that Ark. They're just spare parts. The minimum infrastructure needed to jumpstart the world's recovery. Check out this digital blueprint. Humans, animals, the whole lot. They're all just data points in the system's plan to reboot the biosphere. The power is surging. But the cost is heavy. He's standing in the middle of all that mana, realizing that to save some, he has to let others go. It's a brutal trade-off. The weight of those choices is visible now. Those silhouettes represent everyone he's responsible for. Every life is a decision he has to make. He can't help but laugh at the irony. How ironic is it? The savior has to be the one to decide who lives and who dies. It's a twisted kind of mercy. The system doesn't care about feelings. It's all about the numbers. You need the right lives to board the Ark, or the whole mission is a bust. He's looking for a loophole. Standing in front of those ruined buildings, he's asking the ultimate question: is it possible to save the world without taking anyone on the Ark? Can he break the system's rules? In the dead of night, the silence is deafening, as he stares into the void, preparing to ask the one question that could change everything. Doubt flickers for a moment, but the system is listening, waiting for him to challenge the very rules of survival. The system doesn't hesitate, answering with a cold, mechanical certainty that shatters the silence. The unthinkable is confirmed, proving that the power to rewrite the future is now in his hands. The system drops a bombshell: no one is safe, and he realizes that he has the power to purge the Ark of anyone he chooses. But this isn't an easy out, and the look in his eyes says it all. He knows he can't just walk away from the burden of deciding who lives. Standing over the city like a god, he's forced to ask the ultimate question: what makes one person more worthy of salvation than another? He looks down at the world below, knowing that a single careless mistake could doom everyone left behind. The stakes are astronomical, because every name he crosses off that list is a life extinguished in the blink of an eye. And then, the system reminds him exactly who he is, flashing his status for the world to see: Park Jong-woo, the rank 1 powerhouse of the entire region. The road ahead is paved with shadows, a dark reminder of the cost of being the one who decides who survives the end of the world. Look at that massive fortress. The sheer scale of DS Electronics hits like a physical weight, leaving the team in absolute shock. They're actually going there. The headquarters stands tall, a silent giant of glass and steel that they're about to challenge. Wait. A voice cracks with hesitation, desperate for some kind of explanation before they step into the lion's den. Hold on a second. Sang-hoon isn't ready for this, stopping the protagonist dead in his tracks as the reality of the mission sets in. Isn't there a better way? He's practically begging to go anywhere else, suggesting an abandoned building instead of this high-security nightmare. Why go all the way there? The risk seems insane, and he can't understand why they're walking straight into the most dangerous spot on the map. But he's already 10 steps ahead. The answer is cold and calculated. He's already scanned the area and knows exactly what they're walking into. Total confidence. He looks him dead in the eye, promising that there's nobody around who can actually stop them. It's time to cut off the head of the snake. Jong-woo lays it all out: if they take down the ones pulling the strings at DS, the nightmare finally ends for everyone. The fear is real, though. Even with that logic, the dread doesn't go away. The sheer power of a company like that is enough to make anyone's blood run cold. What if they call for backup? He's thinking about the worst-case scenario: getting cornered by an entire army of corporate goons while they're stuck inside. Looking down at the absolute chaos of the blocked roads, the reality sinks in: they are completely on their own, and backup is a distant, impossible dream. With the roads looking like a graveyard of steel, anyone trying to reach them would be stuck until tomorrow morning at the earliest, leaving them isolated in the heart of enemy territory. Staring at the back of his leader, a chilling thought crosses his mind: was all of this calculated? This isn't the person he thought he knew. He can't remember him ever being like this, but maybe this terrifying new side is exactly why they've managed to survive this long. As they head toward the belly of the beast, the gap between them grows, not just in distance, but in the dark path they're walking. A dark question starts to haunt him, making him wonder if he's just trying to justify the absolute carnage he's witnessed. The guilt is becoming unbearable, and he feels a desperate urge to just stop everything before it goes any further. He reaches out and grabs him, fueled by a rage that's been building up all day, unable to stay silent any longer. Sweat pours down his face as the truth hits him, and he's terrified to realize that he's not the same person he was just a few hours ago. The air is thick with tension, as they both stand there, balanced on the edge of something they can't take back. The silence is shattered when he's called out by name, snapping Si-Woong back to reality before he loses himself completely. He turns back with those cold eyes, reminding him that they need to set up a rotation for the night watch. There's no time left for doubt. The tension breaks just enough for him to admit that even a survivor needs to close his eyes eventually. But the mission doesn't wait, and the massive DS monolith rises before them, a ghost of the old world. Look at the scale of this place, a glass fortress standing tall while everything else around it has turned to ash. Those lights shouldn't be on, yet there they are, flickering like a heartbeat in a dead city. The sight hits him hard, and Jong-woo can't wrap his head around how this corporate giant is still standing. Everything is gone, so why does this place look like the apocalypse never even happened? Size doesn't explain this kind of stability in the middle of total chaos is just insane. Just how much money did they have? The sheer wealth required to build a sanctuary like this is mind-boggling. Shadows move behind the glass, a reminder that while the world burned, some people never lost their grip on power. But Si-Woong sees it differently, dropping a truth bomb that wealth is only half the story here. This is the home of the geniuses, and you can bet they had a plan for the end of the world before the first bomb even dropped. It's all about the math, and these guys calculated a way to stay on top while the rest of us were just trying to breathe. As they push deeper into the facility, Si-Woong can't help but wonder, wouldn't anyone be vulnerable when they're shaking in terror? They say war is good for business, but this? Jong-woo knows this isn't just a battlefield, it's the end of the world as they know it. The stakes couldn't be higher, and he wonders if even the mighty DS group can keep the monsters on a leash. It seems impossible, but they keep moving forward, their footsteps echoing in the silence. Time is ticking away, and the clock on his phone confirms it's already 9:38 p.m. He looks up, his eyes sharp and focused on whatever lies at the end of this hallway. Even a hero gets tired, and right now, all he wants is to be asleep by 10. No time for rest yet, as he stows his gear and prepares for the next encounter. The building is a fortress, and the shadows inside are hiding more than just corporate secrets. They've reached the gate, but two suited guards are standing in their way. It's time to see if they can get through. The guards at the checkpoint immediately sense something is wrong, spotting a lone man walking toward them with zero hesitation. Watching him closely, Jong-woo just keeps coming, his footsteps echoing with a chilling confidence. They try to play it tough, ordering him to stop and demanding answers while one of them desperately calls for backup over the radio. But he can already tell they have no idea what they're dealing with, it's clear these guys have never faced a real awakener before. His eyes lock onto them, and you can practically feel the lethal pressure starting to build. The vibe shifts instantly, and the guards realize way too late that they're in serious trouble. In a blind panic, the guard reaches for his gun, but it's already over. He's way too slow. A lethal strike tears through the air before he can even aim. The fight is over before it even started, leaving him standing there as the guard falls in a spray of blood. He doesn't even break a sweat, standing perfectly still while the gravity of the situation sinks in. He turns his attention to the survivor, who's absolutely shaking in his boots after seeing his partner taken out like that. With the radio still active, Jong-woo demands to know exactly who was on the other end of that call to Gangnam Station. The coldness in his eyes says it all, stating a chilling fact rather than a threat: there won't be any backup, because he's already made sure that radio is as dead as the man on the floor. Deep in the heart of the enemy's lair, the air crackles with the aftermath of a silent, deadly strike. Standing tall over the wreckage, Jong-woo grips a blade of pure, azure light, while glowing orbs of power drift around him like trophies. The alarm is raised. A frantic voice screams into the radio, reporting that the lobby has been breached. Total chaos breaks out, and the security team is losing it, screaming for backup as the emergency hits red alert. The heavy hitters are moving in, sprinting through the halls with one goal in mind: taking down the intruder. You can hear the boots hitting the floor, a steady, heavy beat that signals the end of the line for anyone in their way. They're closing in fast, moving with military precision to corner their target before he can escape. This guy thinks he's ready, adjusting his gear and bracing for the fight of his life. Guns out, ready to fire, they've got him surrounded and they aren't taking any chances. Staring down the barrel of a gun, he doesn't even flinch, standing his ground with that glowing blade still in hand. But look at those eyes. That glow means trouble, and these guards are about to find out they've picked the wrong fight. Looking at the numbers, he's actually confused. How can these guys be so cocky when their essence levels are sitting at a pathetic 52 and 60? But then it hits him, it's the guns. They think those pieces of lead are going to make up for their lack of raw power. Safeties come off, and the air gets heavy. These guards are ready to pull the trigger without a second thought. You can see the fear in their eyes, even behind those professional masks. They know they're facing something they don't fully understand. A shot fires. The casing flies, but here's the thing, unless you've got an essence count over 1,000, a bullet is a death sentence for most awakeners. But Jong-woo isn't most awakeners. He stands his ground, that blue mana starting to swirl. He's not even breaking a sweat. He's seen it before, too many talented people ending up in the morgue because they thought they were faster than a bullet. Suddenly, one of the guards speaks up, his voice shaking as he asks a question that stops everyone in their tracks. The captain is desperate now, asking if he's a savior and begging for a chance to talk. He's realized they might be way out of their league. Jong-woo isn't here for a chat. He pulls out a small device, his mana flaring up like crazy. It's go time. The power level just spiked. The guards are completely stunned, frozen by the massive pressure coming off him. And then, he strikes. One swing of his arm sends blue energy blades ripping through the air. This fight is over before it even started. With zero hesitation, Jong-woo unleashes a devastating arc of mana, moving with a speed that the human eye can barely track. The impact is absolute, obliterating the security detail in a single, overwhelming blast that leaves nothing but carnage in its wake. The air hums with leftover power, glowing spheres of mana marking the spots where his enemies once stood. Crimson splatters the walls, painting a brutal picture of the absolute dominance he holds over this battlefield. He looks back at the mess, not with regret, but with the icy indifference of a predator who has already forgotten his prey. Emerging from the smoke, he stands completely unfazed, the very air around him still crackling with the remnants of his mana. Without a second thought, he steps over the wreckage, his focus already shifting to the next obstacle in his path. He calls out to his ally, telling him it's time to move, and the teenager can only follow in stunned silence after witnessing such raw power. Striding deeper into the lion's den, he doesn't miss a beat, his confidence radiating as he and Seon-woong make their entrance into the main lobby. The lobby is massive and completely silent, a cold, modern space that feels more like a fortress than an office, with only a few staff members visible at the far end. His eyes are everywhere, analyzing the layout, noting every camera and every exit as he sizes up the situation with a single, sweeping glance. The path forward is clear but guarded, with the elevators and security gates waiting just past the desk, the only thing standing between them and their objective. The staff are already panicking, whispering to each other and wondering if anyone else is coming, their fear barely hidden behind their corporate masks. He spots it immediately, a telltale sign of trouble, realizing that the receptionist's stiff movements are a dead giveaway that she's about to make a move. There it is, the silent alarm, as she reaches under the desk and hits the panic button, calling in the cavalry before they can get any further. Security is on the way, but he doesn't care, knowing that even a building of this size won't have enough men to stop what's coming next. The calm before the storm hits, and the lobby is dead silent as the trap is set. The only question left is, has the backup finally arrived to face him? Jong-woo doesn't even flinch, locking his eyes on the target with ice in his veins. Then, the chime hits, the elevator is here, and the party is about to start. The doors slide open, unleashing exactly what they were waiting for. A wave of security guards pours out, ready to lock the place down and take him out. Guns up, fingers on the triggers, they think they've got the drop on him. But he's already 10 steps ahead, igniting a massive blue aura that lights up the whole lobby. Before they can even blink, he's already drawing blood, tearing through them like they're made of paper. He's a literal blur of destruction, weaving through the squad so fast they can't even track him. Confidence turns to pure terror, and you can see it in their eyes, they know they're outmatched. They're screaming in desperation now, trying to warn the others that he's already on the side. The moment the doors slide back, it's absolute chaos. The guards open up with everything they've got, desperate to stop the monster standing right in front of them. But look at this composure. He doesn't even flinch. That blue aura is like an impenetrable fortress, turning high-caliber rounds into nothing more than annoying sparks. Then, in the blink of an eye, he's gone. He blitzes right through them, a streak of blue light that leaves nothing but total devastation in its wake. He's actually bored enough to start strategizing. He thinks about dropping eject to wipe the floor with the rest of them, just casually deciding how he wants to end this. But then he realizes the catch. If he goes too hard, he'll wreck the elevators. And let's be real, nobody wants to take the stairs in a skyscraper this big. Time for a change of pace. He plants his foot, mana surging through his legs. If he can't use the big guns, he'll just have to take them apart piece by piece. He's playing it smart now. Every move is calculated. He's dismantling the security team with surgical precision, making sure the building stays standing while he works. He strikes again. His hand is a blur, trailing blue energy as he delivers a devastating blow. These guys don't stand a chance against this level of speed. Boom. The impact is massive. The shockwaves ripple through the hall as he finishes the job. The security team is done, and he's just getting started. Look at that blood. The stakes just hit a whole new level as the damage starts to show. And with a hand gripped tight over his heart, you can practically feel the desperation as he tries to keep it all together. But pain is just fuel for what's coming next, because he's found a reason to be absolutely determined. Jong-woo locks in, his eyes turning cold, staring down at the chaos with a look that says he's done playing around. The woman beside him is completely frozen, shaking as the pressure in the room starts to skyrocket. Her heart is pounding like a drum, matching the insane energy that's beginning to swirl around them. She wants to run, she wants to hide, but she's trapped in the gravity of his sheer presence. That word, determined, it's the only thing that matters now, as she realizes the man standing over her isn't the same person anymore. He reaches out and grabs her shoulder, a silent warning that things are about to get very, very loud. She lets out a gasp, cowering away, staring up at this blood-soaked warrior who looks absolutely unstoppable. She's out of there. She can feel the power spike, scrambling away before the real fireworks begin. And there it is. That purple energy is absolutely insane, exploding from his fist as he prepares to unleash total devastation. Look at that power surge. He's tapping into something massive, even with the blood dripping from his arm. The aura is insane. He's completely shrouded in this violet storm, a silhouette of pure, unbridled force. He's sweating, and not just from the fight. Jong-woo is reeling, realizing he almost let his guard down for her. He was shaken to his core in just a few seconds. The regret is hitting hard now. If he hadn't opened his mouth, she never would have had the opening to manipulate him like that. He's kicking himself for the mistake. The weight of the world is on his shoulders. He's looking out at the mess, wondering if this whole disaster is actually his fault. The guilt is real. Time to snap out of it. He turns to Sean-woong, locking in. No more time for self-doubt, there's work to be done. Sean-woong is ready. A quick yes is all he gives. He's nervous, but he's waiting for the lead. He's moving now. Stepping right through the sparks, he asks the big question, can you find the emergency alarm? He's looking for a way out. Wait, what? The confused youth just repeats it back. Emergency alarm? He's clearly not on the same page yet. He's not playing around anymore. Use it, he barks, not even looking back. Sean-woong is shaking, but he knows there's no time to argue. He's gotta find that alarm and he's gotta do it now. And then, it happens. A siren starts blaring, cutting through the dark like a knife. It's loud, it's constant, and it's calling every single enemy straight into the trap. The sound is everywhere, bouncing off the skyscrapers and shaking the whole building. The tide is about to turn, and everyone knows it. It's a relentless beacon, pulsando pelos corridors e neo diexando nenem canto intacado por seu grito ritmico. The tension is through the roof, the noise hitting a fever pitch as the final trigger is pulled. He hits the button. Boom. A massive wave of mana explodes outward, rippling through the air with terrifying power. Look at this. In the blink of an eye, the entire floor is cleared. Dozens of enemies are down, completely wiped out by that single move. Our hero is just standing there, glowing with power, like it was nothing. It's a total bloodbath. They didn't stand a chance against that kind of raw authority. The floor is stained red, and the threat is officially neutralized. Pushing through the doors of the president's office, Jong-woo makes his move, his blood-stained shirt a chilling reminder of the power he just displayed as he begins the hunt for the DS Group's deepest secrets. Scanning the room for any hidden leads, he barks out orders to Sean-woong, convinced that this office is hiding a secret rest area packed with the intel thereafter. As his ally checks the perimeter, the protagonist dives into the paperwork at the main desk, his eyes darting across the pages in search of a breakthrough. Tearing through the files with zero patience, he hits a wall. These guys are professionals, and every document on this desk is a dead end. The frustration is visible on his face, knowing that the DS Group's massive wealth and their twisted future plans are still buried somewhere in this room. But wait, Sean-woong's eyes sharpen, spotting a tiny detail that doesn't belong, his focus narrowing as he realizes he's found something big. He marches back to the desk with total confidence, catching the protagonist's attention as he gets ready to blow this investigation wide open. Reaching for a hidden latch, he grips the metal and pulls hard, the mechanical click echoing like a gunshot in the silent room. The wall gives way, and a massive door swings open, blinding light pouring out as the secret chamber is finally revealed to the world. Finally reaching safety, the lights flick on, revealing a room that's far better than they expected. With the darkness gone, they take a moment to breathe in the luxury of their temporary hideout. Stunned by the quality of the place, Sean-woong is caught off guard when his companion insists he take the first shower. Wait, what? He tries to argue back, thinking his friend needs the rest way more than he does. Then the truth hits like a truck. Look at that blood. He's absolutely shredded, and he knows he'll turn that bathroom into a crime scene if he goes in first. Seeing the damage, Xian Woong realizes there's no arguing. He agrees to talk strategy while they plan their defense for the night. It's a plan. He gives a final nod, ready to step up while his partner recovers. The adrenaline is gone, and now the pain is setting in. He's running on empty, barely able to keep his head up. He's out. His eyes close as he finally gives in to the exhaustion. Will he even wake up for his shift? The screen goes dark as the adrenaline finally starts to wear off, leaving nothing but the crushing silence of the night. Leaving Xian Woong alone with his racing thoughts, he sits in the shadows, watching over the man who saved his life. Names like the rank war and the arc swirl in his head, reminding him just how deep this rabbit hole really goes. Filling his chest with a leaden anxiety, he can't help but feel the pressure, even if he's only heard the stories. He looks over at the bed, baffled by how Jongwoo can actually sleep with all that intel in his head. It's a massive risk, since those essences are basically paperweights while he's knocked out. The sheer thought of what's coming next would have anyone else shaking in their boots, unable to close their eyes. But then it hits him, he was kept alive for a reason, to be the one standing guard when the heavy hitter finally hits his limit. Maybe for a guy like him, resting up is just another part of the savior job description. The man is a literal beast, closing down an entire access road in a single day is just insane. Which makes the memory of him begging to stay alive feel like a total joke compared to what the savior is actually doing. Standing next to a legend like that, it just feels like trash being the one who can't do anything to help. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife, and as that grip tightens, you can feel the weight of the world starting to press down on them. Lost in thought, Jongwoo is reeling. He's trying to make sense of it all, but the why behind this madness is still out of reach. Then comes the bombshell, as Jae Hyun reveals the government's new trump card, saviors with enough raw power to lock down the entire country's infrastructure. This isn't just a defense move, it's a trap. The government has been waiting for a reason to crack down, and now they have the muscle to make it hurt. Seeing the look on his face, his ally tells him to wake up and look at the bigger picture, the game has changed, and they need to keep up. Gripping that remote tight, he has to ask himself, if the government just landed the ultimate weapons, what's the very first thing they're going to do with them? The answer? Total control. These saviors aren't just fighters anymore, they're the new face of the law, being used as walking billboards for the government's absolute power. They're calling them public officers now, but it's just a fancy name for a leash. The government is flexing its muscles to keep everyone in line, but the real problem is only just beginning. Check out those numbers. The cost to shut down a single road is literally off the charts, and nobody even knows where the ceiling is. The tutorial was just child's play. 10,000 essences was the entry fee back then, but in the real world, the price is going up, and there's no discount. Look at his face, he's realizing the truth. Those essences aren't just loot, they're souls. To get what they need, people have to die, and the counter is spinning fast. Talk about a double standard. The state needs those essences, but they'll never admit to the blood on their hands. They can't condone murder, even if they profit from it. They're keeping the public in the dark. While the saviors do the heavy lifting, the officials stay behind the line, watching and waiting. The clock is ticking for these guys. Working for the government isn't a career, it's a death sentence. It's only a matter of time before they're wiped off the board. Use them and lose them. The moment a savior can't close those roads anymore, they're useless. The government has no room for broken tools. From hero to zero in a heartbeat. They go from being the nation's shield to just another former murderer that the suits don't want to deal with anymore. The mood just got real heavy. The truth is out there now, and it's colder than anyone expected. He's speechless. The man can barely wrap his head around it. All he can manage is a shaky "I see" as the reality sinks in. Wait, there's a twist. He's looking at the news, and something doesn't add up. Maybe they aren't looking for a savior because they've found a workaround. He's caught them in a lie, or a loophole. Jongwoo sees it now. They said block, not terminate. It's a small word, but it changes the whole game. Time to see what the government is really up to. Jongwoo clicks the remote, ready to tear apart the vague lies of the state's latest blocking strategy. The screen glows with propaganda, and the two of them watch as the news anchor boasts about the government's supposed victory over the rifts. The scene cuts to the front lines, where a reporter and a general stand side by side, selling the public a dream of safety that feels far too good to be true. Right in the shadow of the abyss, this reporter has the audacity to call it a safe zone, claiming people can live here without a care in the world. The camera zooms in on the nightmare, the literal gateway to hell that's been spitting out monsters, now being treated like a harmless tourist attraction. And just like that, the lies fall apart, as the rift explodes with red energy and monsters start raining down from the sky like a nightmare come to life. The soldiers are frozen in shock, realizing too late that they're sitting ducks, while Jongwoo watches the chaos unfold, knowing exactly how badly the government just messed up. Staring down the inevitable, Jongwoo sees the truth that the government is trying to hide, you can't just block a disaster of this scale with mere soldiers and fences. And then, the broadcast goes south fast, as the reporter screams into the mic that the nightmare isn't stopping, the monsters are just keeping on coming. Look at the sky, it's literally raining monsters. A massive swarm drops from the rift like a black tide, threatening to swallow the entire military line in seconds. Even with the world ending behind them, the government is still trying to sell this as a controlled operation, telling everyone to watch how they handle the situation. The commander on the ground isn't waiting for permission, clutching his radio as he prepares to unleash hell on the monsters dropping right onto their heads. He screams the order, telling his men to open fire and let everything they've got fly against the descending horde. The line erupts in a storm of lead, rifles barking non-stop as the soldiers pour everything they have into the sky. The first wave of bullets hits home, tearing through the air and slamming into the monsters with pure, unadulterated violence. They aren't letting up for a second, the sound of gunfire becoming a constant roar as the military tries to hold the line. The monsters are getting absolutely shredded, caught in a crossfire that turns their descent into a one-way trip to the morgue. It's a total bloodbath up there, teeth and claws flying everywhere as the military's lead storm tears the invaders to pieces. And now, the big guns are joining the party. A tank lets out a thunderous blast, sending a massive shell screaming into the swarm as the ground shakes from the power. Listen to that sound. The military isn't holding anything back, raining down a literal storm of lead as spent casings pile up on the ground like golden rain. The realization hits them hard. Jae Hyung is absolutely stunned to see that regular guns are actually working, but Jong-woo stays focused, already analyzing the situation with a cold, calculating eye. But something doesn't feel right to our hero. Jong-woo remembers how hard it was to kill just one of these things in the parking lot. He got 25 essences for that kill, so why does this feel so different? And just like that, the order comes down. Cease fire. The guns go silent, and as the smoke begins to clear, the true scale of the destruction starts to reveal itself. Look at that carnage. The dust is settling, and you can see the twisted bodies of the monsters everywhere. It's a total massacre. They didn't stand a chance. The swarm that looked so unstoppable just moments ago is now nothing but a pile of scrap. Human technology just wiped them off the map. The news is going wild. Reporters are calling it a miracle. Thousands of monsters taken down in seconds, the military is looking like absolute heroes right now. But wait, there's a catch. Jong-woo is looking at the bodies and realizing something is very, very wrong. All those kills, but where are the essences? Why isn't anything dropping? The truth is starting to surface, and it's darker than he thought. Those monsters. They don't just drop essences for no reason. Look at that face, he's putting the pieces together, and the picture is absolutely terrifying. It's not loot, it's theft. Every essence they drop is a life they've already snuffed out right here on our soil. He turns to his ally with a question that changes everything. What if these things are just empty shells, powered by the very lives they steal from us? Those glowing orbs aren't just shiny trinkets. They're the key. Do these janitors need our essence just to exist? The earth itself warned them. Don't let your essence be taken by anything that isn't from this world. It's a survival mandate. They aren't just monsters, they're a cleanup crew. A demolition service sent by the universe itself to wipe Earth off the map. Look at them swarm. Is the theft of essence their only goal? Are we just fuel to them? The news is all over it. The military is claiming they've seen the worst of it, that the gates can't handle any more than what they just beat. But the silence that follows is deafening. He's watching this from his room, and he's not buying it. Safety. Managed roads. It's all a facade, and he knows it. His eyes say it all. The military only has control while the monsters are coming through the front door. But what happens when they find another way in? The world is changing, and the old guard is terrified. The government is losing its grip. Their power is fading as a new breed of human rises to take control. Guns and bombs. They don't mean a thing anymore. Conventional weapons are a joke now. These awakeners have absorbed so much essence that the military's best gear is basically just scrap metal. The planet knew it needed something more. Earth had to choose its own saviors. It knew that human strength alone was a dead end against the absolute destruction heading our way. Everything goes quiet for a second, but it's that heavy, suffocating kind of silence. You just know something massive is about to go down. Then, the quiet is ripped apart. A voice screams out for Jong-woo, and you can hear the pure panic in every syllable. He's on high alert instantly. The look in his eyes says it all. He knows the talking is over and the real nightmare is starting. Jae Hyung is losing it, shaking as he tries to make sense of the madness. He's terrified, and honestly, who wouldn't be? His face turns to stone. He can feel it in the air. This isn't just another fight, this is something on a whole different level of dangerous. The pressure is off the charts now, like the whole world is holding its breath right before a car crash. Look at the sky. It's literally breaking. The heavens are fracturing, bleeding out this dark red energy as something starts ripping its way into our reality. Boom. The energy just explodes. A massive surge of shadow and blood-red light blasts across the horizon. It's absolutely terrifying. And there it is. The end of the world. A giant, swirling vortex of death is just sitting there in the sky. The demolition isn't coming anymore, it's here. Wait, is this still part of the plan? A jagged red streak tears through the air, leaving everyone questioning the reality of the situation. The news is losing it. The reporter and the general are stumbling over their words, trying to convince the public that there's nothing to worry about, but their faces say otherwise. Jong-woo isn't buying it for a second. He stares at the screen, his mind racing as he tries to make sense of the chaos. The vibe just went from bad to worse. The road outside is drowning in a dark, purple haze, and you can practically feel the dread thickening in the air. Suddenly, a noise cracks through the room. Both of them whip around, their hearts hammering against their ribs as they realize they aren't alone. Instinct kicks in. A hand reaches out, ready for whatever is about to happen next. Jae-hyung is freaking out. He realizes that sound wasn't part of the broadcast, it's coming from right behind them. Then, boom. A flash of light. The whole room is swallowed by a blinding white glare that leaves them squinting. And out of nowhere, this thing appears. It's a tiny, pixelated Earth mascot, just floating there like it's the most normal thing in the world. Jong-woo can't believe his eyes. He's staring straight at this digital-looking creature, completely stunned by its presence. They're both completely floored. The look on their faces says it all, this is definitely not part of the analysis. The silence is deafening. The janitor threat just got a whole lot weirder, and it's standing right in front of them. The silence is shattered by a digital ping. That pixelated mascot isn't just for show, it's here with a message for every resident out there. Brace yourselves, because the second day is officially here. The end is coming, and it looks like the universe has finally decided to pull the plug on Earth. This is the beginning of the planetary closure. Look at his face, he knows. Jong-woo sees right through those three simple lines. This isn't just a notification, it's a death sentence with a hidden meaning. The restrictions are falling, and he's starting to piece together exactly what that means for the survival of the human race. The floodgates are open. The monsters that were too powerful to enter before. They're coming now. Nothing is holding them back anymore. Check out this hierarchy. At the bottom, you've got the janitors. If these are just the cleaners, imagine what's waiting at the top of that pyramid. Even with guns, we're losing. These janitors are bottom tier, but they've already wiped out 6% of our resources. We're bleeding out, and the fight has barely started. The clock is ticking faster than we thought. Forget 41 days. At this rate, Earth is toast in 17. 17 days until everything we know is gone. It all comes down to this. If you aren't ready to die next to your comrades, you've already lost. The final countdown has officially begun. The stakes just hit an all-time high because, as he realizes, once that essence is gone, it's never coming back. It's a total defensive play from here on out, and the pressure is visible on his face. But while they're planning, the world outside is already going to hell. The news is screaming for everyone to get back as the military loses its grip on the situation. And then, everything changes. The sky turns a deep, bloody red as something massive drops from the clouds. The soldiers are losing it, screaming for everyone to shoot, but it's coming down way too fast. Back at the monitors, he can't believe what he's seeing. This isn't just a skirmish anymore, the violence has spiked to a level that's absolutely insane. You can see the gears turning in his head. He's thinking, is it possible? Could this really be happening right now? The look on his face says it all, he knows something we don't. The sound is deafening, like the world is being torn apart. Debris is flying everywhere as that shadow gets bigger and bigger, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Boom. The impact is massive. A wall of dust and pure pressure explodes outward as the object hits the ground. It's like a bomb went off, and the soldiers are right in the splash zone. Look at those guys, they're frozen. They're just staring up at this thing, completely paralyzed. When the dust starts to clear, the real nightmare is finally standing right in front of them. The battlefield is a nightmare. A lone survivor struggles to hold on as the sky bleeds red, the sheer weight of the disaster pressing down on them. And just like that, hope is extinguished. A final, desperate plea is silenced by a brutal strike that leaves no room for survival. The screen goes dark, but the image of that carnage is burned into the mind, a terrifying glimpse of the power they're up against. Then, total blackout. The broadcast is severed, replaced by a deafening beep that signals the end of the transmission and the start of a new crisis. Nothing but static remains, a cold, artificial wall of color that hides the true extent of the horror unfolding outside. Back in the room, the shock is palpable. Jae-hyun can barely find the words, his voice shaking as he asks if his leader saw the same nightmare. They're frozen in place, staring at a dead screen while the weight of the world settles on their shoulders. Just what kind of monster could do that? Jong-woo grips the remote tight, his mind racing. This isn't just another monster, something stronger than a janitor has just entered the game. The limits have dropped, and the floodgates are open. The rules that kept them safe are gone, and the real threat is finally here. Jae-hyun is losing it. A monster stronger than a janitor? It's impossible, yet it's happening right before his eyes. The silence is deafening, but beneath it, a new resolve is forming. The time for panic is over, the time for action is now. Our hero locks in. To survive these trespassers, he'll have to push past every limit. The real battle starts now. The stakes just hit a whole new level, because in this world, you either awaken and fight, or you're just another casualty in the making. But wait, there's a loophole, the Arkansas. It's the ultimate safe haven, but only if you're strong enough to secure a spot on board. And the best part? Once you're on the Ark, you're off the grid. No tracking, no eyes on you, but with limited seats, the competition is going to be brutal. You can see the gears turning now, as he starts to realize that the game has changed, and he needs to stay 3 steps ahead. Boom. Just like that, the system chimes in, triggering special rewards for the top players who are actually leading the charge. He's caught completely off guard, watching as the system prepares to drop a massive bombshell right in front of him. And there it is, the confirmation we've been waiting for, Park Jong-woo is officially the rank 1 savior. The system is giving him the ultimate choice of a special benefit. But even he's confused, trying to figure out what a special benefit even means in a world that's falling apart. Check this out, a glowing, pixelated Earth appears, representing a daily power granted only to the number 1 savior. But there's a catch, once you make your choice, there's no going back. It's permanent. He's calling out the system's logic, wondering if these special benefits are actually just a curse in disguise for the entire planet. But the system isn't listening to his doubts, leaving him stuck with the ultimate question, why is this happening now? Then, boom. A massive data surge hits, announcing to the world that the top-tier saviors are officially on the clock. The stakes just got real, as the system confirms that only the elite few have the power to make this choice. Shields up. Protective barriers lock in around Park Jong-woo, as the system calls out the rank 1 savior to step up and take control. The clock is officially ticking, giving him exactly 10 minutes to make a move that will change everything. The silence is deafening, and every second that passes is a second he'll never get back. And here's the kicker, if he doesn't choose in time, the system is going to roll the dice for him. It's that same high-stakes pressure all over again, and he's got to keep his head in the game if he wants to survive this. Phase 1 is live, and it's all about the common special benefit, a choice that hits the whole planet. This isn't just his call, it's a global vote where the majority of rank 1 saviors decide the fate of everyone. With screens flashing all around him, he's ready to cast a vote that's going to rewrite the future of humanity. Surrounded by the system's cold light, Jong-woo is absolutely floored. This isn't what he expected at all. Look at that face, he's staring at the screen like it's a death warrant. Are these really supposed to be benefits? The system is twisted. Option 1. Cutting down the termination time. Option 2. Opening an access road. He can't believe this garbage. Sure, a 30% speed boost sounds nice, but in a world this broken, it feels like putting a band-aid on a gunshot wound. And then it gets dark. Option 5 is a literal human sacrifice. The system wants a life in exchange for these perks. He's fuming now. Does the system really think giving them these impossible choices is some kind of favor? It's sick. The stakes just hit the ceiling. Everything they went through yesterday was nothing compared to the nightmare he's looking at right now. This is his life now. Every single day, he's going to have to play God with people's lives. The pressure is unreal. And the clock is ticking. 7 minutes. That's all the time he has left before the system decides for him. Wait, what? The realization hits him like a truck. He's running out of time, and fast. 6 minutes and 57 seconds. He's got to move. He doesn't even know how deep this menu goes or what other horrors are waiting. He's scrolling like a madman, hunting for anything that isn't a total disaster. The hunt is on. Looking at the board, Jong-woo realizes option 5 is the safe bet, if you can call a random sacrifice safe. He's thinking about home, calculating how his position in South Korea changes the deadly math of the system. The whole world is in play now, 195 countries, all part of this twisted game of survival. The odds are in his favor, a mere 0.5% chance he's the one who gets sacrificed. It's a gamble he might just take. But look at the other options, they're way too unpredictable. Options 1 through 4 are a total wildcard compared to the cold logic of number 5. Increased output. Reduced restrictions. They sound good on paper, but they don't give him the same survival guarantee as the sacrifice. He knows this is messed up. The rank 1 savior of a massive country would be absolutely livid if they were the one picked by a random roll of the dice. But what happens next? If a savior actually dies because of his choice, what does that do to the world? He's asking the big questions now. What happens to the essence of the fallen? Does the universe just swallow it up, or is there something more? Nothing but static. The system isn't talking. It's leaving him in the dark while the clock keeps ticking. Look at him, totally isolated, just one man against an infinite void, trying to make sense of a game that has no rules for mercy. No answers, no help, the system is stone cold silent. Jong-woo is on his own for this one. No more hesitation, he's ready to pull the trigger on a choice that will change everything. With a single touch, Jong-woo locks it in. Option 5. The random sacrifice. It's cold, it's calculated, and it's exactly what he needs to win. The moment he hits confirm, the whole system glitches out. Purple lightning tears through the screen as the menu literally shatters. But out of the wreckage, something new is born. The system is recalibrating, unlocking exclusive perks just for him. He can't believe his eyes, the window is completely different. Is this a hidden reward for making the hard choice? The system confirms it, these individual special benefits are his and his alone. Talk about a power spike. Check out the first perk, definite answer. His digital avatar pops up, ready to give him the edge he needs in any situation. This isn't just a hint, it's total control over the map. He can literally shut down access roads whenever he wants. Then there's descent. Instant teleportation for him and a teammate. He can drop in anywhere, anytime. No one is safe. And don't sleep on all sight. He can track down anyone, anywhere, as long as they fit his conditions. You can run, but you can't hide. Finally, we have incognito. This is the ultimate defensive buff. Trespassers can't even touch him first. He's always one step ahead. With these perks locked in, the game has officially changed. He's not just a player anymore, he's the one holding all the cards. Check this out, Jong-woo is looking at a literal cheat sheet of god-tier powers, including a sanctuary zone that shuts down enemy essences entirely. These aren't just perks, they're game changers. He's scanning the menu, trying to figure out which of these broken abilities is going to keep him alive when the real monsters show up. But wait, look at option 4, incognito. Why would the strongest savior need an option to hide? Something about this feels completely off. The realization hits him like a truck, if the system is giving him a way to hide completely, then the things coming through those gates must be absolutely terrifying. And just like that, the clock starts ticking. 3 minutes. That's all he gets to choose his fate while the system screams at him to hurry up. The pressure is mounting, and he's feeling the heat. There are way too many variables to consider and zero time to waste. He's running the numbers, stronger trespassers, access roads, the unstable environment, it's a lot to take in when your life is on the line. His stamina is hitting the limit, but in the middle of the chaos, he finally sees it. There's only one thing left to do. Locking in the one advantage he can use right now, he doesn't waste another second weighing the options. Reaching out to strike the shimmering interface, his finger hits the glowing prompt with absolute certainty. As the selection locks into place, the choice is made, and the power is finally his to command. Suddenly, an agonizing, high-frequency sound erupts, catching everyone off guard. Clutching his head in pain, Jong-woo reels from the shock, his mind racing as he wonders if his ears are simply failing him. But this is no ordinary ringing, because every tiny sound and flicker of light in the room is suddenly hitting him with the force of a freight train. Becoming impossibly loud, the sensory input is off the charts, flooding his brain with more information than he can handle. Seeing him struggle, Jae-hyung is immediately on edge, shouting out in a panic to see if his friend is still with him. As the noise finally fades, the ally asks if he's back, mentioning how he looked completely out of it, but our hero already knows exactly what happened. Looking at his own hands, he pieces it together, his senses were locked away during the selection, and now they're coming back stronger than ever. Facing the system screens, the feeling of seeing these windows is totally different now, it's like he's unlocked a whole new level of perception. The universe is literally bypassing his senses, hardwiring raw information directly into his brain. Reeling from the mental overload, Jong-woo is left feeling sick as the sheer weight of the situation hits home. It's a chilling realization, the feeling of having touched something forbidden, an entity that should never have been met. Suddenly, the air shimmers with a familiar digital glow. And he finds himself staring at a new set of system windows, his expression hardening with concern as the interface updates. A pixelated image of the world flickers on the screen, serving as a backdrop for the next phase of the system's cruel game. The announcement confirms that the elite survivors across all regions have finalized their special benefit selections. But the reward comes with a lethal caveat, stating that one person among the selectors will be murdered at random. The silence in the room grows heavy, the weight of the random death sentence hanging in the air. He wonders if the other top-ranked individuals made the same gamble he did, and how they will handle the chaos that is about to erupt. Messages begin to flood the interface, as the community of survivors reacts to the sudden turn of events. The chat log is a stream of condolences and cold calculations, with many assuming the worst has already happened to their highest-ranked peer. The atmosphere is thick with tension, and the system is about to drop another bombshell on the survivors. Everything goes quiet for a heartbeat, right before the world gets a wake-up call it wasn't ready for. Then, the hammer drops. The system announces that a top-tier savior has been wiped off the map, and the reality of their situation finally sinks in. You can practically feel the chill down his spine. The news hits like a physical blow, leaving him breathless. He stares at his hands, questioning everything. Is this really how it works? 1 minute you're a hero, the next you're just a statistic. The weight of it is insane. A top-ranked savior, someone who was supposed to be untouchable, is just gone. And here's the kicker. The system isn't even telling them where the guy was from. It's all about keeping everyone on edge. But wait, there's more. The system pivots instantly, granting a massive special benefit to Park Jong-woo himself. Check that out. A glowing eye icon pops up with a ×2 multiplier. This is a game changer, and he knows it. He's panicking now. He didn't even get a chance to choose when to use it. The power is live, and there's no turning back. Look at the scale of this power. If he can lock down all these special benefits, the game is over before it even begins. But there's a catch, a deadly one. One slip-up, one loss of rank for 48 hours, and it's game over for his life. But man, that descent skill. Instant teleportation is a total game changer. And then there's All Sight. He can track down anyone he needs, twice. Now he's got a real reason to fight tooth and nail for that #1 spot. The world is falling apart. The government can't stop the monsters, so it's every man for himself. Everyone is out there hunting for essences, trying to claw their way to the top. He knows he can't wait. He needs to find the real talents and bring them under his wing before they end up as monster food or someone else's pawns. Time to put that skill to work. He taps the icon, and the hunt for the ultimate team begins right now. The system is loading up, getting ready to scan the world for exactly what he's looking for. First question, who is it? The system wants a name, looking for a specific target to lock onto. But he's not looking for someone he knows. He doesn't have a name, so he's going to use the survey mode to find the hidden gems. Next step, how far do we look? The system needs a range. It's time to set the boundaries for this search. He's keeping it local. 5 kilometers. Close enough to reach them fast, but wide enough to find someone worth the effort. Now for the fine print. The system wants the details. He's got to think of every single trait he wants in his new ally. He's weighing the options, the pressure of the moment making it hard to pin down the perfect target. A hand goes to his face as the strategy takes shape, knowing that one wrong choice here could mean the end of everything. Realizing that in this new world, a surgeon isn't enough, he needs a true medical specialist. When you're dealing with essences, infections and viruses are the real killers, and without a doctor, even a scratch is a death sentence. That's why he needs a specialist who's seen it all, someone who knows how to keep a patient alive against the odds. But talent is only half the battle, he needs a survivor, someone desperate enough to follow a self-proclaimed murderer into the dark. He sets the age limit at 50, cutting through the noise to find someone who can actually last. In 41 days, this person might be the only one left with the knowledge to save lives, so they can't afford to die before passing that wisdom on. Any more conditions and he'll be looking for a ghost, so he locks in the search and lets the system do its work. The interface flares up as the conditions are received, and the hunt for a target is officially on. He's locked in, watching the data stream with intense focus, waiting for that one perfect match to appear. Wondering if the search for this vital new ally will be instant, or if time is a luxury he's running out of. The doors slide open with a mechanical hiss, and you just know things are about to get intense as the chime rings out. Not taking any chances, Jong-woo has his mana surging. That blue glow means he's ready to drop anyone who tries something funny. He bursts into the room, eyes darting everywhere until he spots the target waiting right in the middle. He's thinking, is this guy for real? This isn't exactly the welcome he expected. And check this out, the guy is actually on his knees. A high-level executive, just sitting there in total submission. He doesn't even look up, just drops his name, Kim Yonggian. He's the big boss of business strategy, but he's acting like a servant. He goes even lower with the bow, making it clear that he's not here to fight, but to beg. Jong-woo isn't buying it for a second, asking if they're really trying to play the pity card since their muscle couldn't get the job done. The power dynamic has completely flipped, with Jong-woo towering over the very man who used to call the shots. Yonggian looks up, looking totally defeated, and he owns it. He apologizes for yesterday's mess, admitting they're taking huge losses and he had no other choice but to come personally. Jong-woo knows the stakes are sky high, realizing this one talk could literally make or break the entire corporation. But he's still got questions, asking why, if this is so important, they didn't send someone even higher up the food chain. Taking it all in, he admits that the logic holds up, even if the circumstances are grim. While Kim Yong-gi doubles down on the stakes, he makes it clear that his own life means nothing to the people at the top. Staring down at the kneeling executive, Jong-woo points out that this is just his personal take on the matter. With a subtle smirk playing on his face, the executive suggests it's time for a more private chat. The elevator doors groan open, marking a change in scenery as the group moves out. Entering the lift, Jae-hyung joins the group, and the air grows thick with tension as they start to move. Crossing his arms, the young hunter starts breaking down the situation with surgical precision. He knows a man in this position wouldn't just show up here to commit suicide. His gaze sharpens as he demands the truth, wanting to know the real play behind this whole humble act. Looking right at the division head, Yonghyun drops the fact that he flew in by helicopter today, showing just how urgent this is. With a confident look, he brings up the 2-hour flight from Busan, keeping his cards close to his chest. As the lift stops, Jong-woo cuts to the chase, asking if that helicopter is actually for them. The stakes just got higher. Yonghyun isn't playing around, offering up private jets like they're nothing, provided the airport stay under their control. Thinking it over, Jong-woo knows that having wings in this world would put him leagues ahead of the competition. But there's a catch. He's not about to let himself be bought. No amount of luxury is worth becoming a corporate puppet for DS. The tension is thick. The executive can feel the sweat dripping. He realizes his big offer is landing just as flat as all the others. Inside the elevator, things get real. A burst of blue energy flares up as the system interface comes online, lighting up the whole car. As they head down, the executive is all business, bracing himself for whatever move the young savior makes next. Straight to the point. Jong-woo breaks the silence, demanding to know exactly where the chopper is and who's in the pilot's seat. No delays here. Yonghyun gives the word, the bird is on the roof and ready for takeoff. But wait. The elevator is almost there, but there's still one big question, who's actually flying this thing? Talk about a twist. The guy standing right there steps up and drops the bombshell, he's the pilot. Look at this guy. He looks more like a salaryman than a pilot, but you can tell this man knows exactly what he's doing. Jong-yu isn't playing games, manifesting a lethal blade of mana right at the pilot's neck. The man is terrified, pleading that he's the only one who can fly them out of here. He's realized that in this new world, his skills are the only thing keeping him alive. Look at that cold stare, he's already 3 steps ahead. Why waste time searching for a new pilot when he has one right here? He's weighing the pros and cons like a seasoned tactician. The executive is sweating bullets, watching this kid dominate the room. He tries to play the voice of reason, begging him not to make things more complicated than they already are. It's all about resource management. If he keeps the chopper, he saves his descent ability for when things really hit the fan. This guy's planning is flawless. The elevator hits the first floor, and the real power move begins. He turns his attention to the executive, ready to drop a bombshell of an offer. The doors open to a literal graveyard of guards. Standing over the bodies, Jong-yu gives him the ultimate choice, leave everything behind and join him, or rot with the company. What's it going to be? The corporate machine is still trying to grind away, as this executive lays out the perks of staying loyal to the company, promising more support for every heavy hitter they bring on board. But he sees right through the lies, calling out the cold truth that when things go south, those suits will be the first ones on the escaped ship, leaving the rest to rot. With ice in his veins, he shuts it down instantly. He's not going to be anyone's puppet, especially not for a bunch of corporate cowards. Every step he takes screams authority, completely flipping the script as they walk out into the open lobby. That word, puppet, hits like a physical blow, and you can see the executive start to sweat as he realizes just how much of his life he's spent on a leash. He's laying out a new world order, declaring that from here on out, they're the ones doing the hunting. Monsters, rivals, it doesn't matter. He gives the pilot one shot to get on board. He summons a mana blade right then and there, dropping the ultimate ultimatum. Join up, or he'll find someone else. It's a hassle, sure, but he's not begging. The pilot takes a second to process it all, caught between the comfort of his old job and the raw power standing right in front of him. And just like that, he's in, admitting that finding another pilot in this chaos would be a nightmare. He's ready to roll. He rips that lanyard off, cutting the cord once and for all. No more corporate rules, no more bosses. The ID card hits the ground with a thud, and Kim Yong-gi makes it clear, he's down to help, but he's got one condition that needs to be met. The deal is on the table, and he isn't playing around, manifesting a surge of blue mana that screams authority. Then, the executive drops his condition, revealing that his only price for loyalty is the safety of his ex-wife, demanding she be allowed onto the Ark. It's a shocker, leaving everyone wondering why he's still calling her his wife after the papers were signed. With a sharp gaze, he's analyzing the play, trying to figure out if this emotional attachment is a weakness or a strength. Reaching out with that glowing mana, Jong-yu Park presses for the truth, but the pilot admits he hasn't even talked to her yet, he just knows he can make it happen. He's all in, vowing that 30 minutes is all he needs to get her on board and ready to move. Staring him down, our protagonist sees a man who isn't flinching, even with all that mana flared up right in his face. This is the kind of heart he's looking for, knowing that if the guy has the guts to stand his ground now, he'll be a beast behind the controls of a chopper. The pilot is locked in, waiting for the word that will decide if he can save the woman he still loves. The power is surging, a cold reminder of who's really in charge of the guest list for the end of the world. And just like that, the deal is sealed, because in this new world, utility is the only currency that matters, and this pilot just bought his way in. Jong-yu isn't pulling any punches, laying down the law. If she says no, Kim has to walk away for good. No hesitation, no regrets. The pilot doesn't blink, locking in the deal with a heavy promise. He knows exactly what's at stake here. Deal's done, and they're moving out. But wait, Gangnam Station? That's not where the chopper is, and Kim is definitely feeling the confusion. The question hangs in the air, where exactly are they headed if not the roof? The mystery is just getting started. Jong-yu is locked in, leading the pack with that cold, calculated stare. He's got a plan, and he's not stopping for anyone. No more talk, it's time for action. They're going to pick them up right now, and that's final. Leaving the safety of the Ark behind, they're stepping straight into the chaos of the outside world. Look at this place, the city is a ghost town under a gray sky. It's eerie, quiet, and completely trashed. Windows blown out, buildings gutted, you can see the scars of the disaster everywhere you look. This isn't the city they remember. The damage is insane, shattered glass everywhere like a grim reminder of the violence that tore through here. Down on the streets, it's a graveyard of cars. People just dropped everything and ran when the end came. And then, bam. The silence is gone as they hit the ground running. They're here, and the real mission starts now. Touching down in the concrete jungle, Jong-woo leads his team into a world that's gone completely silent. Every step they take feels heavy in this graveyard of a city. Jae-hyun looks around, and man, it's eerie. He calls it exactly like it is, a total ghost town. There's just nothing left but the wind. He checks his phone, 9:01 a.m. The broadcast went out to everyone. By now, anyone with a brain would have cleared out or gone into hiding. Even with the warning, you'd think you'd see someone out here, right? But no. It's just empty. Wait, hold up. Jong-woo spots something moving in the wreckage. A flash of life in the middle of all that scrap metal. Clang, the sound of shifting metal cuts through the air like a gunshot. Someone is definitely up there. A survivor jumps down. It's a man, and he's got a kid strapped to his back. He's moving fast, like his life depends on it. He hits the deck running, not even stopping to look back. This guy isn't looking for help, he's looking for an exit. Look at the kid's face. Pure terror. That little one has seen some things, and right now, they just want to get as far away as possible. The team is stunned. They're just standing there, watching this guy bolt. It's not the welcome they expected. He's gone. Kim is losing it, he can't believe the guy just ran off with a kid in tow. Why wouldn't he stop? But there's a reason for the fear. A group called DS had this whole area on lockdown until yesterday. In a place like this, help usually comes with a price. He locks eyes with the newcomer, instantly realizing this guy is a complete outsider. And then, the system reveals the truth, a massive 441 essences hovering right over his head. The guy is clearly on edge, letting out a tense breath as he waits for the next move. Breaking the tension, he demands to know exactly where they're coming from. The stranger looks ready to bolt, his eyes scanning for threats like someone who's seen way too much. He finally speaks up, revealing they just escaped from Jongyo while the kid hides behind him. The air gets even heavier, the simple sound of footsteps feeling like a countdown. Checking the Pathfinder, the device lights up, pointing straight toward the chaos in Jongyo. Think about it, if a guy with 400 essences is running for his life, Jongyo must be a literal hellscape. The guy sounds desperate, just begging for a chance to get through and put some distance between them and that place. But look at the kid, he's got an essence too. Even the children are being forced to play this twisted game. It's insane, this man actually made the child go through the survey just to survive. Starting off with a heavy heart, we see a memory of a father's promise. Dad will be right back, he says, but in this world, promises are as fragile as glass. But the peace doesn't last long. The sound of a bag shifting, something is coming, and it's coming fast. Zhong is on high alert. He stares down the suit, sensing the killing intent rising in the air. This isn't just a conversation anymore. Boom. A sudden explosion of light and power. Someone is making a move, and they aren't holding back. The ground literally shakes. Look at that mana discharge. This is high-level stuff, and it's happening right in front of our boy. And here comes the attacker. Jae-hyung drops in with a blue aura blazing. He's moving at insane speeds, aiming straight for the kill. He's closing the gap. In the blink of an eye, he's right there. The speed is just on another level. Zhong isn't even sweating. He calls it out instantly, physical strengthening. He knows exactly what he's dealing with. That punch is loaded. You can practically hear the air crack. If this lands, it's game over. Jae-hyung is going all out. He's putting every ounce of strength into this right hook. Look at that determination. No way. He caught it. Zhong just stopped a full-power physical strengthening punch with one hand. The look on their faces says it all. The hype is real. The energy just fades away. Zhong is on a completely different level, and the fight has barely even started. And just like that, he lets it all out. A massive beam of pure mana erupts from the street, absolutely obliterating the sky. The impact is insane. The shockwave rips right through the building, blowing out every window as glass rains down like deadly confetti. It's a total whiteout. The light is so intense it swallows the entire world, leaving nothing but a roar of power. When the dust settles, the street looks like a war zone. Blood is everywhere, and way off in the distance, someone is watching. Look at this kid's face. He's absolutely frozen in terror, staring at the carnage like he's seeing a ghost. He can't even process what just happened. But check out the man himself. Zhong is standing there like it was nothing. With blue mana orbs swirling around him, he looks ready to take on the whole world. Look at this absolute desolation. The city is a ghost town, and the heavy gray clouds above only add to the suffocating tension of what's about to go down. And there he is, standing right in the center of it all. This kid looks small, but that blue energy swirling around him says he's anything but ordinary. Then comes the sound of a single step. Firm, calculated, and heavy with intent. The mana in the air is practically screaming as the distance between them closes. Zhong isn't playing around. His face is stone cold, locked in on his target. You can see the determination in his eyes, but there's a darkness there too. The silence is broken by two words, "I'm sorry." The kid looks up, and you can see the pure shock on his face. He didn't expect an apology from the man coming to end him. But the apology doesn't stop the power. Mana explodes around his hand, glowing with a lethal blue light. He hates that this has to be the last thing the kid ever sees. The energy is reaching a breaking point. Shadows are dancing wildly against the wrecked cars as the storm of mana builds up. The kid is just standing there, caught in the middle of the vortex. Wait, he's stopping him. Just as the blow is about to fall, the kid reaches out and grabs his wrist. He's not fighting back, he's begging him to just stop. The desperation in his voice is heartbreaking. He's holding on for dear life, pleading with everything he has for Zhong to just put an end to this right here, right now. Staring death right in the face, Jae-hyung is absolutely paralyzed, his pupils shrinking as he realizes just how close he came to the end. But look at those eyes, Zhong isn't blinking. He's got the look of a man who's already made his decision, cold and calculated. He tells him to run if he wants to live, pulling back that deadly needle as the blue sparks of mana finally start to fade away. You can see the shock in his eye, the realization that he's actually being let go hitting him like a physical blow. The hunter just turns away, walking off like the whole encounter was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. And Jae-hyung doesn't need to be told twice, he's bolting down that street as fast as his legs can carry him, desperate to put distance between himself and that monster. Now, Zhong turns to his subordinate, and the vibe gets even darker. He makes it crystal clear, this is the absolute last time he plays nice. He's not joking around, telling him straight up that if he can't control himself next time, he's a dead man. No questions asked. Yongyan can only bow his head, muttering that he'll keep it in mind. You can tell he knows exactly how thin the ice he's standing on is. The silence that follows is heavy, leaving no doubt about who's really in charge here and just how high the stakes have become. The climb is quiet, but the air is thick with what's coming next, as the team prepares to step into whatever nightmare is waiting on the other side of those doors. Then, a sudden ding breaks the silence, and the number 5 glows on the screen. They've arrived. The doors pull back, and there he is, Zhong leading the way with his crew right behind him, ready for anything. He steps out and doesn't waste a second, scanning the room with those sharp eyes, looking for the first sign of trouble. The squad moves out together, looking like they mean business in a place that's clearly falling apart at the seams. Looking at the crowd, it's worse than he thought, everyone is packed in here, and you can practically smell the terror on them. It's a mess, but nothing's attacking yet, so he keeps his head on a swivel, searching for the one person who matters right now, the doctor. And then, boom, a system glitch in mid-air, this pixelated eye just appears out of nowhere, locking onto him like a target. The crowd starts buzzing immediately, everyone's pointing and whispering, wondering if these guys are the ones they've been waiting for. He doesn't even flinch at the stares, just keeps moving forward, each step sounding like a countdown to whatever's about to happen. He's cutting right through the crowd, cool as ice while everyone else is panicking, focused entirely on the mission. But then, someone stops him cold, calling him out as the doctor. Looks like his reputation preceded him after all. Caught completely off guard, she looks up in total shock. Who are these people, and how did they find her? As those mysterious system icons flare to life above her, she can't believe her luck. She has no idea how they managed to sniff her out. Trying to brush them off, she bluntly states that she's not in business right now. Move along, kid. But they aren't taking no for an answer. They came here for a reason, and they aren't leaving without the person they need. Jong-woo isn't blinking. He makes it crystal clear, they need someone who can treat people, and the system says she's the one. He needs to know what he's working with, so he drops the big question, what exactly is her specialty? She looks at him like he's crazy. So, this is a scouting mission. She wonders what on earth he thinks is so special about her. The tension is thick. She's waiting. Is there really something good about her that she doesn't even know? He doesn't back down for a second. It all depends on what they need, but first, he needs that answer. What is her specialty? And then, she drops the bomb. Urology. Yeah, you heard that right. Not exactly the combat medic he was hoping for. He's absolutely floored. A urologist? Not even internal medicine. He can't believe the only doctor in all of Gangnam is a specialist for the bladder. But wait, he stops himself. The Earth selection is never wrong. If the system chose her, there's got to be a reason, no matter how crazy it seems. Looking at the facts, if that's the reality of the situation, everything changes. His eyes sharpen, locking onto the target as he calculates his next move. Is she the only one brave enough, or the only one crazy enough to follow a savior into the unknown? Or maybe, she's hiding a power so massive it hasn't even been triggered yet. But he's not taking any chances, searching for any other healer who might be lurking in the shadows. He scans the room, looking for a backup, anyone who can keep this team alive. He still can't believe it, that this unassuming woman is the one the system chose. The crowd starts talking, throwing shade and doubting her skills just because of how she looks. They're laughing, saying she must have hit the books hard to make up for those looks. The jokes get even darker, poking fun at her specialty while she just stands there, taking it all in without a word. Eyes locked on the crowd like a predator looking for a specific mark, Jong-woo isn't just looking for a doctor anymore, he's looking for anyone with the technical skills to keep this operation moving. But of course, there's always one guy who wants to test the waters, a massive thug stepping up to challenge his authority, asking if he's some kind of cop. The big guy gets right in his face, trying to intimidate him with a finger to the chest, but he's barking up the wrong tree, Jong-woo doesn't even look impressed. And just like that, the talk ends and the action begins, a flash of pure speed and power that sends a clear message to everyone watching. The impact is massive, absolutely wrecking the background, showing that he isn't just playing around, this is the power of rank 1. As the dust settles, he's still standing there, completely unfazed, asking the question again, and this time, you can bet everyone is listening. He's looking for value, for skills, for anyone who can actually contribute, making it clear that he has no time for more interruptions. Finally, someone cracks under the pressure, this guy in a suit practically begging for mercy as he admits he's just an accountant. Jong-woo just stares at him, probably wondering what use a bean counter is in the apocalypse, repeating the word accountant like it's the last thing he expected to hear. Desperation fills the air as this nurse steps up. She's laying it all on the line, citing her experience at the Navy's Medical Foundation just to stay alive. But our protagonist isn't easily impressed. He looks right through the older woman, questioning if she even has the stomach for the chaos they're facing. She's not backing down, though. She claims she can handle the pressure, but he wants to know exactly why she thinks she's so special. The nurse chimes back in, revealing a personal tragedy about her mother's health that forced her to learn these skills early on. Which leads to the ultimate question, does she have anyone left? Anyone she'd die to protect? The tension is palpable as she's asked if there's a person she loves enough to keep her grounded in this nightmare. Someone so important that leaving them behind is simply not an option. But the answer is heartbreaking. Her mother is gone, and there's no one else left to fill that void. She's truly alone. She's at her breaking point. With tears in her eyes, she screams it out, she just wants to live. Decision made. He's taking them both. He needs a nurse, and Hyashin has proven she's got what it takes to be useful in this crazy new world. She's ready to serve, but there's a catch. Hyashin pledges her absolute loyalty to him, but that sincerity comes with a price that's about to change everything. He knows something dark is coming. Jongwoo senses the weight of that unspoken price and prompts her to continue, his face a mask of calm as he waits for the reveal. The trauma is resurfacing. A bitter memory clouds her thoughts as she speaks of the humiliation she endured, the voices of her mockers still ringing in her ears. The mask is off, and it's terrifying. The mask of the humble servant finally slips, revealing a cold, murderous intent as the woman demands that every single person who mocked her be wiped from existence. The battle is over, but the harvest is just beginning, as mysterious blue essences start to flicker into existence within the gloom. Floating like spectral prizes over a literal sea of blood, our protagonist stands tall, completely unfazed by the absolute slaughter surrounding him. With the cold precision of a machine, he starts closing in on his rewards, ignoring the bodies at his feet. Every step he takes is a statement, claiming those glowing orbs with a face that shows absolutely zero emotion. A flash of darkness hits, a perfect mirror to the cold void driving this man forward. Watching from the sidelines, Hyashin is absolutely stunned, realizing just how terrifyingly detached her ally really is. She wanted someone tough, someone who wouldn't flinch at death, but this? This is on a whole different level of unsettling. As she looks at the blood on her own hands, the thought hits her, this isn't just being unusual. This is straight-up psychopathic behavior. He doesn't even care that she's watching, Jongwoo is only focused on the prize, 5 essences secured and ready for use. But wait, something's not right, he's already questioning if these essences are the real deal or just some cheap imitation. In the end, it doesn't even matter, he's got what he needs, and he's heading back to the group like nothing even happened. The plan is in motion. He's eyeing those fuel reserves on the DS rooftops, knowing they're the key to staying airborne. But wait, there's a catch that could ground them for good. Yongyan drops the facts, this bird only has a 3-hour window. They have to account for every single variable if they want to survive. 3 hours. That's nothing. He's already calculating the constant back and forth they'll need just to keep the rotor spinning. And it gets worse. One wrong move during refueling and this whole helicopter is junk. It's high stakes or nothing. The pilot makes his move, claiming that only a pro can handle the pressure of keeping them fueled up. The realization hits like a truck. Yongyan is basically saying, keep me alive, or you're grounded. He sees right through the play, but for now, he's playing along. Even in this chaos, small details stand out, and he can't help but notice the strange softness of her hands, a lingering piece of a normal life that feels worlds away. The silence is shattered as the pilot speaks up, declaring that Hengundong is finally within reach, the destination they've been dreading. Locked into the mission, the pilot keeps his eyes on the horizon, his voice steady despite the uncertainty ahead. Gazing out at the desolate landscape, he whispers the name, Hengundong, a place that once meant something entirely different before the world fell apart. Dark memories start to bleed through, haunting visions of monstrous, star-shaped mouths and the terrifying reality of the creatures they've faced. The body count is astronomical, over 10,000 lives lost in a blink, a digital counter of despair that underscores the horror of this new era. Pushing the ghosts aside, he can't help but speculate on what's left of the world below, bracing himself for the sight of a ruined civilization. The air in the cabin turns cold as she gasps, her face contorted in disbelief at the nightmare unfolding right before her eyes. Sensing her terror, he looks over, his own heart racing as he prepares to face whatever horror has paralyzed his companion. From their vantage point in the sky, they see it, a void of pure darkness swallowing the city blocks, an anomaly that defies all logic. His eyes narrow in disbelief, realizing that the ground isn't just shadowed, it's been transformed into something dark and alien, a total blackout of the natural world. The pilot's voice trembles for the first time, as he points to the horrific structures erupting from the concrete, massive, bone-like pillars that resemble a colossal spine twisting through the city. Listen to that engine roar. The team is diving straight into the heart of the disaster zone, and the view from above is absolutely chilling. Look at that black ground. It's like the earth itself has been erased. They're wondering if there's anything left of Hengundong at all. The tension is rising, and all eyes are on the administrator. They need answers, and they need them now. But the pilot's got bad news. They're still too high up. They can't see what's waiting for them in that mess. Jongwoo isn't backing down. He gives the order to drop altitude. It's time to get a closer look at these monsters. The pilot's nervous, but he's a pro. He's taking them down into the belly of the beast. Here we go. The sensors are locking on. We're about to find out exactly what we're dealing with. And there it is. Farmers and resonators. That's a new one. What kind of nightmare fuel are these things? Jongwoo is starting to sweat. This doesn't match the intel from the morning broadcast. Something is very, very wrong. He's looking closer, and he realizes these things are changing. They're not the same monsters they saw just hours ago. Wait, 2 names. Why would the system give them a double classification? This mystery just keeps getting deeper. And look at those spines. They're massive, they're terrifying, and they're definitely not just scenery. The real fight is about to begin. The pressure is mounting, and he can't hold back his frustration any longer, teeth bared in a snarl as he realizes just how sideways things are about to go. And look at that descent, the chopper is diving straight into the heart of the danger zone, blades screaming as it drops toward those terrifying obsidian structures. The tension is at a breaking point, someone is screaming for them to snap out of it, a desperate cry for sanity as they plunge deeper into the abyss. And then, the final shout, Yong Hyun's name is screamed out. It's a total Hail Mary to get through to him before it's too late. Everything is on the line as he slams his hands onto the controls, refusing to let the chaos take over. The chopper is in a dead spin, plummeting toward the ground in a terrifying dance with death. But then, a massive surge of power flares out, locking the rotors in place and defying the laws of physics to save the day. They pull up just inches from disaster, soaring over the spiked ruins of the city as the stabilization holds firm. The energy is still crackling as the chopper finds its footing again, the engines roaring back to life with newfound strength. They're back in the game, the position is locked and the immediate threat of a crash is officially over. Jong-woo Park is absolutely drained, his eyes wide with the shock of what he just pulled off as the adrenaline starts to fade. The pilot is gasping for air, letting out a massive sigh of relief because the second his partner stepped back in, the nightmare ended. The smoke clears, but what's left behind is a nightmare. Something impossible is rising from the shadows. No turning back now. The young leader takes the first step, his voice steady even as the world falls apart around them. The silence is deafening. Every breath feels like a gamble in this graveyard of steel and shadow. He's on high alert. One wrong move and it's all over. The tension is thick enough to cut with a blade. Even the veterans are shaking. When someone like her looks that worried, you know things are about to get real. And then, they see it. Pure terror washes over her face. Whatever is up there, it's beyond anything they've ever faced. She can barely find the words. A black town. A place that shouldn't exist. Behold the black town. A fortress of jagged spikes trapped under a glowing purple veil. This isn't just a crash site, it's a whole new world. Forget the fog, there's something much worse out here, and the realization is just starting to sink in. Hyashin isn't just looking, she's analyzing, and what she's seeing is enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Those aren't mountains or ruins in the distance, they're massive, living plants, and they're definitely not friendly. Think of them like giant ferns from hell, pumping out spores to rewrite the entire planet's DNA. The silence that follows is deafening, as the sheer scale of the disaster starts to hit home. Kim Yonghyun can't believe what he's hearing, demanding to know if this is a real medical opinion or just a nightmare theory. She just smiles that creepy smile and doubles down, warning him that their shields are the only thing keeping the horror at bay. Those spores wouldn't just land on you, they'd invade your body and start growing right inside your chest. The sheer horror of it is almost too much to handle, leaving him cursing the day they ever stepped into this zone. Yonghyun is breaking out in a cold sweat, wondering if the woman standing next to him is even more dangerous than the plants. But before he can even process the fear, the world explodes in light. A massive surge of energy flares up, blinding everything in sight. He's snapped back to reality in an instant, staring up at the glow with a single question on his mind: what now? The light fades and look at that, a massive purple barrier snaps into existence, shielding them from the horrors outside. Seeing the fear in the division head's eyes, he calmly explains that this barrier is their ultimate defense against most of what's out there. But don't get too comfortable, because his voice turns cold as ice while he starts channeling raw power into his hand. He's laying down the law now: if you value your life, you better stay far away from his arms. When he starts swinging with essence, he can't tell friend from foe. His entire front is basically a massive kill zone. Energy flares up as he makes it official, he's moving forward with the assumption that everyone else is staying safely behind his back. There's no room for error here, behind him is the only place you're not going to get vaporized. He's done talking. It's time to stop worrying and start moving. With one last look to make sure they're ready, he asks the big question: shall we go? And just like that, boom. They're moving so fast the air literally screams around them. The G-force is insane. The division head can't even hold back a grunt as the sheer speed hits him like a truck. He's barely hanging on. He's completely stunned by the power this kid is putting out right now. Pushing forward through the shadows, Jong-woo keeps the barrier tight, shielding his companions from whatever lurks in the mist. But then, the silence is shattered, as a jagged scratching sound starts echoing all around them, setting everyone on edge. Looking around in pure panic, she tries to find where that noise is coming from, but there's nothing but the fog. The sound just won't stop, like something is trying to claw its way through the very fabric of reality. Shuddering as it gets closer, she can feel the pressure building, the dread of the unknown becoming almost physical. Hearing the panic, Jong-woo stops in his tracks, looking back as someone shouts for him to hold on. Turning around, he realizes that the pace he's setting is way too much for the others to handle. And just like that, Yongyan hits the deck, his legs giving out as he collapses under the sheer pressure. Screaming his name, she rushes over to help him, as he gasps for air inside the barrier. The pressure is hitting a breaking point. He's down on his knees, gasping for air as the environment itself seems to be crushing the life out of him. But help is already there. Hyashin jumps into action, checking his vitals while he struggles just to take a single breath. She can see the panic in his eyes, shouting that he's going into shock as his condition takes a sharp turn for the worse. He's fighting for every lungful of air, the sheer intensity of the zone finally breaking his body down. Staring into the darkness, she knows the worst is yet to come, and they've barely even started. Yongyan is trying to tough it out, but his body just isn't listening anymore as the pain takes over. Jongwoo is watching closely, realizing they're almost at the gateway, but wondering if they'll even make it there in this state. They've lost track of time, and the realization of how long they've been inside is starting to sink in. Look at that determination, he's drenched in sweat but he's not giving up yet, even if his lungs are screaming. As they check their phones and find nothing, total signal blackout. Their tech is useless here, leaving them completely isolated. The clock is ticking and the pressure is rising, as a desperate question cuts through the heavy air: how much further? Gasping for every breath, she knows they're reaching the limit, and for the man they're carrying, things are looking grim. It's a race against time, and the only goal is to keep him stable while his mind is completely shut down. Listen closely and you can hear it, the low mumble of a man who's losing his grip on reality. Look at that tremor. His hand is shaking uncontrollably as the trauma of the zone takes its toll. He's analyzing everything, his eyes sharp as he realizes just how little time they actually have left. She drops the truth bomb, they're both in shock, and the situation is spiraling out of control. 10 minutes. That's it. 10 minutes at best before they completely collapse. He's doing the math in his head, and the result is brutal: heading back takes just as long as pushing forward. There's only one choice left. Push to the gateway. Handle the fallout there. It's their only shot. The decision is made. No turning back now, only the cold, dark path ahead. One last look at the time, and he's pushing them forward. Just a bit further. They have to make it. Looking ahead with grim focus, he knows the gateway is just the beginning. Whatever lies beyond is the real challenge they have to face. The stakes are rising, and the mystery of what's waiting at the top starts to feel like a heavy weight on his shoulders. Hyashin is barely holding it together, stumbling with every step, but she pushes through the pain, giving the signal to move out. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife, as the group is forced to ask themselves, are they really ready for what's next? Panic starts to set in, but she shuts it down, knowing that every second they waste standing here is a second they don't have. Wait, did you feel that? A sudden flinch cuts through the tension as something moves in the shadows. A voice screams out a warning, telling Jongyu to watch his back before it's too late. He whips around, but he's already a step behind, staring straight into the face of a disaster he didn't see coming. Something is moving at insane speeds, closing the gap in a heartbeat as the world turns into a blur. He can barely track it with his eyes, realizing too late that he's walked right into a trap. A massive wing or limb tears through the air, bringing a storm of feathers and raw power right for his head. Boom! The strike connects with devastating force, blowing everything back in a massive explosion of power. Before anyone can even blink, this absolute unit of a monster brings the hammer down, crushing the ground beneath it with terrifying power. The earth literally explodes, shrapnel flying everywhere as the sheer force of the blow threatens to tear the very floor apart. Everything goes dark behind a wall of dust, the chaos of the impact leaving nothing but a blur of destruction in its wake. Look at that wreckage. The terrain is completely unrecognizable now, turned into a mess of broken rock and flying debris. And then, out of the smoke, this glowing claw appears, crackling with a blue energy that looks absolutely lethal. The tension is through the roof, the whole world seems to go quiet as the monster prepares its next move. Wait, is that the shield breaking? The barrier is literally snapping under the strain, and you can hear the sound of it shattering. Then the monster actually speaks, mocking him with a growl, realizing that the guy standing in its way is just a farmer. But look at him go. Jongyu isn't backing down an inch, standing tall to protect his team even as the world falls apart around them. Suddenly, the shadow turns, and the atmosphere shifts instantly. Look at that power, every muscle is tensed and ready to explode. The pressure is rising, you can practically feel the oxygen leaving the room. Jongyu realizes it too late, that sound, it's not just noise, it's a weapon. There it is. A devastating sonic blast that ripples through the very air. The shockwave is massive, tearing through everything in its path with zero mercy. Everything goes white, the sheer intensity of the blast is off the charts. And then the follow-up, a massive gust of wind that just keeps pushing. The damage is real, Yongyan is coughing up blood. This attack is absolutely brutal. The dust is settling, but the scene left behind is nothing short of a nightmare. He's still up, Jong-yu is fighting through the pain, but he's clearly shaken. He's the only one left standing, looking down at his broken team while the enemy looms in the dark. Boom! The entire area is consumed by a massive blast of pure energy, lighting up the darkness with a terrifying display of raw power. The shockwave is insane, rippling through the air as the vortex of power just keeps expanding. Look at that intensity. The air is literally buzzing with static as the energy finally starts to settle. And down it goes. The monster hits the ground with a massive thud, completely broken as the dust starts to settle around its giant body. The smoke is clearing, and man, you can really see the absolute carnage left behind. He's just standing there in the middle of it all, totally calm after dropping that absolute nuke of an attack. It's quiet now, but you can still hear the energy crackling all over that monster's skin. He knew it. Several thousand essence was the magic number, and seeing the beast down is a huge relief for everyone. But wait, it's not over yet. This thing is so huge that even a hit like that might not have finished it off. Look at that. The flesh is actually squirming. This monster's life force is absolutely insane to still be moving after that. The danger is still there, hanging over them even after that massive win. Time to move. The division head is panting hard, telling everyone they need to get to the gateway right now before things get even worse. Just when they thought they were clear, a sickening gurgle echoes through the dark, and Jong-yu knows instantly that they aren't alone. He scans the shadows, his heart racing, realizing they've been walked right into a trap. Where did these things even come from? The very darkness begins to move, unleashing a deafening screech as the ambush is finally sprung. It hits him like a ton of bricks. These monsters weren't just wandering, they were hiding, waiting for the exact moment they were most vulnerable. Look at those teeth. The creatures gnash their jagged maws, ready to tear everything in sight to shreds. There's too many of them. The entire passage is crawling with these things, turning their escape route into a total nightmare. And here they come. One of the beasts blurs forward, leading the charge with a vicious strike. But Jong-yu isn't going down that easy. He swings wide, unleashing a massive flare of blue energy to blast those shadows back. It's a total swarm. Even as he strikes, another monster lunges from the dark, claws out and ready for blood. Pushing his limits, he ignites a burst of speed, a streak of motion cutting through the gloom as he closes in on the source of the disturbance. Suddenly stopping short, his eyes widen in shock. The sheer brutality of what lies before him is enough to make even a seasoned hunter's blood run cold. The air is filled with the sound of tearing flesh, a brutal, rhythmic crunching that tells him exactly what's happening in the dark. Bones snap like dry twigs, the scavengers tearing through their prize with a terrifying, mindless hunger. Blood sprays across the floor, the final, grim signature of a life extinguished in this pitiless place. The bottom feeders of this hellscape, swarming over the dying to strip them clean before they've even drawn their last breath. The realization hits him hard, as he sees the grim logic at work. This isn't just chaos, it's a perfectly functioning, twisted ecosystem. Where the fall of a titan feeds 1,000 parasites, a massive insect carcass disappearing under an endless, hungry tide of scavengers. Look at that smirk. Hayashin is absolutely ruthless, leaning in to twist the knife by asking if his pathetic display is just a symptom of getting old. The pressure is insane. He's completely broken, losing all physical control as the shame literally begins to pool on the floor beneath him. Yongdian is losing it, his face twisted in a mix of pure fury and total fear, gritting his teeth as he tries to choke out a response through the humiliation. He finally snaps, lashing out with a desperate insult, calling her a dirty little bitch as he tries to claw back any bit of dignity he has left. But it's no use, his body is completely giving out, his hands shaking uncontrollably as he groans in pure agony and shame. And there it is, the total collapse. He hits the ground with a splash, his spirit completely shattered as he sinks into his own mess. He's literally on all fours now, a total mess, muttering curses to himself while she just stands there, watching him crawl in the dirt. She's even mocking the smell. Covering her nose and whistling, she treats his absolute downfall like it's nothing more than a bad odor. Jong-yu is just watching this whole train wreck in disbelief, thinking about how twisted she has to be to keep picking a fight even now. This woman is on another level. Finally, someone steps in to end the madness, shutting down the bickering with a single command. Enough is enough. The stakes are rising and he's taking charge. He's not asking anymore, he needs that pilot ready to move, and he's putting the pressure exactly where it needs to be. Talk about a cold-blooded threat. He looks her dead in the eye and tells her straight, if the pilot dies, she's history too. No mercy, no exceptions. She knows he's not bluffing. With a look of pure annoyance, she finally caves. She'll do it, but she clearly isn't happy about being backed into a corner. The atmosphere is getting heavy now. They're pushing through the dark, jagged spikes of this wasteland, heading straight toward the heart of the anomaly. Look at the size of that thing. A massive red rift tears open with a violent whoosh. That number glowing in the center, it's like a timer for the end of the world. They finally made it, but the real challenge is just beginning. The pilot is barely standing, but they've reached the objective. Now the big question remains, can Jong-yu actually shut this nightmare down for good? Facing down the massive gate 10,043, he's not backing down. He might not have all the answers yet, but he's come too far to turn back now. Look at that energy surge. The gate is pulsing with a violent red light, and you just know something big is about to happen. The ground is shaking. The gateway is moving, and it feels like something, or someone, is trying to break through from the other side. Is this the end? The rift is lashing out, putting up one last desperate fight before the administrator shuts it down for good. But he's got this. With a confident smirk, he readies his weapon. Whatever comes out of that gate, he's more than ready to handle it. The hype is real. His mana is flaring up, and the sheer intensity of his focus is enough to make the air itself vibrate. Here we go. Jong-yu steps up to the plate, his eyes locked on the target as he unleashes his power. It's time for the reclamation. The artifact is fully charged, and he's making it clear, he's taking Hengun back, no matter what. Wait, look at that. What exactly were those farmers holding? Something is very wrong here. And then, vroom. A massive surge of energy ripples outward, shaking the ground beneath them. That thing is growing, twisting into a jagged spire of pure, dark power. Jong-yu is completely stunned. He knows exactly what this means, and the look on his face says it all. It pops right out. There's no mistaking it now, the nightmare is becoming a reality. It's cracking. It's crumbling. The shell is falling away to reveal something far more dangerous. He can't believe his eyes. Could it really be? Is this actually happening right now? Another crack. The pressure is building, and that thing is getting bigger by the second. He calls it out. It's a resonator. This just went from bad to worse. He's powering up. Jong-yu warns everyone that as soon as that resonator is finished, it's coming for them. Knowing he can't wait another second, Jong-yu Park decides to end this right now, throwing everything he has into a single, devastating strike. The world explodes in a flash of violet light. A massive kaboom rocks the battlefield, a shockwave of pure power that looks like it could level a mountain. The smoke begins to swirl, leaving everyone breathless as they wait to see if anything could have survived that absolute nuke of an attack. Then, the ground starts to tremble. Stomp. 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 Giant legs emerge from the debris, completely unfazed by the destruction. The young man's heart sinks. He realized it instantly, that massive blast didn't even leave a scratch on them. These things are on a whole different level. He's backed into a corner. If he uses his essence to shut that gate, he might not have anything left to deal with the monsters already pouring out. The tactical dilemma is brutal. Does he really have to wipe out every single one of these monsters before he can even think about closing that gateway? He steels his nerves, ready to make a choice that will decide the fate of everyone on the field as the shadows of the giants close in. The tension is through the roof, as the entire battlefield holds its breath for what comes next. The shadows are growing, and the real nightmare is only just beginning. Look at that energy flare. The gateway is pulsing with pure malice, and you just know something even bigger is about to step through. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife as the monsters close in, the very earth trembling beneath their massive, muscular frames. But then, everything changes in a heartbeat, as a sudden swoosh of energy tears through the silence. The shadows are instantly vaporized, caught in the wake of a power that's just beginning to wake up. The speed is insane, a literal hurricane of force gathering in a single point. You can practically feel the pressure through the screen, as the mana reaches its absolute breaking point. And there it is. The payoff. Jong-yu lets loose a massive beam of pure destruction, absolutely obliterating everything in its path. Total annihilation. The explosion is so big it's shaking the entire dungeon to its core. The shockwave is so intense, even his allies can barely stay standing as the wind tries to tear them away. Another massive boom. The sound alone is enough to burst eardrums. Look at the shock on his face. He can't even believe what he's seeing, this is on a whole different level. He's gritting his teeth just to stay in the game, trying to wrap his head around how someone could get this strong this fast. Just look at that focus. It's crazy to think that only 2 days ago, he was just a regular guy. Now, he's a god among men. The one destined to stop the end of the world, a true savior rises from the ashes of the battlefield. Standing tall as the ultimate hope, he's the only thing standing between humanity and extinction. The air itself screams as the energy settles, the sheer force of his power leaving the world trembling. Revealing a kill count that defies belief, over 10,000 monsters wiped out in a single instant. He looks out over the carnage, seeing that the monster horde has finally stopped, the rift is empty, and the silence is deafening. This is it. Zhongyu Park isn't letting this chance slip away, it's time to finish this right here, right now. Channeling every drop of mana he has left, he focuses all that raw power into a single, devastating point. Until a blinding sphere of pure destruction takes shape, pulsating with enough energy to level everything in its path. This is it. The moment of truth. He lets it all go. The essence explodes outward, a blinding flash of pure power that completely swallows the horizon. Look at that intensity. He's putting everything on the line, teeth grit and muscles straining as he pours every ounce of his mana into this one final, desperate shot. The impact is insane. Violet and blue energy waves ripple outward, clashing against the darkness in a massive display of raw, unfiltered power. But wait, what's that? Right in the middle of the blast, a dark void starts to open up, like a bottomless pit devouring the light itself. And then, a massive hum shakes the earth. The air is literally being ripped apart as these two massive forces collide. Mana is flying everywhere. It's swirling and lashing out around the rift, the gateway looks like it's barely holding on. His eyes are glowing blue. He's staring right into the abyss, not backing down for a second even as the power starts to kick back. He's thinking the same thing we are. Is this actually working? Or did he just make a huge mistake? His hands are shaking like crazy. The output is taking a massive toll on him, but he can't look away from what's happening right in front of him. And then, with a huge swoosh, the energy starts getting sucked in. It's not exploding anymore, it's being absorbed. He's just standing there in shock, realizing the horrible truth. The gateway isn't breaking, it's eating his power. It's absorbing everything. Everything goes white as the power peaks, and you can practically hear the strain in that desperate grit. Zhongyu is pushing himself to the absolute brink, forcing every ounce of mana out with pure, raw determination. Then comes the boom that rocks the entire area, azure pillars of light tearing through the darkness like a god descending. The landscape just vanishes into shadows, completely eclipsed by the sheer scale of this massive discharge. But wait, the light is changing color, a deep crimson starts bleeding in as the power shifts into something even more intense. Check out those numbers, the output is off the charts, climbing all the way past 10,000 as the system struggles to keep up. The air itself is getting heavy now, buckling under the sheer weight of the essence Zhongyu is pouring out. One last violent surge hits, and the counter just blurs out, completely unable to handle the fluctuations. Deep in the system, this red icon pops up, pulsing like a final warning before everything goes south. And there it is, the first cracks start spreading, you can hear that sharp snap as the system finally starts to break. The fractures are getting deeper now, glowing red, the pressure is at its absolute peak and something has to give. Boom. The icon shatters into a million pieces, leaving nothing but the echo of a system that just got pushed way past its limit. The limit has been reached. The system itself screams as the red icon shatters, unable to handle the absolute unit of power being unleashed. Zhongyu watches in awe as the massive monolith finally gives way, the dark structure buckling under the weight of his overwhelming energy. Stunned by his own strength, he can barely catch his breath, staring wide-eyed at the absolute destruction he just unleashed. In the background, the rest of the team starts to move, their shadows flickering as the darkness begins to lift. Even the veteran Kim Yonghyun is shaken, his face twisted in pure disbelief as he witnesses the impossible scale of this power. That massive tower. Gone. Reduced to a pile of smoldering trash as the red glow finally dies out. As the smoke clears, the whole group gathers around, their eyes locked on the man who just changed everything. Hyashin is absolutely floored, frozen in place by a silence so heavy you could cut it with a knife. And then, whoosh. The fog starts to vanish, getting sucked away like it never even existed. Everyone is losing it. They can feel the air changing as that crushing mana weight finally starts to lift. Zhongyu looks up, asking the question on everyone's mind, is the fog and the resonators finally gone for good? Up above, there's nothing but the empty night sky, leaving us all wondering what comes next. The system is breaking down. A lone voice gasps in disbelief as the very fabric of the world starts to unravel right before their eyes. Look at the scale of this. He stands frozen, watching the impossible unfold as the entire environment begins to tear itself apart. The darkness is retreating, and the supernatural shroud is simply vanishing, leaving nothing but an empty, haunting void in its wake. As the dust settles, the normal world starts to peek through, but the contrast with the ruin they're standing in is absolutely chilling. They're the only ones left. In the middle of a massive, cracked wasteland, the group stands alone, surrounded by the total erasure of everything they knew. Hengun is gone. The division head looks out at the void where a city used to be and asks the question on everyone's mind, is it finally over? He's not so sure. Staring at the shell of a nearby building, he gives a cryptic answer, confirming that while the immediate threat is gone, the consequences are just beginning. The sun is coming up, but as the light hits this new, broken world, you have to wonder what's going to happen next. Boom. Just like that, the system lights up the sky with a massive victory message. The first gateway is officially history. Check it out, the closure is confirmed. You can practically hear the system locking down as the mission wraps up. The team can't even believe their eyes. Hyashin and the others are just staring at the screens, completely floored by what they're seeing. Even the division head is losing his cool. Yongyan is breaking into a sweat, realizing that the world as they know it just changed forever. But wait, there's more. A new window pops up with a personal shout-out to the administrator. The system is actually congratulating him. Zhongyu isn't celebrating, though. He's locked onto that glowing orb, looking like a man who knows exactly how high the stakes really are. The system is dangling a carrot now, telling him that all he has to do is touch the terminal to claim his prize for closing the gate. You can see the hesitation in his eyes. He's asking himself if it's really time to choose again. Is he ready for whatever comes next? No turning back now. He reaches out and taps the orb, sealing the deal and stepping into the unknown. With everything on the line, Zhongyu Park reaches out to seize control of the situation. Making contact with the raw energy of the gateway, he triggers a reaction that lights up the entire area. The system confirms it, the gate is closed. No more monsters, no more rifts, he's actually secured the entire area. But that's just the beginning, because the arc function is now live, giving him the power to choose exactly who gets to survive in this sanctuary. This isn't just a title, it's a literal holy ground, a final line of defense to keep humanity alive even if the rest of the world burns. The rules are set in stone, no essence used for outsiders, stripping the awakened of their power and forcing them to play by his rules. With the gate sealed and the ground sanctified, humanity finally has a real chance to fight back against the risks on their own terms. The savior lays it all out, explaining that this system is the ultimate shield against the monsters, though he admits the inner workings are still a total enigma. The arc is powering up, and the system demands a choice: who gets to be a passenger and survive the coming storm? With a massive surge of power, glowing halos burst into life above the team. Yongyan and the others are now officially on the radar for selection. The crew is stunned, looking up at the mysterious marks and realizing that their fate is literally hanging right over their heads. Our hero locks in, trying to figure out the exact trick to picking the lucky few from the crowd. Then, it clicks. He doesn't need a menu or a button, he just needs to look at the marks and make his choice. The power is in his eyes. Setting the stage for a life-altering choice, he makes it clear that staying behind is the first option on the table. While the survivors hang on his every word, the gravity of the moment becomes impossible to ignore. Doubling down on the conditions, he points out that staying put is a valid, if stagnant, choice. With a confident gesture, he guarantees the area is safe from new gateways, but warns that their survival is now entirely in their own hands. But then the mood takes a sharp, dark turn, when he reveals the final option they have left. As the woman recoils in shock, he coldly offers a quick end for those who have lost the will to fight. A deafening silence fills the air, as the survivors struggle to wrap their heads around the cold reality he's just laid out. Cutting through the quiet with a biting question, the old woman demands to know if they were ever more than just tools for his own survival. Completely unbothered by the jab, he acknowledges the truth in her words but explains that everything changed once that gate was shut. Facing a hard truth, he realizes that in this world, it's impossible to save everyone, someone always gets left in the dust. Laying down the law, he makes it clear, if you're coming with him, you're doing it on your own terms and taking full responsibility for your life. Extending an open hand, he stands ready, waiting to see who among them has the guts to step up and take charge of their fate. Laying down the law, the administrator gives them one last out. Stay here and live, or follow him into the unknown. He's a man of his word, but the clock is ticking. While the group reels from the choice, you can see the gears turning. Kim Yongyan and the others are caught between the devil and the deep blue sea, wondering if they can really trust this guy. Reminding them how far they've come, he makes it clear, they earned this choice by making it to the gateway. It's a reward, or maybe a test of their survival instincts. Without waiting for an answer, he starts walking. The sound of his boots hitting the dirt is a countdown. Decide now, or be left behind in the dust. Suddenly, someone steps up, and it's the young guy in the tie. He's not waiting around to see what happens, he's putting his chips on Zhongyu. Doubling down on his logic, he tells the rest of the group that this is the smartest play. He's looking at the man who actually gets things done. Making it plain as day, he insists there's no other real option. It's follow the winner or stay here and rot. Letting that sink in, the silence is deafening. Everyone is thinking the same thing, but he's the only one brave enough to say it. Dropping the ultimate truth bomb, he points out the system messages. Zhongyu was the first one to ever shut down a gateway. If that doesn't make him the safest bet, nothing does. Looking at their stunned faces, you can see the conflict. Kim and Hyashin are stuck, trying to process the fact that their lives depend on a man they barely know. Sweating under the pressure, he feels like a snitch, but he knows he has to speak up. If they don't know the truth about Zhang Yue's power, they're all dead anyway. Fearing the worst, he can't stand the thought of sticking with some second-rate hero. In this world, you follow the best, or you don't follow anyone at all. As the tension reaches a breaking point, he points out the obvious, that helicopter is way too loud for a stealthy exit. And before anyone can blink, he's already airborne, leaving the stunned division head staring at the empty space where he just stood. Touching down near the ledge, he warns that firing up those rotors now would be like screaming their location to the whole world. Looking back with a chillingly calm expression, he reveals that he's got something he needs to test out right now. A way to make sure that helicopter stays in one piece, his foot already hovering over the deadly drop. The sheer insanity of the plan finally clicks, and the division head can only scream Zhang Yue's name as the young man prepares to do the unthinkable. Frozen in pure terror, he can't even find the words to stop him. Then, with a sudden whoosh, he's gone, disappearing into the void below. Falling headfirst at terminal velocity, he looks completely at peace, as if gravity itself is just another tool for him to master. From the top of the building, the team screams out for Zhang Yu, terrified that the fall might have been too much for him. Looking up at that massive height, he isn't backing down, he's locking in, focusing every bit of his energy into his legs for a massive jump back up. The ground starts to rumble, blue energy surging around his boots as he charges up for a leap that defies gravity. Everything goes quiet for a split second, the calm before the storm as he prepares to launch. Boom! He takes off like a rocket, shattering the ground beneath him as he flies straight up the side of the building. The floors are just a blur now, nothing but glass and steel rushing past as he pushes his limits. Wait, he's slowing down. Gravity is kicking back in, and for a second, it looks like he might not make it to the top. He's gritting his teeth, straining every muscle to reach just a little bit further as the ground waits below. He lets out a frustrated click, realizing just how close this is going to be. Clutch! At the very last second, his hand snaps out and grabs the ledge, stopping his fall in the nick of time. He's hanging on by a thread, dangling hundreds of feet in the air, but he's safe for now. That was way too close. Looking back at the height he just conquered, he questions if 3 stories is really all he can handle right now. Dust kicks up as he hits the pavement, marking the spot where his momentum finally met the earth. He hits the ground with a massive thud, but Zhang Yu is built different, not a single scratch on him after a fall like that, leaving everyone watching in total shock. From the roof above, Hyashin calls it impressive, but that smirk on her face says she's got more to say. She immediately follows up with a low blow, pointing out that if he can't jump back up, then being a savior doesn't mean he's all-powerful. Yangdian isn't having any of it, firing back that not being a god is exactly why he brought a doctor along in the first place. She just leans back, totally unbothered, giving him a look that's just begging for a confrontation. You can see his eye twitching, he's reaching his breaking point with her attitude. He turns on her, demanding to know what's so hilarious while everything is going sideways. He's losing it now, asking her straight up if she's actually enjoying this nightmare. Yangdian is absolutely fuming, but Hyashin just brushes him off with a fake apology that only makes things worse. Look at that smirk. She bows like it's all a joke, saying she's sorry if he's uncomfortable. She's totally playing with him. And then she doubles down, telling him to stop trying to intimidate her with his size. Yangdian looks like he's about to explode. He's literally speechless. He can't believe the audacity of this woman while they're in the middle of a literal crisis. But wait, a sound from the door. Zhang Yu is back, looking completely unfazed after that insane 3-story drop. The whole group turns around, asking if he's actually okay. I mean, who just walks away from a fall like that? He's just strolling back like nothing happened. Zhang Yu is on a whole different level of calm right now. He stops for a second. And get this, he says he was just experimenting. He's literally testing his own limits like it's a video game. He gives a thumbs up and says, yeah, I think I can just jump out of the helicopter later. Is he for real right now? The look on their faces says it all. Jump from a helicopter. They can't even wrap their heads around what he's suggesting. He's doing the math in his head, concluding that 8 stories is his safe zone. This guy is becoming a total monster. Zhang Yu is already thinking 10 steps ahead, casually mentioning that getting back onto the chopper is going to be the only difficult part of this insane plan. He eyes the transport with a clinical gaze, confident that the bird will be safe in the air while he handles business below. Turning to Yangdian, he drops the question, can this thing actually hover 8 stories up without breaking a sweat? The division head tries to play it safe and explain the risks, but Zhang Yu isn't interested in excuses. He's heard enough, it's time to move. Just as they're about to go, a heavy question cuts through the professional talk, shifting the vibe instantly. With a look that could pierce steel, he asks the one question Yangdian wasn't ready for, what about the ex-wife? The name hits like a physical blow, sending a visible tremor through the veteran as he struggles to find his voice. The mood turns pitch black, as the grim reality of the world outside starts to bleed into the room. A nightmare vision of a woman trapped in the dark flashes by, reminding everyone that this isn't just a mission, it's a rescue from hell itself. Jong Yu's eyes are locked on, demanding an answer that Yongyan is clearly terrified to give. Cutting through the tension, he makes the call, they'll hit Jong Yu first. The final choice can wait until they see the chaos for themselves. Yongyan can only offer a grim nod, accepting the detour as they head straight into the heart of the storm. The world is falling apart, and it's not just here, even the US is drowning in total anarchy right now. Looking down at the madness, he knows that every single person down there is just clawing for a chance to stay alive. But can they even make it? His partner is starting to doubt if they'll even find enough fuel to stay in the air. But he doesn't flinch. He makes the executive decision, they're landing right now, no matter the risk. He's locked in, getting ready to dive straight into the heart of the danger zone. The pilot is absolutely losing it. He's terrified of the bullets flying below, thinking this whole plan is a suicide mission. They don't have a shield, but Jong Yu isn't worried. He tells him it's all about chi, that legendary inner strength. And just like that, the power flares up. A massive energy shield swirls around the chopper, fueled by pure essence at its peak level. He's totally confident, telling the pilot they're safe as long as they don't take a direct hit from a cannonball. The stakes couldn't be higher, but there's no way they're leaving that fuel and those resources behind. It's time to land. Think back to Hengun, that absolute nightmare is exactly what's on the line right now. The moment that gate closed, a wave of black fog tore through the city, erasing everything in its path. The mission is simple but deadly, get in, grab the loot, and get out while the soldiers bite every second with their lives. With monsters crawling through the smoke, this absolute war zone is the perfect distraction for what needs to happen next. Jong Yu is fully aware that the word is out, everyone knows that Gateway is officially shut down. He's got one goal in mind, and that's seeing the Itaewon Gateway for himself, no matter the cost. The top-tier saviors are going to be all over this, swarming the gateway like sharks smelling blood in the water. They'll be looking to gobble up every bit of essence they can find, but he's thinking of something way bigger than just a few scraps. The plan is simple, he's going to be the one to step up and consume every single drop of essence in that place. Surrounded by a storm of raw power, he can practically feel the massive upgrade waiting for him in the dark. There's only one thing that could mess this up, if another savior beats him to the punch and gets to Itaewon first. But then, a massive problem hits him, he might not even have enough essence to finish the job and close the gate for good. The stakes are rising, and the plan is shifting. It's time to harvest the essence from the fallen and strip the area of every useful resource left behind. There's no room for error now. This is a high-stakes grab-and-go mission that demands total focus and a quick getaway. The order is received without hesitation, setting the final stage of the infiltration into motion. The pressure is on. The man at the controls braces himself, the weight of the mission visible in every drop of sweat. Engines roaring, the descent begins. The craft plunges into the gloom, the rotors screaming as they close the distance to the target. Shadowing the empty buildings below, the helicopter banks hard, locking onto the objective with lethal intent. Look at that. A massive energy dome lights up the night, signaling that something big is about to go down. High above the chaos, a medical chopper screams through the sky, rotors thumping as it races toward the objective. Down on the ground, the troops are on high alert, staring into the dark woods where the real nightmare is hiding. Inside the bird, the division head is locked in, but you can see the worry etched all over his face. A radio chirps to life, as the boots on the ground check in, ready for whatever comes next. Leaning in close, Jong Yu can't believe what he's hearing, angels. In a place like this? Sweating bullets, the boss confirms it, but he's not talking about the kind of angels you see on Christmas cards. He breaks it down, explaining that the real biblical angels are straight up bizarre and grotesque. We're talking multi-winged, many-eyed horrors, the kind of stuff that would leave anyone who saw them absolutely paralyzed with fear. Trying to make sense of it all, our hero admits he's lost. Where exactly is this history lesson going? His eyes sharpen as he demands the truth. Is he saying that the nightmare they're in right now is actually connected to those legends? Clutching his phone with a tight grip, the administrator can't help but feel that something about this whole situation just doesn't add up. But before he can process another thought, the air is ripped apart by the sound of lead flying, and Jong Yu's eyes go wide as he wonders what on earth is happening below. He leans out of the chopper, scanning the tree line, where a desperate battle is already in full swing beneath the canopy. The ground itself seems to groan, a heavy rumble echoing through the woods as the real threat begins to stir. Direct hit. The lead finds its mark, slamming into the beast's back with enough force to make even a monster stumble. The soldiers aren't letting up for a second, unloading everything they've got until the air is thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood. These guys are pros, keeping their cool and holding the line, their rifles barking in unison as they push back the darkness. Watching from above, he's actually surprised by how well they're doing, realizing that even these terrifying farmers can't just shrug off a military-grade beatdown. But don't count them out yet, because those shadows are still moving, and they're getting way too close for comfort. Then, the scream every soldier dreads cuts through the noise, announcing that the next wave of nightmares has arrived. The captain roars for his men to lock and load, knowing that the real fight is only just beginning. It's about to get messy, as the gap between man and monster vanishes in a heartbeat. The front line is buckling as a soldier hits the deck, completely overwhelmed by the sheer force of the farmer's attack. And he can't believe his eyes as the momentum of the entire battle shifts in a heartbeat. The air is screaming with a frequency that'll turn your stomach, but these soldiers are still firing through the pain and the bile. It's pure agony out there, but the sound of lead flying never stops, no matter how much they suffer. As hot brass rains down on the dirt, marking every second of this desperate struggle. He's watching closely as they hit the dirt, realizing they've found a way to use the earth to block that sonic hell. It looks absolutely brutal, but it's the only way humanity can fight back against these monsters. And thanks to their sacrifice, he's got it. He's found the countermeasure that's going to change everything. It's an incredible sight to behold, seeing how far people will go just to survive. But he knows this is just a band-aid, not the final answer they need to end this nightmare once and for all. But then, the ground literally shakes. A massive new threat just landed, and things are about to get a whole lot worse. Look at the despair on their faces. Without a savior to turn the tide, all the effort in the world is just a waste of time. The truth is brutal, every single one of these men is already destined to die. The ground literally shakes as a massive nightmare made flesh towers over the soldiers, crushing their hope before the first blow even lands. They can barely breathe. In the shadow of that monster, the men are left gasping for air, paralyzed by the sheer scale of their extinction. It's do or die now. Fingers grip their weapons with a white-knuckled intensity, a final, desperate reflex against the inevitable. They're scrambling for anything, reaching for one last defense, ready to go down swinging in a fight they know they can't win. But wait, look behind them. Just as things look their darkest, a figure appears with an eerie calmness, completely unfazed by the monster ahead. He's standing right there in the middle of the chaos. The rank 1 savior is finally on the scene, and his stillness is more terrifying than the monster itself. He's stepping up. He reaches out, ready to unleash a level of power that these soldiers have only ever heard stories about. The soldiers are absolutely stunned. Their terror turns to pure awe as they realize who has come to their rescue. Here it comes. Mana starts swirling into a blinding point of light, coiling around his palm like a storm ready to break. Boom. He releases it. A massive blast erupts, tearing through the darkness and completely changing the game. Absolute destruction unleashed. The mana blast rips through the trees like a supernova, lighting up the entire forest in a blinding flash of power. The darkness doesn't stand a chance, as the energy surge completely obliterates the shadow creature, leaving nothing behind but dust and echoes. The dust begins to settle, leaving the sky filled with drifting debris and a heavy silence that speaks louder than the explosion itself. The survivors are absolutely stunned, and one soldier can barely find his voice, trembling as he asks the question everyone is thinking: who is this guy? Then, he turns around with total confidence, telling them exactly what they need to hear: he's here to save every single one of them. With a look that says he's the real deal, he drops the ultimate reveal: he is their savior. Look at that darkness. The gate is totally buried under a thick, black fog that feels like it's breathing. On the ground, the military isn't taking any chances, lining up their heavy armor right on the edge of the danger zone. The waiting is the hardest part, and this soldier is already feeling the pressure, asking just how long that savior has been gone. A quick look at the watch, and it's only been 5 minutes. 5 minutes. But in a place like this, every second feels like an hour. Staring into that void, you can tell the nerves are starting to fray. Nobody knows what's happening behind that black curtain. At least the monsters stopped coming out, but the recruit has something else on his mind as he turns to his captain. The captain isn't buying it, looking skeptical as hell. He's wondering if they can even trust this mysterious guy. Think about it, the government doesn't just drop a savior into a war zone without a heads up. Something feels off. It doesn't make sense, the brass would be protecting the citizens first, not sending backup to a unit that's already fighting back. But just as he says that, everything goes dead quiet. Then, whoosh. A massive surge of wind comes screaming out of the darkness. And boom. A blinding explosion of blue energy lights up the sky. Something big just happened in there. With the weight of the world on his shoulders, Zhongyu doesn't hesitate, diving straight into the unknown depths of the fog to find the truth. As he vanishes into the shadows, his last words are a plea for the safety of the team he's leaving behind. The soldiers can only stand and watch, stunned by the sheer audacity of the man they've started calling their savior. Eyes peeled and weapons ready, they hold the line, knowing full well that the real battle is happening inside that mist. Whispers spread among the troops, the consensus is clear: government orders don't matter when someone actually steps up to save you. Facing the harsh reality, they know they're outmatched by the monsters and the fog, leaving them with only one choice. Stuck on the outside looking in, all they can do is wait and hope their savior makes it back in one piece. The silence is shattered, as a scout reports that they've just rounded up some suspicious characters lurking on the edge of the zone. The commander's head snaps around, caught off guard by the news of intruders right under their noses. The air grows thick with suspicion, as every soldier on site turns to see exactly who's been caught trying to slip past. Out of the shadows come a group of suits, and right in the middle is Yongyan, looking completely out of place in this war zone. With the team in custody, the soldier looks to his superior, waiting for the word on what to do with these suspicious civilians. The bindings are finally coming off. The tension breaks as the ropes slide away, signaling a sudden and unexpected change in the military stance. Look at that shift in the air. The soldiers are actually backing off, leaving the group to process their sudden freedom. Even his own team is starting to realize it. Zhang Yu is the key here, his reputation is the only thing keeping them from being hauled away. Here comes the brass, stepping forward not to attack, but to offer a formal apology for the whole mess. Every step he takes is a sign that the military is officially standing down. A misunderstanding? That's a pretty convenient way to describe pointing guns at civilians, but at least they're talking now. The soldier reaches out, trying to play the nice guy now and telling them they don't have to worry about the military anymore. Zhang Yu just takes it all in, cool and collected as always, while he focuses on the real mission ahead. But then comes that hand on the shoulder. The soldier's parting words hit different. Is he worried about Zhang Yu, or is he worried about what Zhang Yu is capable of? They're walking away, thinking the danger is behind them, but the vibe is completely off. Something is about to snap. And just like that, Zhang Yu stops dead in his tracks. He's not leaving, he's turning back. The guards are losing it, shouting for him to stop. They have no idea what they've just walked into. The atmosphere turns pitch black, and you can practically feel the killing intent starting to swirl. His team is frozen in shock, but he doesn't even look back. He's locked in on his target. Then, he starts walking, straight toward the guns. This man has zero fear. Every step he takes, the pressure just keeps building. It's suffocating. The line is drawn, and there's no turning back now. Look at that soldier's face. He finally realizes he's looking at a monster in human skin. And there it is. The glowing scalpel. The same weapon that shredded the monsters is out and ready for blood. His eyes are glowing. Zhang Yu is tapping into that insane power, and he's about to let it all loose. Kaboom. He just nuked the whole squad. Absolute destruction in the blink of an eye. The smoke clears to reveal the unthinkable, as he remains standing, completely untouched by the devastating power he just unleashed. Energy still pulses through the ruins, shattering the very air as the environment itself struggles to contain the sheer magnitude of the blast. A massive gust tears through the smoke, clearing the battlefield and showing everyone exactly who is left standing. The horizon is scorched a deep, ominous red, leaving nothing but a wasteland where a military force once stood. Down in the dirt, the survivor shakes uncontrollably, paralyzed by the realization of the monster he's facing. Clawing at the ground, he tries to find his footing, but the weight of the administrator's presence is too much to bear. Struggling to breathe, the sergeant chokes out a desperate question, unable to comprehend the motive behind such destruction. The administrator looks down with a chilling gaze, dropping a bombshell about the true cost of the mission they're all trapped in. The price just went up, skyrocketing in less than 24 hours as the system demands more than ever before. To close the gateway, the counter hits a massive 23,000, showing the insane amount of power required to end this nightmare. Walking away from the carnage, he makes it clear that he needs over 20,000 essence, and he'll do whatever it takes to get it. The sergeant is left speechless, his mind reeling as he tries to understand the horrific implications of what he just heard. The smoke clears to reveal a world transformed, leaving nothing but the hollowed-out remains of civilization in its wake. Look at the scale of this destruction. A massive structure, once a symbol of order, now stands gutted and broken against a gray, indifferent sky. Dropping into the heart of the chaos, our hero makes his entrance, landing firmly on the very rubble he created. Scanning the area for any signs of life, he questions if the slaughter is finally over, or if more soldiers are waiting in the shadows. There he is, Zhang Yu Park, standing tall amidst the wreckage like he owns the place, completely unfazed by the death surrounding him. These weren't monsters, they were people, but to him, they're just numbers, fueling a counter that's rapidly climbing toward 15,000. 14,000. That's not even close. The Itaewon Gateway is a different beast entirely, and he's going to need a massive power-up to shut it down. Think back to day 1, the Hengun Gateway only took 10,000 to close. The stakes are rising, and they're rising fast. And just like that, the clock resets. A chilling system message flashes across the sky, day 2 has officially begun. Things are about to get way more intense. The price just doubled in 24 hours. He's staring at a requirement of over 23,000 now. Is the difficulty scaling with the date? This game is rigged. The first day is over, but the real grind is just beginning, and the numbers are starting to look impossible. Stepping out into the wreckage, he's doing the math, and 14,000 essence is nothing when the endgame requires millions. At least the Pathfinder isn't glitching out, keeping him locked on his target in Jongyo. He's closing in fast, almost at the heart of the zone. The goal is total domination, sweep the area and take every single drop of essence before the clock runs out. But just hunting monsters won't cut it, and a much more ruthless idea starts to take shape. If he bumps into another top-tier savior, it won't be a friendly meeting, it'll be an opportunity. Why farm small fry when you can take it all at once? Killing another ranked player is the ultimate shortcut to the top. He's made up his mind, every other savior is just a walking loot box waiting to be opened. Even as the undisputed rank 1, he knows he can't be everywhere at once to shut these gates down. The map is bleeding red with gateways, and soon, just surviving won't be enough, he'll have to start closing them before the world drowns. But there's one big question left, what actually happens to this world when the evaluator is done with it? The stakes just hit a whole new level because, he's realizing that clearing his own backyard is only the beginning of this nightmare. The system isn't pulling any punches, laying out the endgame protocol, once your zone is safe, you're faced with a choice that changes everything. Option 1 is the safe bet, staying put to keep the peace right where you are. But option 2? That's for the real ones, getting shipped out to the front lines where the world is still screaming for help. A dark thought starts creeping in, what if he just stays safe while the rest of the world burns to the ground? The system drops a truth bomb that'll chill you to the bone, if even one gateway stays open across the globe, it's game over for everyone. We're talking total systemic failure here, with the shadows of monsters stretching across every single inch of the planet. The threat is as final as it gets, every single living thing on this rock is looking at total, absolute extinction. He can't help but let out a bitter laugh at how messed up this is, the whole game is rigged, and the fantastic irony of it all is just sickening. He's questioning everything about his 41-day grind, realizing all that survival doesn't mean squat if the rest of the world can't pull its weight. The grim reality is sinking its teeth in now, one single gateway. That's all it takes to end the world forever. His dark thoughts are cut short when Yongyan snaps him back to reality, reminding him they've still got a long road ahead. The weight of the world is heavy, but he knows they can't stay here. It's time to move, and it's time to move now. But the world has other plans. The ground starts shaking with a violent rhythm, something massive is coming up from below. And there it is. A massive, fleshy spire bursts through the crust, looking like something straight out of a nightmare. Boom! The whole area is being torn apart as these dark towers force their way into our world. The wind is howling now, pushed aside by the sheer speed of these things rising. It's absolute chaos. Steam is venting everywhere, hissing out of the ground like the earth itself is bleeding out. Everything is getting buried in fog, but you can still see those massive shadows looming over everything. He's just standing there, taking it all in. The entire horizon has changed. Those red towers are everywhere now. Time to move. Zhongyu isn't wasting a second. He's got Yongyan prepping the chopper and the rest of the team grabbing supplies. The team is on it. They know the stakes. No questions, just action as they prepare to bug out. They're moving out. Every second counts now. They've got to get to that helicopter before things get even worse. He's the last one standing there, facing down the nightmare. Those thumps you hear. That's the sound of the world ending. Looking back at the chaos, he can't help but be impressed. Those soldiers were fighting blind, without a shred of essence, yet they stood their ground against attacks that should have leveled them. Taking a breath, he lets his own power surge. Blue energy erupts around his fist, a silent promise of the overwhelming force he's about to unleash. The mystery of their survival is still on his mind, but he doesn't hesitate. He releases a massive shockwave, the air itself screaming as he admits that the whole thing is just surprising. The blast is absolute, creating a violent vacuum of wind as he finally turns his back on the battlefield. The heavy beat of helicopter blades takes over, the bird lifting off and banking hard away from the ruins of the city. Zhongyu finally takes a seat, trading a quick look with Yongyan. They're out, leaving that nightmare in the rearview. They didn't leave empty-handed, crates of ammo and a small arsenal of rifles are packed tight, ready for whatever comes next. Looking over the gear, he's actually impressed. For a rush job, they managed to pull together a hell of a stockpile. He's already planning the next move. The roar of the helicopter is a dinner bell for every monster in the area, and the clock is officially ticking for the team to make their move. Knowing they've just gone loud, he looks back at the survivors, his mind racing through the tactical nightmare they're about to enter. There's no room for debate here, he's making the call that they all go together, or no one goes at all. They're heading into the belly of the beast now, descending the stairwell with their hearts pounding against their ribs. Hold up, he stops dead in his tracks, his instincts screaming that they aren't alone in this hallway. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife, and whatever is behind that door is about to find out exactly who they're dealing with. His mana is flaring up, and he's taking point to make sure if there's an awakened in there, they don't stand a chance. That creak sounds like a gunshot in the silence, but he doesn't flinch, peering into the darkness with lethal focus. He's in, moving like a ghost with his hand ready to drop the hammer on anything that moves. Wait, that's not a monster, it's a survivor, and she looks like she's been through absolute hell. His body moves on pure instinct, launching a strike so fast it's nothing but a blur of blue light. Talk about a hair trigger. He stops the hit just in time, the sheer pressure of his power nearly blowing her away as he realizes she's just a terrified civilian. Talk about a close call. He stops on a dime, his fist hovering inches away from someone who definitely isn't an enemy. This poor woman is absolutely terrified, stuttering out a question about a meal while staring death in the face. Wait, what is even happening right now? He's completely thrown off, trying to figure out how he ended up in a place like this. He's literally standing in a kitchen. Surrounded by soda fridges and cooking supplies, the reality of the situation finally starts to sink in. Wait, what's going on? Jong-yu is completely blindsided by the vibe in this place, and he's not the only one feeling the heat. The chef doesn't even look at him, dropping a heavy truth bomb. This kid doesn't look like law enforcement, and staying here is a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Hands are clanging, but the tension is louder. He isn't backing down, even with those bloodstains on the cook's back screaming that this guy is more than just a chef. Run away. Seriously? The protagonist's eyes flare with a new light. He hasn't heard those words in a long, long time. It's a total throwback. He realizes this is the first time anyone's actually worried about him since the entire world went to hell. The cook is reading him like a book. He's baffled. This stranger is cool as a cucumber, even though his essence count is bottom tier. What is he hiding? But then, things get even darker. He spots the bruises on the woman's arm. This isn't just a warning, it's a crime scene in the making. This place is a total front. He can feel it in his bones, something is seriously off about this regular restaurant. He's locked in. With a stone-cold face, he's scanning every corner, looking for the real threat hiding in plain sight. The food hits the table with a thud. He's watching her every move. The sizzle of the grill is the only thing breaking this deadly silence. Look at this feast. But he's not thinking about lunch. He feels like he's just stepped right into a high-stakes martial arts novel where every bite could be his last. Look at the state of this place. The server looks like she's been through hell, treated as nothing more than a tool for the thugs running wild. And then there's the chef, cooking like his life depends on it, because it probably does. He's just trying to keep his head down and avoid the carnage. Jong-yu can't help but ask, what is this place? How is a restaurant even open right now? He's calling it out. How can you run a business like this? Do all the local trash just come here to fill their bellies while the world burns? The chef isn't having it. He tells him to eat or get out. Unless he's wearing a badge, he's just another person who should stay out of trouble. It's clear now. The chef is still hoping for a rescue. He's waiting for the government to step in and fix everything, but he has no idea. Time for a reality check. Jong-yu drops the bomb, he just saw the police and the military get wiped out. There's no one coming to save them. The world just stopped. The chef freezes mid-motion. That bowl of noodles feels a lot heavier now that his last shred of hope has been vaporized. He can't believe it. The soldiers too. The look on his face says it all, the realization that they are completely on their own. Jong-yu is cold as ice. He's not sugarcoating it. He's seen the end, and he's just stating the facts while the chef falls apart. And just like that, the mood shifts. The door jingles. Someone just walked in, and you can bet they aren't here for the seafood special. He's on high alert. Jong-yu looks back, his eyes narrowing. The real trouble has just arrived, and he's ready for whatever comes next. Looking at the numbers, these guys aren't just random survivors. Their essence levels are off the charts, way too high for anyone planning to play nice with the police. The numbers don't lie. That much essence means they've broken every law in the book just to stay alive. These are hardened survivors, not citizens. It's weird, right? How do a bunch of lawbreakers like this end up trusting each other? And why do they all have almost the exact same amount of essence? The guy with the headband can't even hide his disgust. The very idea of cooperating with the police sounds like a joke to him. But then, someone speaks up. They're tired of living like monsters. They want out of this nightmare, no matter what it takes. And here comes the big man. A chef covered in blood with a massive essence count of 1186. The system literally calls him a predator. Jong-yu sees it instantly. This guy is the alpha. He's the one keeping this whole group of killers in line. He looks like a cook, but everything about his vibe says otherwise. There's something much darker under that white coat. Check out those arms. You don't get scars like that just by flipping noodles. Those are battle wounds from a man who's seen some serious action. Sure, kitchen work is tough, but this is different. Jong Yu is starting to piece it all together now. He takes a quick look at the others, trying to figure out the dynamic between the chef and the rest of the crew. And that's when it hits him. He thought that woman was a hostage, but looking closer, that might not be the case at all. The moment of hesitation snaps, and his hand lunges forward to seize the heavy blade, the metal already slick with the remnants of a previous violence. There's no turning back now, as Yongyan puts every ounce of his strength into a wild swing, his eyes wide with a terrifying resolve. The target is locked, and the division head doesn't flinch as he closes the distance, ensuring the strike lands with lethal precision. And then, the finality of the impact, a violent eruption of blood that marks the point of no return for a man pushed to his absolute limit. The air is thick with the scent of iron, blood dripping steadily from a trembling hand as the tension reaches a breaking point. Look at that blade, a butcher's tool turned into a nightmare, stained with the evidence of what just happened. Yongyan is absolutely frozen, terror etched into every line of his face as he stares into the abyss of his own fear. Then, the silence is ripped apart. A scream of pure madness as the assailant reaches for the steel once more. The cook is right on top of him, looming like a specter of death over the defenseless division head. The blade swings down with lethal force, a killing blow meant to end it all in a single, violent stroke. But wait. Out of nowhere, a massive blast of pure energy intercepts the strike, blowing a hole right through the attacker. Enter the administrator. Jong Yu doesn't even blink, his power flaring with a cold, blue intensity that demands absolute submission. The impact is devastating, sending the cook flying across the room like a ragdoll as blood spatters the kitchen tiles. Yongyan drops to his knees, completely broken by the chaos while the administrator stands over the scene with terrifying calm. It's over in an instant. The administrator doesn't say a word, leaving only the sound of dripping blood to fill the silence. The dust is still settling from that absolute wipeout, leaving nothing but the smell of ozone and the remnants of a one-sided slaughter. Look at the carnage left in his wake, bodies are scattered everywhere, and those glowing orbs are a chilling reminder of who's really in charge here. But wait, there's one left, and this guy is absolutely losing it, trembling like a leaf after witnessing that level of power firsthand. And here comes the man himself. Jong Yu Park isn't done yet, stepping up with zero emotion to find out exactly how many more of these guys are hiding in the shadows. The survivor can barely even breathe, he's hyperventilating, staring up at a monster in human skin who just deleted his entire squad. Time for the carrot and the stick, mostly the stick, as a blade comes out, making it crystal clear that silence is going to be very, very painful. That did the trick, the guy starts singing like a bird, screaming that there are plenty more people just like them around. But then he says something crazy, he's actually trying to defend them, calling these attackers good-natured while he's literally kneeling in a pool of blood. The look on his face says it all, he can't believe what he's hearing. Did this guy really catch feelings for the people who were just using him as fodder? The interrogation is heating up. Jong Yu stares down the trembling man, who can barely get a word out through his sheer terror. He's trying to talk his way out of this, claiming that this place is actually one of the safest spots left in the surrounding area. Then comes the bombshell. The Blue House, the South Korean presidential residence, has been completely taken over by a gang of criminals. Jong Yu isn't buying it just yet. He demands to know if this intel is actually legit, because the fall of the presidential office is a massive deal. The guy is panicking now. He begs for just a second to prove he's telling the truth, reaching into his clothes to find something, anything, to back up his story. He's the sole survivor, claiming he was the only person who managed to make it out of the Blue House alive. And here's the proof. He pulls out a business card, showing exactly who he is and why he was there in the first place. Wait, a reporter. Jong Yu looks at the card and realizes this guy isn't just some random survivor, he's a professional journalist. Meet Manhwa Kong. He's a senior reporter for the Baekdong Daily, and he was officially assigned to cover the Blue House before everything went to hell. He's begging for his life now, offering to guide Jong Yu through the danger zones. He calls himself a savior, but Jong Yu just looks down and drops a truth bomb, he's a savior too. In the quiet of the cemetery, Manhwa Kong drops a bombshell about the high-stakes players who nearly walked into a death trap, leaving the air thick with tension. Cutting straight to the point, the young administrator demands to know exactly how much power these monsters were packing. With a look of pure dread, the veteran reporter recalls the 15 hostiles, but it's the two at the top that truly haunt his memory. The data doesn't lie, and those numbers are off the charts, with two monsters breaking the 6,000 mark like it's nothing. Shadowy and lethal, these two were on a completely different level, their very presence enough to make the air turn cold. Think about that for a second, to hit those numbers, they must have picked the entire Jongno district clean, leaving absolutely nothing behind. The gears are turning now, and he's starting to realize that this wasn't just a random attack, it was a calculated massacre. Look at these cuts, clean, surgical, and absolutely impossible for any normal knife to pull off. A terrifying thought starts to form, because this kind of damage only comes from one thing, something much sharper and more dangerous than steel. He knows that signature, there's only one person in the world who can manipulate blue threads with that kind of deadly precision. And then it hits him like a freight train, the only man who could have done this, is his own father. The truth is out, and it's a nightmare he never saw coming, leaving him absolutely stunned as the pieces finally fall into place. The realization hits him like a freight train. Essence isn't just power, it's a unique signature, and that means he might be facing someone with a style dangerously close to his own. A strange, unsettling feeling gnaws at him, leaving him to wonder if he's destined to face a mirror image of his own devastating power. The silence is broken when Jong-yu is snapped back to the present by the reporter's voice, shaking off the heavy thoughts with a quick response. The older man hesitates, wondering if a high-stakes meeting with the president is actually about to happen. He probes further, asking if a formal alliance with the government is the play, but the answer is cold and calculated, only if it's necessary. His steps already carry him away, leaving the reporter stunned as he moves with purpose toward his next objective. He muses on the vast information the state must possess, knowing the government's intel on the gateways could be the ultimate game-changer. There is a deeper curiosity, too, about the secret strategies they had lined up for the rank 1 savior. His gaze sharpens, his eyes burning with intensity as the pieces of this deadly puzzle finally start to click into place. They soon arrive at the imposing facade of the Secretary building, the ground zero for the tragedy that's about to be revealed. The courtyard is a grim testament to the violence that unfolded here, and the reporter reveals he was actually harvesting essence while running for his life. The patterns of destruction are hauntingly familiar, it's a perfect match for the damage at the entrance, and it all points back to one terrifying source. He hits the scene like a hurricane. The Secretary building doesn't stand a chance as he blasts through the front gates. Moving at speeds that defy logic, he's nothing but a blur, leaving the security measures in the dust. The guards are caught completely off guard. Their scanners are going haywire, unable to process the monster that just walked through their front door. And just like that, he takes to the skies. He's playing a different game entirely, soaring over their heads before they can even draw their weapons. But even in the heat of battle, his mind is elsewhere. The thought of his father being involved is a weight he can't just shake off. Bullets are flying everywhere. He's dodging lead while fighting a war inside his own head. Can he really stay cold-blooded when it's family on the line? Jong-yu locks in. The noise fades away as his essence starts to peak. He's entering the zone, and it's about to get loud. He's coming down like a meteor. That landing alone is enough to shatter the floor. The impact is absolutely massive. Boom. Absolute devastation. He releases a wave of pure essence that sends everyone flying. This isn't a fight, it's a clearing operation. He's being real with himself now. Looking at the mess he just made, he's not even sure if he can handle what comes next. Standing in the middle of the wreckage, he's the only one left. Those essence orbs are glowing like trophies in the dark. But he doesn't have time for second-guessing. He shuts it all down and locks back in. The mission is the only thing that matters right now. Standing in the center of the absolute carnage, he doesn't move a muscle as those eerie blue essence orbs pulse around him. His eyes flare with a cold, calculating light, locking onto the grim reality of the battle ahead. Looking at the bodies, the numbers don't lie, even the weakest guards here were packing serious heat, far above your average grunt. As his own blood hits the floor, the math gets even worse, revealing elite monsters with power levels that are off the charts. Facing a total essence pool of 20,000. That's enough to make even a monster like him spit out a curse. He grips his bleeding arm, knowing damn well that losing focus for even a second in this hellhole is a one-way ticket to the grave. Look at that hesitation. Even with a weapon in hand, this guy is clearly out of his league, caught in the middle of something far bigger than he realizes. He's moving fast, but Jong-yu knows he's slipping. He can't afford to let his mind wander for even a second in a place like this. Suddenly, the air explodes with gunfire. Multiple shots ring out, and even with his superhuman senses, the speed of the lead is just too much to handle. Direct hit. Blood sprays as the bullet finds its mark. It's a brutal reminder that no matter how strong he gets, he's not invincible. He takes a breath, trying to stay calm. He was too slow with the barrier, and now he's paying the price. In a fight like this, a small wound is a massive problem. He checks the wound, and luckily, it's just a graze. His senses are still sharp, but he's not out of the woods yet. The pain isn't the issue, it's the bleeding. If he doesn't stop it now, he's going to lose too much strength to keep going. He turns to Manhwa, demanding something to stop the blood. The reporter is caught completely off guard by the sudden intensity in his eyes. Actually, forget it. Jong-yu doesn't have time for explanations. He reaches out and takes what he needs, leaving Manhwa completely stunned. He's rummaging through the gear, ignoring the blood and the mess. He needs those supplies now if he's going to survive the next wave. Desperate for a fix, Jong-yu tears through the reporter's pockets, but it's a total bust, not even a scrap of cloth to stop the bleeding. With time running out, he's gotta make a break for it. The main building is his only shot at finding a medkit before things get worse. He's moving fast, pushing through the pain as he sprints toward his only hope for survival. But wait, something's wrong. The air literally fractures around him as a sudden, violent force slams into the scene. Check out that energy. A massive clash erupts, bathing everything in a wild, violet glow that screams pure power. He hits the ground hard. The impact sends a jolt through his body, forcing a pained grunt as he struggles to keep his footing. And look at his eyes. A strange, shimmering aura is starting to envelop him, and he has absolutely no idea what's happening. His hand is literally throbbing. He stares down in total shock as his hand pulses with that same violet light. This definitely wasn't part of the plan. Out of the darkness, a voice barks out a challenge, demanding to know exactly who has dared to intrude on this territory. The shadows peel back to reveal a squad of hostiles, led by a man whose hand pulses with a dangerous blue energy, signaling that he's more than ready for a fight. Staring down the glowing threat, Jong-yu doesn't flinch, instantly wondering if this is one of the dangerous individuals Myeonjil warned him about. Analyzing the flow of mana, he realizes this isn't the thread user he was looking for. The way this guy's essence flares up is completely different. The hostile leader grits his teeth, sensing something off about the kid in front of him. He's definitely not the same breed as his old man. Just as he's about to snap, a firm grip lands on his shoulder, forcing him to stand down as a bigger player enters the chat. A mountain of a man pushes through, telling the small fry to move out of the way as his massive power level starts to fill the entire hallway. This new guy isn't playing around, his cold stare making it clear that he's the one actually calling the shots here. Jong-yu's eyes widen slightly, realizing that this is the real threat he's been waiting to encounter. He starts crunching the numbers, thankful that aside from the two big hitters, the rest of these guys are just low-level fodder with average essence. But he's not underestimating them, knowing that 10 weaklings still add up to a lot of power when they're all coming at you at once. With 12,000 essence stacked against him, he knows he's still got the upper hand, but he's got to play this perfectly to make sure nothing goes sideways. Locked in a high-stakes stare down, he doesn't blink, his mind already 3 steps ahead as he dissects the enemy's next move. Look at that glow, it's the signature of a thread user, a dangerous specialist who can turn thin air into a web of death. The older brother feels the heat, barking an order for his partner to back off before things get ugly. Suddenly, the tough talk stops, and he tries to pivot to a negotiation, leaving Sejong absolutely blindsided by the retreat. He's reading them like an open book, noticing the protective instinct that only comes from a blood connection. The pieces are falling into place. That thread wasn't meant for a kill, it was a desperate lifeline thrown to save family. He can't help but wonder, is family really worth more than survival in a world this brutal? Then, the ultimate sign of defeat, the older brother hits the floor, throwing away his pride to beg for a second chance. Head down, spirit broken, he confesses they were way out of their league, hoping his honesty might buy them some time. Sejong is losing it, but his brother is doubling down on the surrender, offering a blank check just to keep them breathing. He stares down at them, cold as ice, asking the one question that matters, are they really ready to beg for mercy? The tension is suffocating, he's sweating bullets, waiting for the word that will either save them or seal their fate. Jong-yu isn't playing games, looming over the brothers as he demands to know their identities and their true purpose for being here. The captive's voice shakes with every word, admitting they were just low-level thieves who happened to be at the police station when the apocalypse kicked off. Theft. Really? The idea seems almost absurd given the current state of the world, and he can't help but stare at the man's mangled, bloody limb. It's hard to wrap his head around it, the fact that the ruthless gang occupying the seat of government started out as a bunch of petty crooks. The flashback hits hard, showing the moment the world went to hell as slime started spawning right inside the precinct. When the shooting started, it was every man for himself, and by the time the smoke cleared, the prisoners had slaughtered every single cop in the building. With nowhere else to go, they formed a pact with the other inmates, deciding to stick together just to see another day. Back in reality, Jong-yu presses them on why they'd even bother coming here, since they clearly aren't looking for a handout from the state. The guy is absolutely terrified, staring up at Jong-yu and realizing that his life is literally on the line right now. He begs for a chance, but Jong-yu shuts him down instantly, making it clear that he has zero reason to keep them around. It's all about the grind for Jong-yu, who's only thinking about collecting as much essence as he can while the getting is good. The man makes one last-ditch effort, warning that no matter how strong he is, he won't last long without someone to watch his back while he sleeps. Desperation is setting in fast, and he tries to play the "we're the same" card, begging for some kind of solidarity. But look at that face, he isn't buying it for a second, mocking the very idea of being like someone so pathetic. And there it is, the breaking point. He's done talking, and that mana starting to swirl means things are about to get ugly. He slams his hand down, teeth bared, screaming that he's finished playing the victim and begging for mercy. Total ice in his veins, just watching and waiting, completely unfazed by the temper tantrum. He's going for it. A full-on, all-or-nothing lunge fueled by pure rage. He flies forward like a bullet, but the speed difference here is insane. It's like he's moving in slow motion compared to the pro. And just like that, denied. A glowing hand catches him mid-air, crushing his windpipe before he can even blink. Talk about a reality check. He gets slammed so hard the wall literally shatters behind him. That's gotta hurt. He can barely even gasp for air, staring up in pure terror as he realizes he just picked a fight with a monster. No mercy, no hesitation. That blue glow means it's lights out. He's charging up for the finishing blow. He's begging for his life now, but those glowing eyes tell the whole story. There's no coming back from this. He finally snaps, unleashing the full, terrifying weight of his power. The blast is absolute, leaving no room for escape as the world turns into a blinding white void. Look at that raw mana. He doesn't hold back for a single second, pouring every ounce of intent into a strike meant to end it all. But as the smoke clears, the expected carnage is nowhere to be found, replaced by an eerie, unsettling calm. Wait, what is that? A mysterious glowing orb clatters to the floor, dropping right from the spot where his target was just standing. It rolls away, pulsing with a strange light, and the realization starts to sink in that this wasn't a normal kill. His eyes widen in pure shock. The cold, calculating administrator is gone, replaced by a man who can't believe what he's seeing as he utters that name in a trembling breath. The silence is shattered as a voice calls out, and Jong-yu snaps his head around, sensing something is off. His eyes lock onto a familiar face, spotting Myangil just as the atmosphere begins to shift. Zero warning. Zero hesitation. Sejong explodes forward, wreathed in a terrifying aura of pure power. Jong-yu doesn't miss a beat, priming his defenses as the air itself begins to vibrate. The strike comes in hot, but he slips the punch by a hair's breadth, the force of the lunge tearing through the air. He counters with a blinding swipe, sending a shockwave that forces the boy to rethink his approach. The kid is fast, way too fast, ducking under the counter and keeping his speed at a breaking point. He takes flight, launching off the ground to find a new angle of attack. Wait, something's wrong. Jong-yu sees the look in his eyes and realizes the target has changed. It was a feint. A total bait. The attack is locked onto Myangil, who has no way to defend himself. Panic sets in. Jong-yu screams out, but he's too far away to stop the inevitable. The whip cracks. A surge of power lashes across the field, striking with pinpoint accuracy. Just as things heat up, a massive flash bangs the scene, catching him completely off guard as he reels from the glare. Struggling to see through the whiteout, he realizes he's been played, the light is everywhere, and he's flying blind. Cursing under his breath, the sheer intensity of the flash leaves him stuck, unable to track the next move. Then it clicks, the sun's position. This wasn't just a lucky shot, his opponent used the very sky against him. He can't let Myangil go down here, not when the reporter is his only ticket to the truth the government is hiding. With a growl of frustration, he charges up, his hands surging with raw, dangerous power. Praying he doesn't hit his own man, he lets it rip, a massive blast of energy that absolutely shreds the atmosphere. The sheer force of the blast is insane, the shockwave rippling out and shaking the very ground beneath them. In the middle of that power surge, someone screams, but the sound is instantly buried by the roar of the explosion. As the smoke starts to clear, the whole place is a wreck, with dust and debris everywhere. In the dead silence that follows, all you can hear is the heavy, desperate breathing of the survivors. Collapsing against the rubble, the reporter is gasping for air, his eyes wide with pure terror at the destruction he just witnessed. The smoke clears, and he checks in, making sure they've survived the worst of it, or so he thinks. Still reeling from the blast, the reporter is starting to put the pieces together, questioning if this guy is actually the one behind everything. Looking at those weird glowing orbs, it's hard to believe that's all it took to finish the job. But the mystery is far from over, and the real reason they hit the blue house might stay buried forever. He turns to leave, his face set in stone as he tries to put this chaos behind him. But then, disaster strikes, as he steps right onto one of those glowing blue orbs, and everything goes sideways. He barely has time to react, before that blue light starts spinning around him like a cyclone. A scream of pure agony rips through the air, as whatever that thing is starts tearing him apart from the inside. He drops to the ground, grabbing his head as blue lightning surges through his entire body. It's like his brain is about to explode, and he's completely paralyzed, unable to even crawl away. He's fighting just to stay awake, realizing he just walked straight into a deadly trap. The reporter is absolutely terrified, screaming his name as he watches the strongest guy he knows fall apart right in front of him. Deep in the heart of the mountains, the fog settles in, hiding the secrets of the path ahead. But wait, a hand reaches out, brushing against the weathered wood as if searching for a hidden message. A moment of focus, and the mystery deepens as the search for a clue continues in total silence. Myangil is fumbling with the sign, but he's not looking at the arrows, he's looking for something much more subtle. There it is. He's found the way, pointing into the mist with absolute confidence. The young man is skeptical, wondering how on earth his guide knows where they're going when the signs are completely blank. With crossroads everywhere, he's genuinely impressed that anyone could navigate this maze without getting lost. The secret is out. It's not about what you see, it's about what you feel. He's been following Hidden Braille this whole time. He cracks a smile, knowing the security here is top-notch, designed to confuse anyone who doesn't know the trick. But enough about the signs, he's more worried about that injury, hoping his quick first aid job is actually doing the trick. Looking down at the bandage, the survivor just shrugs it off. It's fine for now, but that wound looks serious. Pushing deeper into the unknown, the reporter keeps his eyes locked forward, knowing every step brings them closer to the heart of the mystery. As the sound of blades cuts through the air, a single question burns: who exactly is up there watching them? But for the young hunter, wondering won't get them answers, only moving forward will reveal the truth. One step at a time, they press on, the sound of their own movement the only thing breaking the quiet. Then, out of nowhere, a sudden gust of wind whips through the trees, a warning that something is about to change. Zhongyu stops dead, his senses screaming that something is fundamentally wrong with this place. It hits him like a ton of bricks. It's the middle of summer, but where are the cicadas? The silence is deafening, and it's definitely not natural. The reporter calls out his name, but he's already reacting, mana beginning to surge and crackle around him. And then, boom! A blade of pure energy erupts from his hand, ready to tear through whatever's hiding in the shadows. With one swift motion, he carves through a massive tree like it's nothing, testing the very fabric of the area. The reporter can barely believe his eyes, stumbling back as the sheer force of the strike leaves him breathless. The truth is finally out, they aren't just in the woods anymore. They've stepped right into the military support zone, and things are about to get real. The forest is a total lie. Beneath the bark, it's all cold, hard plastic, a mechanical trap disguised as nature that leaves the veteran reporter completely speechless. But there's no time for shock. A deadly click rings out from the foliage as a sniper's barrel slides into view, ready to end their investigation before it even begins. The silence of the woods is shattered as the military closes in. These aren't just any grunts, they're moving with the precision of a strike team ready to blow. There's nowhere to run. The perimeter is locking down tight, and you can feel the tension in the air as the trap finally snaps shut. Boom! A massive energy shield flares up, stopping the guards dead in their tracks. Our heroes are surrounded, but they aren't going down without a fight. The reporter is losing it. He realizes these are the elite Blue House guards. He's shaking in his boots, wondering if they should even try to talk their way out of this mess. But look at the administrator. He's cool as ice. He knows if they wanted them dead, they'd be dead already. This isn't a fight yet, it's an opportunity. The lens is zooming in. The guards are screaming for them not to move, but there's something else happening. A camera is live and recording every second. The pressure is on. The soldiers want answers and they want them now. Identify yourselves, they shout, ready to pull the trigger at the slightest flinch. Wait, is this live? He spots the camera and realizes the whole world is watching. This isn't just a standoff, it's a stage, and he's about to take the lead role. He's got them right where he wants them. A broadcast means he can't be silenced. This is going to save him so much time, and he's ready to drop a bombshell on everyone watching. Get ready for the reveal. He takes a deep breath, looking straight into the lens. He's about to tell the world exactly who he is. He says it loud and clear. I am the highest-ranking savior. He's not asking for permission anymore, he's demanding a meeting with the president. The mic drop of the century. He repeats it for the people in the back, I am the highest-ranking savior. The world just changed, and the government has no choice but to listen. The screen explodes in a blinding flash, the broadcast itself struggling to keep up with the sheer intensity of the moment. Static tears through the feed, leaving the world in suspense as the connection to the savior hangs by a thread. That low buzz is the sound of a world changing, as we cut away from the chaos and into the heart of the nation's power. Look at this tension. The highest-ranking officials in the country are gathered, and you can practically feel the weight of their indecision. The silence is finally broken, acknowledging that this emergency meeting just got a whole lot more complicated. They're making their move. An order goes out to set a place at the table for the man who just challenged the entire government. The man in charge doesn't blink, staring straight ahead as he demands they bring the savior right into the heart of the Blue House. But wait, we're cutting back to the action. Something is moving fast through the woods, and it doesn't look friendly. This soldier is absolutely losing it, running for his life as the forest itself seems to turn against him. Someone is trapped near that dark vortex, begging for anyone to save them as the shadows close in. And there it is. A massive flash of blue energy rips through the air, silencing the screams in an instant. Boom. Total devastation. Blood splatters everywhere as that energy strike connects, proving that the savior isn't just talking, he's dangerous. The government finally makes its move, sending a representative who leads with pure professional courtesy, hoping to de-escalate the tension immediately. Meet the man in the middle. Jung Kim, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, steps into the spotlight to handle the most dangerous man in the country. But the savior isn't buying the act. He catches that subtle phrasing, the Republic of Korea, and wonders why he's being treated like a foreign entity. Is it just a habit of the job, or does the government realize they're no longer in a position to give him orders? The power dynamic has shifted completely. Testing the waters, the minister asks for permission just to walk forward. He's walking on eggshells, and everyone knows it. Every step is heavy with tension. Is this genuine caution, or is the government official just trying to look non-threatening? He smells a rat. This feels like a delay. Are they trying to buy enough time to get the president to safety? But it doesn't matter. Even if they try to fly him out, there's nowhere on earth they can hide from the savior's power. Time for the damage control. The minister starts with a full apology, trying to bury the hatchet before things get even more out of hand. He's literally bowing down. The deputy minister takes the blame, calling the previous attack a misunderstanding just to keep the peace. Jong-yu keeps it real. He doesn't need the apology. He knows he's the one who threw the first punch, and he's not hiding it. Enough talk. He wants the president, and he wants him now. The meeting is set, it's time to see who's really in charge. You heard the rumors, right? They said only the president and his inner circle made it out, but the truth is about to get a lot more complicated. But the government's singing a different tune now, claiming they saved over 1,000 people while the world was falling apart around them. Minister Kim isn't buying it for a second, calling them out on the fact that every ordinary citizen in this room just happens to have a high-ranking title. These people have no idea what's actually happening out there, trapped in a bubble of ignorance while the rest of the world burns. The president is playing it cool, but you can feel the tension in the air as the main event finally begins. The rumors are true, the big gun is here, and everyone's waiting to see who this legendary, highest-ranked savior actually is. The wait is over, because the person claiming that top spot is standing right in this room. Everyone looks at the kid in the middle, and man, he looks like he's about to have a heart attack from all the pressure. The system doesn't lie, and as his numbers pop up, he's clearly feeling the heat of being under the microscope. But wait, look at that. A massive shadow drops over the room as a power level so high it's insane starts to loom over everyone. Now that's what I'm talking about. His eyes are glowing, his mana is off the charts, and he's showing everyone exactly why he's the real deal. The poor kid is shaking like a leaf, completely paralyzed now that he's seen what real power actually looks like. Staring into the dust, it all comes back to one thing, ants. The resemblance is uncanny, a whole civilization trapped in an iron fortress, living by rules they never chose. They work themselves to the bone every single day, never realizing that to us, they're nothing more than a speck underfoot. When that shadow looms, it's overwhelming, one-sided, and absolutely unavoidable. It's a force that simply cannot be stopped, no matter how many generations they've spent preparing for the fight. In their eyes, we're the true monsters, destroying everything they've built just because we can. There's no grand plan here, just pure, senseless destruction for the sake of a moment's amusement. But the tables turned the second that message hit the screens, warning us that the monsters from the gate were about to treat us exactly like we treated the ants. Looking at the bodies piled high, I've got a message for everyone who treated me like an ant while I was still human. Look at him, absolutely broken on the floor. Jong-yu Park is shaking like a leaf, but don't let that fool you, this is just the calm before the storm. And then there's this guy, Si-jung is just standing there smirking, blue lightning dancing on his hands like he's the main character of his own twisted story. He's not holding back at all. A single, brutal strike sends blood flying everywhere as he finishes the job with terrifying precision. Everything goes dark, leaving nothing but the aftermath of that absolute carnage. He got used to the human act pretty fast, and soon enough, having blood on his hands was just another day at the office. But he wanted more, so he made some calls and got in touch with the big players, moving up in the world as the choppers started rolling in. Staring at the skyline, he knew the whole city was basically his playground now. They gave him a deal he couldn't refuse, so he figured, why not? It was time to start living the high life. He was one of the elite now, and he wasn't going to think twice about milking every single perk for all it was worth. But wait, there's a twist. He had no idea that he was about to run into the one person he should have stayed far away from. Of all the people to bump into, it had to be him, the literal highest-ranking savior on the planet. Or so he thought. Because when this man walks in, he's rocking a rank of 41,643. Talk about a power gap. Staring down at a report that spells certain doom, he demands to know, did this man really write these terrifying predictions himself? Without a hint of hesitation, the official admits it's his work, a report so bleak it makes every other department look like they're living in a fantasy. His eyes narrow, searching for the truth, as he asks the question everyone is too afraid to voice, what is the reason for all this pessimism? The answer is a cold slap of reality, claiming that nothing on this earth has the power to stop what's coming. This isn't just another war or a border dispute, it's a total paradigm shift that defies everything we know about conflict. He prepared for the absolute worst, but it's his use of the word earthly that sends a shiver down the spine. Is he implying the threat is from somewhere else? Looking around at the so-called experts, it's obvious this man is the only one who truly gets it. He's not just predicting a crisis, he's predicting the end of the government itself. Even if the planet survives, starvation will wipe out the population while the world's infrastructure collapses into a nightmare of constant war. The realization hits like a freight train. Jung Seong Kim isn't just guessing, he's already seen the end. He's predicted the total separation of local governments before it even happened. The stakes are getting higher, and the president isn't pulling any punches, demanding that only the most valuable assets be saved from the coming collapse. Caught off guard by the cold logic, Jong-yu presses for details, needing to know exactly what kind of ruthless selection process is being implied here. But the answer is absolutely chilling, a brutal comparison that strips away any sense of morality, treating human lives like mere commodities to be weighed and measured. Then comes the absolute bombshell, a proposal for a literal auction for survival, where the right to live is bought and sold to the highest bidder. He can hardly believe his ears, an auction for human lives. The stakes just hit a terrifying new low, and the look on his face says it all. Cutting straight to the chase, Jong-yu locks eyes with his target, demanding total honesty as he prepares to drop a bombshell of a question. Stuttering in disbelief, the man realizes he's standing face to face with the legendary savior himself, and the weight of the moment starts to sink in. Without missing a beat, he pushes forward, demanding to know exactly what it takes to keep a population fed when the world goes dark. Faced with the impossible task of feeding hundreds, the director falters, explaining that the math changes completely depending on the tools and the quality of the soil. Then comes the real kicker, a scenario where every modern luxury is gone, leaving nothing but raw survival and the dirt beneath their feet. Scratching his head in frustration, Bach admits that without the right tech, traditional farming becomes a nightmare that most people wouldn't survive. Crunching the numbers on the fly, he shifts the focus to barley and beans, realizing they'd need a staggering 18 tons just to keep everyone's stomachs full. Looking out at an imaginary horizon, he lays out the brutal truth, they'd need a massive expanse of land, over 300,000 square feet, just to account for the inevitable bad harvests. And the work doesn't stop there, because even with 30 people busting their backs 24/7, just getting the seeds in the ground would take an entire week of non-stop labor. After dropping all that knowledge, the man finally stops to ask the real question, why is the savior so obsessed with these end-of-the-world logistics? Watching him work, it's obvious this guy isn't just reading from a manual, he's got the real-world experience that makes him a total game-changer. With a sharp, calculating look, the decision is made, this man's skills are way too valuable to pass up, and he's exactly the kind of asset they need for what's coming next. The stakes couldn't be higher as the deputy minister literally throws himself at Jong-yu's feet. He's begging for a second chance, promising to solve the food crisis if he's just allowed to live. Jong-yu isn't making it easy, though. He stares him down, asking if he's really ready for the hell that's coming next. This isn't just a walk in the park. The man is broken. He's got no pride left, just a raw, desperate need to stay alive at any cost. And just like that, the deal is sealed. Jong-yu slams his hand down. It's go time, and there's no turning back now. He stands up, taking full command. Stay behind me, he orders. He's the shield and the sword for this entire group now. The squad is lining up. You can see the tension on their faces. They don't know what's coming, but they know they have to follow him. They're moving out in formation. The guards are watching every move, but Jong-yu is the one setting the pace. Wait, what was that? A sudden sound rips through the air, and everyone's heads snap around. Something is happening. Boom. A massive surge of power explodes. People are screaming as a violent wind tears through the room. It's pure chaos. Look at their faces, they're absolutely stunned. Nobody saw that coming. The speed, the power, it's completely off the charts. And there he is, right in the middle of it all. Jong-yu is stone cold. That blue aura is flickering around him like he's just getting started. The power is building up even more. You can see the energy literally clinging to him. Whatever he's about to do, it's going to be massive. Everything goes south in an instant. Sejong can only watch in pure shock as the very walls start coming down around them. Total chaos erupts. The crowd loses it, screaming and trampling each other just to find a way out of the death trap. But in the middle of the madness, Jong-yu is the only one keeping his cool, barking orders to get the path clear before things get even worse. The big shots are losing their minds, and the president is caught right in the crosshairs, wondering what the hell is actually happening. And then, the hammers drop. Gunfire starts ripping through the air, and everyone left standing hits the floor. The swarm is here. A whole squad of suited-up assassins pours into the room, and they aren't here to talk. It's a total execution zone. Bullets are flying from every single angle, turning the whole place into a lead-filled nightmare. But they didn't account for one thing. Jong-yu steps up and drops a massive mana shield, catching every single bullet like it's nothing. He's doing the math in real time, knowing that blocking this much firepower is costing him a fortune in essence, but he's not backing down. Time for a tactical adjustment. He shifts the shield's density, focusing all that power right where the bullets are thickest to save on mana. The plan is working perfectly, and as the smoke clears, he's only got one question on his mind: is the president safe yet? Time is running out. He knows he has to wrap this up fast because the DS group is closing in, and they'll be here in 60 minutes. Look at that speed. The battlefield shifts in an instant as the enemy prepares a deadly new move. And there it is, the pin is pulled. One of the guards isn't playing around anymore, prepping an explosive that could end everything. It's airborne. The grenade whistles through the air, a direct threat to everyone in the room. He spots it immediately. His eyes lock onto the danger, his mind already working a mile a minute to find a way out. A grenade. This just went from a shootout to a total disaster in a heartbeat. He's in a corner. If Jong-yu uses the shield for the blast, the bullets will get through. If he attacks, he loses the very people he's trying to save. He's got no choice left. It's time for a desperate play, and he's the only one who can make it happen. He's tanking it. He's going to use his own body to block that grenade. Talk about a hero move. The leap of faith. He flies through the air, catching the explosive mid-flight to keep the blast away from the crowd. Boom. The flash is blinding. He takes the hit head-on, already planning his counterattack against the gunman. He took the full force. A pained groan escapes him as the explosion rocks his entire frame, but he's still standing. The white-hot flash of the grenade finally recedes, revealing the grim aftermath as the administrator stalks through the debris-strewn hall. Scanning the empty rooms for any sign of survivors, he questions if anyone actually made it out alive. Suddenly, his hunter's instincts scream at him to stop, detecting a presence that doesn't belong in this graveyard. His gaze drops to a closed door, where a foul, viscous trail is pooling on the pristine floor. A cold realization hits him like a physical blow, as Jong-yu finds exactly where the coward has been hiding. This guy actually thinks it's funny. The official loses it, his face twisting as he reaches for his weapon with pure murderous intent. He's completely off the rails now, screaming about ending it all right here and now as he towers over his target. And there it is, the click of the hammer. He's got the gun right against the back of the head, ready to pull the trigger at any second. But look at that face. Jong-yu is literally laughing in the face of death, completely unfazed by the weapon pointed at his skull. He's thinking to himself, disgusted that these losers actually think they have the upper hand here. The second that gun touches him, the power flares. His eyes start glowing with that terrifying white light as his mana begins to absolutely saturate the room. He's literally daring him to shoot. The official is visibly shaking now, realizing he's just stepped into a cage with a monster as the clock keeps ticking. The guy is panicking, screaming about ants and power, but then a voice from the shadows shuts the whole thing down instantly. The big boss steps in, taking center stage and putting an end to this pathetic little squabble with just a few words. Kim isn't playing around. He tells them straight up that the real threat is outside, and fighting each other is just a waste of time. He checks the time with a cold stare, getting the update that they've only got 18 minutes left before everything goes south. Jong-yu is just watching this play out, realizing the minister is just trying to act tough to keep his grip on power after that little panic attack. With the clock ticking, the deputy minister isn't panicking. He knows this facility is a maze, and every room is a second bot against the maniac hunting them. Taking command of the chaos, he starts throwing out orders. Agents to the front, directors to the exits, he's locking this place down tight. Then, his eyes lock onto the wild card, Dong-hui. The kid looks like he's waiting for the floor to drop out from under him. And then, he drops the bombshell, declaring that as of this moment, the kid is officially Korea's savior. No pressure, right? The air in the room practically vibrates, a heavy, cinematic beat that signals everything has just changed for everyone involved. The kid is reeling, barely able to even say the words. Official savior? It's a lot to take in when you're just trying to survive. But the minister isn't finished, promising that the entire government is going to be his shield and his sword. He's not just a hero, he's an asset. It's starting to feel real now, the realization that he's got the backing of the state. But in this world, that kind of support usually comes with a price. But here's the kicker, the numbers don't lie. There are only 3 of them left. Three people against whatever is coming next. The room goes dead quiet, everyone just standing there, processing the new status quo. It's the calm before the absolute storm. And then, bam. Out of nowhere, a blade of pure energy rips through the air, targeting the minister before he can even blink. It connects with a sickening spray of blood. The minister is hit, his shock echoing through the room as the invisible assassin makes their move. The game just changed. In a split second, the celebration turns into a bloodbath as a devastating mana strike rips through the air, shredding the target's defenses. Blood sprays everywhere. The sheer power behind this hit is insane, leaving the room in absolute chaos. The minister hits the deck, and the look of pure terror on his ally's face says it all. This wasn't supposed to happen. But look at the attacker. Jong-woo is completely calm, muttering to himself like he's in a totally different world while everyone else panics. The tension is suffocating. The silence in the room is louder than the explosion that just rocked the government's foundation. He's standing right there. The guards didn't stand a chance, they're down for the count, and the official savior is just getting started. The realization hits like a truck. He's already here, and the speed of this blitz is beyond anything they've ever seen. Kim is desperate now. He's begging for answers, trying to understand why the man they just promoted is turning the place into a graveyard. He's offering everything, power, money, status. But it's like talking to a wall. The savior is completely tuned out, focused on something else entirely. Wait, why did he stop? He has the kill shot, but he's just standing there. The tension is absolutely killing me. He's talking to someone. It's like he's taking orders mid-fight. Who could possibly be on the other end of that conversation? And then it clicks for Jae Hyung. This isn't just a betrayal, it's a test. He's talking to an evaluator. The stakes just went through the roof. Hold on, did the system just drop a bombshell? The rankings just shifted, and Jong-Yu Park is no longer at the top, he's been bumped down to second place. He's absolutely losing it. How could anyone catch up to him? He's been grinding non-stop, but someone just stole his crown. He's stunned, staring at the data in disbelief, thinking back on everything he's done since the sun came up. This guy has been a one-man army. He started the day with 12,000 essence and has been tearing through enemies like they were nothing. He's literally quadrupled his power. Even after wasting time on the gateway, he's harvested thousands of souls. His essence count should be untouchable. It just doesn't make sense. Who is this new rank 1? How much essence do they have to actually beat a monster like him? And here's the kicker, if he doesn't get that top spot back, he's going to lose his leader privilege by dawn. The stakes just went through the roof. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife as Kim starts poking holes in the savior's hero act. Is this guy actually a hero, or is he just saving the people he happens to like? Leaning into the heavy silence of the room, he can't wrap his head around it. Why would a godlike being spare a couple of old guys like them? There has to be a catch. With the prophecy of disaster hanging over their heads, the numbers don't lie. Their nation is circling the drain, and the population is set to plummet. Finally snapping under the pressure, Kim slams his fist down. He's had enough of the doom and gloom, and he's not taking it anymore. Turning that heat right on the big boss, he demands answers. Why is a public servant like the president even listening to this guy? Has everyone lost their minds? His hands are literally shaking as the reality sets in, and he's left asking the ultimate question, what is he even supposed to do in a situation this insane? Staring at a pile of ash and broken dreams, they have to face the music. People are dying everywhere, and this savior is operating on a level of slaughter that's off the charts. The president keeps it cold and calculated, telling him straight up, this isn't a crime wave, it's a natural disaster. It's beyond humanity now, but that doesn't mean they can just sit back and watch. Kim is looking at him like he's grown a second head, trying to find any other way out. He's desperate for a plan, but the president's logic is starting to sink in. He can barely even say the words, but the truth is terrifying. Is helping a mass murderer really their best move? It's a nightmare scenario. Before he can even take another puff to calm his nerves, the president moves like lightning, snatching that cigarette right out of his hand. He crushes the cigarette into nothing, staring Kim down with ice in his veins. The time for shaking and smoking is over. It's time to make the hard calls. Listen to that rattle. Someone is making a move, and they aren't being subtle about it. He's back. Jong-Yu Park walks in like he owns the place, casually mentioning he just cleared the entire path. Always thinking ahead, he's already mapped out the supplies they're going to need to survive. No time to waste. He gives the order, gear up, grab the loot, and meet at the extraction point. Look at that rank. He's heading straight for the DS group, ready to show them exactly why he's called the savior. The president knows. He can only watch as the storm he helped unleash walks out the door, wondering what's left of the world. It's a political nightmare. The DS group wants power, but the savior just burned the whole system to the ground. A clash of titans. We're looking at two completely different worlds colliding, and only one can come out on top. Join or die. The DS group is backed into a corner. They either get him on their side, or they have to take him out. The dirtiest play in the book. Hostages. If they can't beat him in a fight, they'll go after the people he loves. But wait. There's a catch. A big one that the president is just starting to realize. Does he even care? Does a godlike savior even have a heart? Or is there no one left for them to use against him? The tension from his words hangs in the air, creating an eerie calm before everything changes. Suddenly ripped apart by a massive, earth-shaking tremor that sends thick smoke screaming into the sky above the urban sprawl. From a distance, an observer can only watch in disbelief, realizing with a sinking feeling that the nightmare is just beginning, the threat is getting bigger by the second. He's seen enough and knows when to fold, turning his back on the fight to slip away before things get even uglier. But he doesn't get far, because a voice suddenly screams inside his head, begging for someone to save it. He stops dead in his tracks, whipping his head around to see if he's actually losing his mind or if that voice was real. There it is again. That same voice, louder and more desperate than before, reaching out for a lifeline. The beast looks ready to kill, but it's not looking at the hunters, it's looking straight at him, speaking directly to his soul. He can't believe it, the tiger actually knows he's strong. It's calling him out in the middle of all this chaos. The hunters are right there, but the tiger doesn't care about them anymore. It's like they've completely vanished from its sight. The hunters finally notice something is off, and one of them whips around, wondering what the hell this monster is actually looking at. Now they've all seen him, and they're not happy about it. Who is this old guy just standing there watching them? He's totally busted, standing there like a deer in headlights while the hunters size him up with pure hostility. The silence doesn't last long, because they immediately start barking orders, demanding to know how long he's been lurking in the shadows. They're getting right in his face now, accusing him of trying to pull a fast one while they were busy with the tiger. With nowhere left to run, he finally stops holding back, a weary sigh escaping him as he prepares to meet whatever fate has in store. Staring down the arrogant hunters, he drops a chilling warning, "Don't mess with tigers." As he speaks, the beast's eye flares with a terrifying blue light. Tapping into an ancient power, he remembers the legends of the mountain spirits. His hand begins to glow, the air around him vibrating with raw mana. Unleashing his full potential, the system goes wild. A massive power level of over 5,000 flashes as he's officially designated as a predator. Shifting gears to the command center, the tension is through the roof. They're waiting for word from their man, but the silence is deafening. Keeping his cool, the agent in charge tells them to hold steady. They need to wait a bit longer before they jump into the fray. But not everyone is on board, and the debate heats up. If they aren't going in, they should be pulling back before things get even worse. With the bunker under fire, the theory is that he's already talking to the big guns in the government. That would explain why he's gone dark. The guards are just clocking in for another boring shift, complaining about the government being useless and wishing they could just quit this dead-end job already. They're even joking about starting their own company, completely unaware that their peaceful workday is about to be turned upside down. But wait, the laughter stops in a heartbeat. Something is moving in the shadows, and it's definitely not supposed to be there. Out of the darkness comes a lone figure, and it's Jong-Yu Park. He's glowing with a terrifying blue energy, and he doesn't look like he's here for a chat. Look at that mana surge. His fist is literally crackling with power as he prepares to unleash absolute chaos on these unsuspecting guards. He's moving so fast. With one explosive step, he's closing the gap before they can even reach for their weapons. He throws a devastating right hook, putting every ounce of that blue energy into a strike that's meant to end this fight before it even starts. Boom! A massive pillar of light erupts, tearing through the checkpoint like it's made of paper. This isn't just a fight, it's a total slaughter. The first guard gets absolutely blasted. The sheer pressure sends him flying back, and the impact is so brutal he doesn't even have time to scream. His partner is frozen in shock. He's watching his friend get taken out in a split second, and he knows he's next on the list. He's losing his mind. He's screaming, "What the hell is going on?" But there's no one left to answer him as the nightmare continues. And it's not over yet. More energy slashes are flying out of that tunnel, turning the entire area into a kill zone. This is just the beginning. The assault begins with zero warning, as a massive impact sends the first security guard flying, his scream cut short by the sheer force of the strike. And before the others can even react, a second guard is absolutely leveled, caught in a blue energy flare that leaves him broken on the pavement. The momentum is unstoppable, as the next target is slammed into the concrete, the sound of the impact ringing out like a gunshot. In just seconds, the perimeter is a graveyard of fallen soldiers, leaving the survivors staring in disbelief at the carnage that just unfolded before their eyes. Walking through the wreckage like it's a casual stroll, the young man starts counting his victims, unimpressed as he estimates the total force to be around 40,000. Then, the realization hits them like a ton of bricks, as one guard screams out that this is the guy from the blue list, the high-priority target they were warned about. The panic is palpable as they remember the footage, knowing this is the same monster who completely leveled their entire Gangnam office. But he doesn't care about their fear, simply asking with cold indifference if these are the people who actually think they can take back Seoul. Staring them down with pure boredom, he asks if this pathetic display is really all they've got to show for themselves. The disrespect is absolute, as he demands to know if they have anyone stronger, clearly tired of wasting his time on fodder. And just like that, it's over, the last of the guards slumping to the floor as mysterious blue orbs float silently over the bodies. Standing tall in his new gear, he scoffs at the weakness of his enemies, noting that for guys trying to kill a tiger, they were pathetic. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife, as those predatory eyes lock onto their target. This thing is ready to kill. A terrifying snarl erupts, the beast ready to tear anything in its path to shreds. It's closing in fast. But wait, this guy isn't running. He steps up, dead calm, and shuts the monster down with a single word. Talk about nerves of steel. He's seen enough to know exactly what's going on here, and it's not what it looks like. This beast wasn't attacking, it was defending something. The real question is, who is this woman, and why is a monster like this protecting her? The mystery just got a whole lot deeper. The battle reaches its bloody climax, and the screen erupts in a visceral splatter of red as the last of the opposition is torn apart. Standing tall over the carnage, Jong-yu lets out a heavy breath, the weight of the slaughter finally settling in as he surveys the fallen. Recalling the boss's desperate words, it hits him, there are no reinforcements. This was it. He's wiped out every single one of them. But check this out, with the threat gone, the rewards start rolling in. His essence is absolutely exploding, surging past the 90,000 mark. Look at that aura flare up. The sheer intensity of that energy is leaking out, showing just how much raw power he's packing now. He reaches for the system window, realizing the crazy irony, by dropping in the rankings, he's actually managed to double his essence. But wait, there's a catch. Even with all that new power, he's still stuck in second place. Who the hell is number one? The system screen flashes, confirming his rank and unlocking a terrifying new ability, the power to close. Things are about to get real. Lost in thought, he can't help but obsess over the leaderboard, how far ahead is the guy in first place? The mystery is killing him, is it a gap of dozens, hundreds, or tens of thousands of points? There's just no way to know for sure. One wrong move and it's over, falling to third place would mean losing the power to close entirely. Submerged in his own mind, he floats in the silence, trying to process the sheer weight of his new reality. Back in the real world, the veteran leader watches him closely, noticing the distraction in his eyes. Snapping him out of it, the president steps up and calls Jong-yu's name, bringing him back to the mission. It's go time, with a simple, yes, the plan is set in motion as they prepare to move out. Look at all this gear, the amount of supplies is staggering, way more than anyone expected for this trip. They're packing serious heat, rifles, ammo, and essentials, everything they can fit onto the chopper for the journey ahead. He's taking charge of the loadout, just tell him what's needed, and he'll handle the rest of the packing himself. One last check, they stare down the final crates, locked, loaded, and ready for whatever comes next. The gear is packed and ready, rifles, grenades, and enough rations to last, everything needed for the hell they're about to walk into. But that focus is broken by a sudden, piercing ring. Someone is calling, and it sounds urgent. The ringing doesn't stop, ratcheting up the tension as the call goes unanswered for a heartbeat too long. Suddenly, the nightmare returns, the pure, unadulterated fear of a predator attack. People scream, running for their lives as the monster closes in. But here, in the dark, the only thing moving is the dust in the air as the adrenaline slowly begins to fade. A long, weary sigh breaks the silence. That was way too close, but somehow, the fight they were bracing for never happened. Jong-yu and his partner can't believe it. The predator just left. It backed off like it was actually afraid of them. It's not the first time, reminding them of that incident at the restaurant. These things don't just run away for no reason. Maybe it's seen what happens when they cross the wrong person. It felt the killing intent and decided it wasn't worth the risk. Then comes the president, dropping a bombshell of a question. He wants to know the truth behind what Jong-yu has become. Jong-yu is left speechless. He doesn't have the answers, and as the mystery deepens, the system itself chimes in with a question that could change everything. The atmosphere completely shatters as he unleashes his true power, sending a shockwave of pure intimidation that leaves the president trembling where he stands. With eyes cold enough to freeze blood, he delivers a chilling ultimatum, making it crystal clear that he isn't playing games, one more wrong move, and it's all over. The sheer weight of the aura is too much to bear, leaving the leader of the nation gasping for breath as he realizes just how outmatched he truly is. Look at that gaze, those aren't the eyes of a human anymore, but a predator who has completely claimed the top of the food chain. Just like that, the pressure vanishes, and he's back to business, ordering everyone to pack up and move out because the real mission is just beginning. The engines roar to life as they take to the skies, leaving the safety of the base behind for the unknown dangers waiting ahead. They're moving fast now, cutting through the air as they head straight for the heart of the anomaly. The clock is ticking, and every second in the air brings them closer to a sight that defies all logic. The president looks out the window and completely loses it, his jaw dropping as he sees the nightmare that has taken root on his soil. Down there, in the shadows, something impossible is happening. A dark mist that shouldn't exist is swallowing everything in its path. He doesn't even flinch as he breaks down the situation, reminding everyone that if the experts don't know what this is, they're all flying blind into hell. And then he says it, the words that change everything: this isn't just an attack, it's an entire alien world invading our own reality. Look at this place, it's a total nightmare zone, an alien world that's literally bleeding into our own reality. It's like Earth's food chain but cranked up to 11 and gone completely wrong, reminding Zhongyu of hyenas tearing into a carcass, pure, mindless hunger. And that red glow? That's the gateway to a world of pure terror, just waiting for the right moment to swallow us whole. We're talking alpha predators that would make a lion look like a kitten, and the worst part is, we have no idea when they're going to make their move. The clock is ticking and an invasion could happen any second, putting all the pressure squarely on his shoulders. He's only got one choice now: shut those gates down fast and harvest every bit of essence he can find. Back in the chopper, he's done talking and stands up to leave, acting like jumping out of a moving helicopter is just another Tuesday. He grabs the handle and drops one last cold warning, telling the president to shoot first and ask questions later if anyone gets close. And then, he just leaps. No parachute, no fear, just diving straight into the abyss. He's a human meteor now, wrapped in a blazing blue aura, tearing through the sky with insane power. The president is absolutely losing it, watching from the window, wondering what kind of monster just jumped from that high up. But for our guy, this is just the express elevator, a streak of light heading straight for the fight. He's coming down like a meteor. Look at those trails of power lighting up the night sky as he closes the distance. The president is absolutely losing it, completely stunned by the sheer insanity of the move he's witnessing right now. But the fall is just the beginning. He's bouncing off rooftops, dashing through the air, and turning the entire city into his personal playground. And here comes the final drop. He's diving straight down with enough force to shatter the pavement. This is going to be a massive impact. Brace yourselves, because things are about to get intense, starting with a massive crash that signals the beginning of a high-stakes descent. He's not just falling, he's attacking the ground, launching himself into the abyss with zero hesitation and pure power. Look at that speed. Trailing blue energy like a literal meteor, he leaves the helicopter behind, diving straight into the heart of the danger. Even the president can't believe what he's seeing, completely stunned by the overwhelming aura of the man they call the top-ranked savior. The closer he gets, the more his power flares up, locking onto his target with a gaze that says he's ready to tear through anything in his way. If every country has a monster like this on their side, then maybe, just maybe, humanity actually has a fighting chance against the end of the world. But look at what he's diving into, a massive, swirling vortex of black fog that looks like it's straight out of a nightmare. Now that their ace is in the thick of it, the president starts to worry. What happens if that black fog is more than even he can handle? The pilot isn't taking any chances, making it clear that they're staying right where they are. Going into that fog is a one-way trip to losing your mind. She sounds like she's seen this before, and the rest of the crew knows she's right. They've seen what happens to people who get too close to that darkness. They're just the support team, and they know it, admitting that they've only been able to get this far because they're following in his footsteps. So, the plan is simple: stay put and stay safe, letting him do what he does best so he can finish this quickly and get them all out of here. As the tension simmers, the president realizes that Youngji's trust in Zhongyu isn't just blind luck, it's absolute, unwavering faith. She's seen what he can do, and she knows he understands his own power better than anyone else ever could. Suddenly, the peace is ripped away as a massive rumble shakes the entire bird, nearly throwing everyone from their seats. The pilot's face says it all: something is going horribly wrong, and it's happening fast. He screams over the roar of the engines, warning the crew that the gateway is already starting to shut down. A terrifying hum fills the air, and you can see the pure dread sinking into the president's bones. Look at that light. The sky itself is ripping apart as a blinding energy starts to pour out of the darkness. It's an absolute explosion of power, a massive vortex of energy spiraling out of control and threatening to swallow the whole world. The president is frozen in pure terror, staring into the heart of the storm as he realizes they might not make it out of this. And then, boom! A massive pillar of light blasts into the sky, completely erasing the horizon in one final, blinding flash. The gateway is shutting down, and it's taking everything with it in a massive, earth-shattering explosion of pure power. High above the chaos, the president is absolutely stunned, unable to believe the sheer scale of the destruction unfolding below. The pilot pulls away fast, trying to escape the massive cloud of debris that's swallowing the entire city block. But look at that. Amidst the total annihilation, one man is still standing tall in the middle of the crater. Jae-hyung drops some heavy knowledge, explaining that these gateways don't just close, they wipe the slate clean, leaving nothing but bare earth behind. The president is creeped out, wondering how this kid can be so chill after watching a whole neighborhood get deleted. There's a connection here, a shared vibe between these two that suggests they've both seen things no normal person should ever see. It's not just that they work together, it's that they carry the same weight, the same undeniable presence of true survivors. The bird is on the ground, landing right in the middle of the wreckage as the dust finally starts to clear. They finally reunite, and the relief is palpable as they see that their ace in the hole actually made it through the blast. Jong-yu isn't wasting any time, looking ready to jump straight into the next phase. It's time to get down to business. Wait, what is that? Mysterious blue energy starts appearing out of nowhere, and everyone is losing it. The ark has arrived. The world is on the brink of total collapse, and while the big shots are panicking about global extinction, they're still trying to find something human to hold on to, dreaming of a future that might not even exist. But there's only one opinion that really matters here, and the president knows it, turning his gaze toward the rank 1 savior to see exactly where his head is at. The room goes dead silent, everyone holding their breath while the administrator just stands there, completely unfazed by the weight of the world resting on his shoulders. And then, he drops the coldest line imaginable, looking them straight in the eye and telling them that he doesn't give a damn about their planet-wide disaster. The clock strikes 6:41, and the weight of a world-ending decision begins to settle over the survivors. With the fate of humanity on the line, the president initiates a brutal vote to decide who gets a seat on the ark, and who is left behind. Far from the political games, a lone survivor is hitting his limit, gasping for air as the reality of his situation sets in. He's cursing the day he played the hero, dragging a dead tamer through the ruins while a massive tiger stalks beside him. One glance back, and he realizes that things just went from bad to worse. It's official, the tamer is dead weight, and he's been carrying a corpse this whole time. The smell is the first warning, a sign that the sweltering heat is already starting to rot the body right off his back. He's done playing savior, and he needs to dump this body before it becomes a biohazard. Total shock freezes him in place, and you can see the pure panic in his eyes as things go south fast. The moment that massive tiger lets out a bone-chilling roar, it's clear this isn't just a pet anymore, it's a predator on the hunt. The poor girl is absolutely terrified, cowering as the beast fixes its deadly gaze right on her. And she's got every reason to be scared, because that giant paw is coming in like a wrecking ball. It's a full-on death lunge, a massive wall of muscle and teeth flying straight for her throat. He realizes he's gotta move now, or this is going to be a bloodbath. He launches into the air with zero hesitation, putting everything on the line to close the gap. Slamming down a force field just in time, catching that devastating blow right on the edge of his shield. But man, the power is insane, this beast just cracked a high-level barrier with nothing but brute strength. He hits the floor hard, surveying the absolute mess of a situation while trying to keep his cool. The tiger isn't done yet, it's growling and ready for round 2, eyes locked on its target. But he's not backing down, throwing out one last desperate play, he's still got the tamer, and that's the only thing keeping him alive. Staring down the apex predator without blinking, Jong-yu Park issues a final, chilling ultimatum, back down now, or face the consequences. But while one battle rages in the field, another is decided in the shadows of a boardroom, starting with a single, decisive vote in favor. A single slip of paper, yet it holds the absolute power to reshape the future of the human race. The president reads the room, announcing the first no, as the tension between the council members reaches a breaking point. The opposition is mounting, and with a second no on the table, the entire plan is suddenly teetering on the edge of failure. The numbers are laid bare, 3 votes for, 2 against, it all comes down to the very last slip. The president knows the stakes, if this final vote is a no, the dream of a future for the next generation dies right here, right now. Every eye in the room is locked on that paper, the silence is deafening as they wait to see if humanity has a second chance. This is it, the moment of truth as the final vote is slowly, agonizingly revealed. The president reveals the verdict, it's a yes. The motion passes, and the future is secured. The room explodes with relief, Jae-hyun can finally breathe again, knowing they've just changed the course of history. The new law is set in stone, the Ark is opening its doors to more than just experts, families and children are coming aboard, giving humanity a real shot at survival. The ink is barely dry, but the new law is clear, 30% of the seats on the Ark are now locked in for the next generation, prioritizing mothers, children, and those essential to raising them. Moving past the red tape, the president looks directly at Yonghyun, demanding to know if he's finally made up his mind about the suggestion now that the business in Jongno is finished. There's a flicker of doubt in his eyes, but he's quick to clarify that his divorce isn't the reason for his hesitation regarding the next generation plan, it's something else entirely. The mask slips for just a second, and the president lets the truth out, this isn't just about policy for him. He just wants to save her, no matter what it takes. Ready to move, the protagonist demands to know where she is, and the target is set. They're heading to Sinsu. The plan is in motion, and it couldn't have worked out better. He was already planning to head west, so this little trip to Sinsu fits right into his schedule. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the DS Group's basement headquarters, the blue list is open. But the intel is thin, and the boss isn't happy. Is this really all they've got on this guy? Eyes glued to the screen, the investigator looks for a weakness. No siblings. No girlfriend. The guy is a ghost. The records are a dead end. No family, no history. His mother is gone, killed in a car wreck, and there's nothing left to track. He scoffs at the data, noting that even though the father is still alive, they aren't even traveling together. It seems the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, the old man is just as cold and indifferent as his kid. The pressure is mounting. Kim Yonghyun is losing his cool, growling about how they need to find a way to break this guy, and fast. Crushing his cigar into the tray with a brutal finality, the division head pivots the hunt. If they can't get the man, they'll go after his blood, starting with the father. Jae-hyung steps up with the intel, but it's not all good news. The target's GPS is totally dark, but they've still got a lead on his calls. The order is clear, don't let him slip away. The trap is being set as the screens light up with their targets. It doesn't matter which one they catch first. Whether it's the father or the son, the DS Group is coming for them both. Look at that view. The Sinsu building looms over the horizon, but the real trouble is brewing far below. From the chopper, they're wondering if the sound of the blades just rang the dinner bell for every monster in the area. And man, look at that swarm. There's hundreds of them, no, thousands, clogging the streets like a living nightmare. The noise is insane, and there's no way these things are just regular stray dogs. This is something else entirely. Ready to drop, our hero lays it down, they've got 30 minutes to get in and out before things get really ugly. The plan is set, the president gives the green light, and it's time for the main event to begin. He's going for it. He leaps straight out of the chopper, diving headfirst into the middle of that monster mosh pit. Boom! He hits the ground like a meteor, cracking the concrete and letting everyone know he's arrived. Check out that power. His fist is literally glowing with energy as he starts charging up for the first strike. The hype is real. A massive pillar of light explodes around him, showing these beasts exactly who they're dealing with. One man against 1,000, he's standing his ground, ready to take on the whole pack by himself. Let's see what he's got. Back at the community service center, the atmosphere is heavy as a survivor begins to spill the dark truth about what really happened. It wasn't just doctors they were after, this cult was snatching up anyone with utility, focusing on the young and the strong to bolster their ranks. Her voice cracks as she mentions her son, a cop who gave his life trying to shield the innocent from those absolute monsters. Desperate for a way out, she looks up at the man and begs to go with him, knowing full well the risks involved. He's not buying it yet, wondering why on earth she'd want to tag along with a total stranger when things are this dangerous. But her sadness turns to pure grit, realizing he's strong enough to do what she can't, because those bastards aren't going to stop on their own. Something in her words hits home, and he decides to take charge, figuring the tiger won't be a problem as long as they stay focused. Taking a breather, he realizes if they're going to be a team, they should probably know who they're working with. The man introduces himself as Minggu Park, and she follows suit, calling herself Jeonggai Han, just as the tiger starts getting restless. The tiger moves in, giving the unconscious guy a good sniff, checking to see if he's still among the living. The silence is absolutely shattered, as a thunderous roar rips through the room. Minggu is completely caught off guard, frozen in place as the sheer volume of the beast's cry echoes off the tiles. It's a total sensory overload, a wall of pure noise that hits like a physical blow, leaving everyone stunned and reeling. The tiger lets out a soul-crushing howl, screaming into the void for someone who's no longer there. This isn't just a roar, it's pure, unadulterated grief from a creature that clearly understands the weight of death. The room goes deathly quiet, and you can see the absolute shock on her face. She's completely speechless, feeling the raw emotion pouring off the tiger as the reality of the situation sinks in. But then, she does something incredible, reaching out a trembling hand toward that massive paw. It's a huge risk, but she's driven by something deeper than fear right now. She's right there in the thick of it, tending to the wounded while the tiger watches over them like a guardian. In this moment, she's seeing her own son in the man she's trying to save, and the bond is undeniable. And then, the connection is made, her hand resting right on the tiger's paw. It's a powerful, emotional moment as she whispers about her son, finding a strange kind of comfort in this massive, grieving predator. The system flares with a blinding light. Jongyu Park is back on top, seizing the #1 rank once again. Look at that notification. He's staring at the screen in disbelief, #1, just like that. 100,000 essence. That's the magic number, but it means the competition is breathing right down his neck. In the middle of this ruined city, our hero is already doing the math, sizing up the players who want his crown. 10%. That's it. Even if he sweeps the area, he's barely holding onto a lead that could vanish in an instant. He can't stay still. If he doesn't find more essence fast, he's going to lose that #1 spot before the day is over. Time to use the secret weapon. The Pathfinder skill kicks in, lighting up the trail like a neon sign. It's pointing west. That same mysterious signal from the Blue House is calling him again, and this time, it's leading him straight to the Seoul World Cup Stadium. No more time for thinking. He's got a target, and he's not going to waste another second standing around. And he's gone. In a flash of blue energy, he's off to claim his destiny. Boom. The teleportation lands perfectly. With over 100,000 essence in the bank, the top spot is secured, but the mission is just beginning. Now that he's arrived, there's no time to celebrate. He needs to find out exactly what Pathfinder is pointing at, and he needs to do it now. Moving through the facility, he's glad they've got air support ready to go. Every second counts when you're at the top of the rankings. But the quiet doesn't last, shattered by the ominous groan of a heavy door swinging open. He steps inside and stops dead. That look on his face. That's the look of someone who just realized something is horribly wrong. The smell of iron is unmistakable. Is that blood? He scans the room, his mind racing to piece together the chaos that unfolded in his absence. There's no mistaking it now. Fresh blood, right there on the floor. This wasn't just a struggle, it was a massacre. Then, a voice calls out. Mingu and the president are still standing, but they look like they've seen a ghost. They're relieved he's back, but the nightmare isn't over. He doesn't waste time on pleasantries. Where is Yongyan? Where are the others? The team is fractured, and he needs answers immediately. The chopper is ready, but the people who were supposed to be on it are gone. The silence in the hangar is deafening. The mystery deepens, leaving nothing but questions in the dark. The situation just went from bad to worse. He gets the confirmation he feared, their pilot, Yongyan, is completely out of commission. Minga lays it out straight, explaining that the rest of the team is doing what they can to look after him. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Both men stand there, the reality of the situation finally starting to sink in. Look at those eyes. He's already running the numbers, trying to figure out how much time this is going to cost him. He's not pulling any punches. He demands answers about the kid and whether the pilot managed to say anything useful before he went under. The president is desperate. He steps up, claiming the pilot's last wish was for the team to protect them and take them with. He's begging for them to believe him, insisting that there's another man who heard the exact same thing. You can see the fear dripping off him. He knows their lives are hanging by a thread, and he's doing everything he can to stay alive. Ice cold. He doesn't care about the drama, he's only interested in the facts of the situation. Talk about a nightmare scenario. He needs to gather essence right now, but he has no idea when his pilot is going to wake up. The pressure is mounting. He clenches his fist, realizing that if he loses this pilot, his entire plan to reach the gateway goes up in smoke. The survivors are left hanging in the balance, clinging to each other as they wait to see what this man is going to do next. The weight of leadership is a heavy burden, and he knows he can't just cut the dead weight. Even if Yongyan dies, these two are coming along, because the system he built demands it. It's all about the next generation quota system, the very foundation of the new world order he's trying to maintain amidst the absolute chaos. He knows the stakes. If he breaks the rules now just because he's pissed off, then the whole system collapses. No one will take the law seriously if the leader ignores it when it's inconvenient. Checking the clock, the time is 7:33, and the young leader's expression hardens. The window for action is closing, and he's not about to waste another second. He makes the call right then and there. Stay here, everyone. I'm going solo. It's a bold move that leaves the rest of them reeling. The president is losing it, his face twisted in pure shock. What about us, he stammers, terrified of being left defenseless in the dark. But he's already 10 steps ahead. The darkness is his ally now. It'll keep the helicopter hidden from anyone passing by while he handles business. He remembers the look on the faces of the people in the complex. After what they saw him do, they won't even think about messing with that helicopter. Fear is a powerful deterrent. This isn't just a mission, it's a necessity. It's the only way to get that leader privilege back by tomorrow, and he's going to take it by force if he has to. He doesn't wait for an answer. With a thunderous slam, he's gone, leaving the rest of the group standing in the silence of his wake. The survivors are left staring at the door. Is he always that decisive? One of them asks, clearly shaken by the sheer intensity of the man who just walked out. Mingu doesn't even blink. Yes, he replies. Because he knows the truth, that cold, hard decisiveness is the only reason any of them are still breathing. Tearing through the silence of the dead streets, he moves like a ghost, a blur of pure momentum against the backdrop of shattered glass. Weaving through the graveyard of steel, every step is a thunderous echo, pushing him faster toward his goal. While he guns it for the west, Zhang catches the Pathfinder arrow shifting, it's pulling him hard toward the north now. Reading the signs, he figures he's finally gaining ground, closing the gap on his target. But then, the interface glitches, the glowing markers flaring and snapping into a new position. Spotting the error, his eyes narrow. Something isn't right, and the tension starts to rise. Slamming on the brakes atop a rusted wreck, he stands tall, energy crackling around him as he surveys the urban wasteland. Glaring into the dark, he's left wondering, what the hell is going on with this system? The arrow is locked on now, pointing straight toward Hongdae or the World Cup Stadium. Sweat starts to bead, the silence of the city becoming deafening as he waits for the next move. Then, the arrow goes berserk, flashing and spinning like it's lost its mind. And then it clicks, the arrow isn't moving because he's closer, the target is hauling ass. It's on the move. Wait, it's all coming back now. A memory of the evaluator's warning flashes through his mind, changing everything. The system is glitching out. Pathfinder isn't just pointing to a place, it's locked onto pure essence, and it can't tell the difference between a target and a territory. He's on the move. Zhang Yu pushes off, noticing the arrow twitching like crazy. If it were just a building, it wouldn't be moving this much. The realization hits him like a truck. He's not looking for a base. He's hunting a single person. If it's another savior, they'll bolt the second they sense him coming. He can't let that happen. Time is running out. He's got to close the gap and catch them before they disappear into the shadows. But wait, there's a catch. Is he the only one with this power, or are there others out there using the same system? Parkour mode, on. He clears a massive bus in one jump while the system confirms it. Pathfinder is a VIP tool for the world's potential saviors. His power is surging. The young savior's energy explodes as he locks onto that essence trail. It's not perfect, but it's enough. He's flying through the city. One massive jump sends him soaring between the ruins. He's got to move faster, or he'll lose the trail. Touchdown. He hits the ground hard, the impact echoing through the empty street as he skids to a halt. He's here. Zhang Yu stands in the middle of the ghost town, the interface glowing bright. This is it. The target is right here. He's right on the money, and the Pathfinder is lighting up the ground like a neon sign. The arrow is dead set, pointing straight at that building like there's no tomorrow. He thought he was chasing a runner, but Zhang Yu realizes the target has gone completely stationary. And of all places, they're at a barbecue joint. You can literally hear the pork sizzling from here. Is this guy seriously stopping for lunch right now? The smell of frying pork is unmistakable. He's losing his mind. Who in their right mind does this while the world is falling apart? He's going to take one look, see who this lunatic is, and then he's blowing the whole place to kingdom come. The meat is cooking right there on the grill, looking way too normal for a ghost town. There he is, just sitting there with a beer and some pork, like it's a regular Tuesday night. But wait, look closer. Something is definitely off about this whole scene. His hands are shaking like crazy. He's not eating because he's hungry, he's absolutely terrified. Help me, he screams, and check that out, a red number 3 just popped up over his head. What is going on? Just as things get desperate, he realizes something is horribly wrong, his eyes widening as the atmosphere in the room shifts instantly. Suddenly, everything goes white. A massive surge of power erupts out of nowhere, blinding everyone in the vicinity. Out of the light, an attacker appears. A hooded figure strikes with lethal intent, catching the victim completely off guard with a devastating blow. Zhang Yu can barely react in time. He grits his teeth as the shockwave hits him, purple mana flaring up as he tries to brace for the impact. The whole place is going up. The energy expands with a terrifying whoosh, turning the entire restaurant into a kill zone. Look at that scale. A massive pillar of light shoots into the sky, signaling to the entire city that the battle has officially begun. The atmosphere literally explodes with power, as Zhang Yu lets his mana flare, ready to tear through whatever is waiting in the dark. And the very earth starts to rumble, unable to contain the sheer force of his presence. Whoever is watching is absolutely losing it, terrified by the sheer scale of the guy they're up against. But Zhang Yu is only thinking about the absolute monster, the kind of person who would use innocent lives as bait just to get what they want. The streetlights buzz and flicker, adding to the eerie, high-stakes vibe of this midnight hunt. He's standing his ground right in the middle of the shadows, looking like a total boss as the energy swirls around him. The air itself is warping and tearing apart, saturated with so much mana that the space around him is literally bending. He's scanning every inch of the place, trying to figure out if this coward is hiding inside or just waiting around a corner. He's bracing for impact as the energy coils around him, ready to explode into action the second something moves. Until, boom. A blinding flash of light rips through the dark, completely catching everyone off guard. It catches him totally off guard, and you can see the shock in his eyes as he realizes the trap just snapped shut. And then a lethal blade of energy comes screaming through the air, aimed right for his throat. The spear explodes into a million pieces, but this isn't a victory, it's the start of a nightmare. Zhongyu is left wide open, questioning the weak attack, completely unaware that he's just taken the bait. Suddenly, a hooded figure bursts from the darkness, moving with insane speed to close the gap. The truth hits him like a ton of bricks. That spear was just a feint to keep him distracted. The attacker's hand is a blur, charging up another deadly move while Zhongyu is still reeling. Boom! An explosion rips through the ground, shaking the entire alleyway to its core. He's struggling to keep up. This guy is a tactical genius, and he's systematically breaking Zhongyu's focus. Look at that smirk. The predator has found his prey, and he's loving every second of it. I've got you now, he screams, diving in for the kill with zero hesitation. He didn't even see it coming. A massive surge of energy blasts him right in the back. The impact is insane. A blinding flash of light consumes everything as the power explodes. Smash! He hits the ground hard, and it looks like it's game over for our hero. The dust hasn't even settled yet, but he's already reacting, stunned by the sheer force of the blow that just rocked his world. He plants his feet with a heavy thud, igniting a surge of blue mana that screams he's far from finished. The attacker's face pales as the system reveals the truth, realizing he just stepped into the ring with a monster he can't possibly hope to beat. He tries to play it cool with a smirk, but the panic in his eyes tells a completely different story. Checking the stats, Zhongyu can't believe the audacity of this guy, jumping him with only 50,000 essence in the tank. It's a chilling realization, knowing that if they were on a level playing field, he'd be a dead man walking right now. The coward makes his move, spinning around and gunning it down the alley before things get even uglier. There's no way he's letting that essence walk away, exploding into a sprint to hunt down the runner and claim what's his. His rank is on the line, and he's not about to let some low-level thief knock him off his throne as the #1 savior. He's locked in, pushing past his limits to catch this guy and strip every last drop of essence from his body. He's closing in fast, turning the alley into a drag strip as he prepares to end this chase once and for all. He thinks he's got him. The predator lunges in for the kill, completely unaware that he's just walked into a death trap. But wait for it, a flash of steel cuts through the air, ending the fight before it even truly begins. Absolute destruction. The predator's scream echoes out as he's ripped open by a strike he never even saw coming. Look at that precision. One hit was all it took to leave a jagged, bloody mess across his chest. Game over. He's pinned down, helpless, with a glowing blade inches from his life, struggling to even breathe. Zhongyu isn't playing around. He looks down with those cold eyes and gives him one choice: talk, or die in agony. The top-ranked savior is stone cold, completely unfazed by the violence as he waits for his answers. Fast forward to the aftermath. The moon is high, and the hunt is finally over, leaving only a grim silence behind. The cleanup crew is here. The president and Mingu are on the scene, looking over the predator's body as they prepare for the next step. Time to see what this guy was made of. The squeak of surgical gloves means the real investigation is just getting started. The tension finally breaks as the president drops a "well done," acknowledging the absolute masterclass we just witnessed. But the doctor isn't letting anyone celebrate just yet, keeping it real about the stakes and warning everyone not to get ahead of themselves. Look at that, the survivor is actually stirring, coming back from the brink against all odds in the middle of this chaos. It's a massive win for the team, proving that bringing a top-tier medic like her was the smartest move they've made so far. She knows this success is going to look incredible on her record, but the weight of the moment is still pressing down on everyone present. The patient only has one thing on his mind: finding the man who saved him, his voice barely a whisper as he calls out for the leader. That sound, someone's coming, and you can feel the weight of every step as they approach the room. The rhythm of those footsteps, it changes everything, shifting the whole vibe of the rooftop in an instant. Mingu is right there, checking in to make sure their hard-won ally is actually stable and offering some much-needed reassurance. And then, the man himself arrives, stepping into the light with that unmistakable aura of leadership that demands respect. The relief is visible as the survivor realizes he's safe, offering a shaky thanks to the crew for pulling him back from the edge. Even as he tries to apologize for the trouble, the leader shuts it down with pure class, making it clear that survival is the only thing that matters. Eyes locked on the prize, the administrator is already 3 steps ahead, scanning his allies for their true potential. Time to talk business, and the president isn't wasting a second, offering a golden ticket to the Ark for those who've earned it. The requirements are met, and these two are more than ready to step up, their stats finally hitting the mark for the quota system. The choice is yours, as the question hangs in the air for Yongyan, whose grip tightens with the weight of the moment. Gratitude takes hold, and he doesn't hold back, admitting that this chance means everything to him and his crew. No hesitation now, as the younger hunter locks it in with a nod, ready to take whatever the system throws his way. The deal is sealed, and with a single point of his finger, the administrator triggers the transfer, locking their names into the ARC's database. The system flares to life, and a wild surge of energy erupts around them, flickering with the power of a brand new status update. The mark of the survivor, etched in glowing blue light right on their wrists, the ultimate proof that they are officially one of the team. Eyes on the screen, he lays down the law, telling them to keep their eyes peeled for anyone else rocking that same glowing brand. Mission accomplished, but the grind never stops, and he's already back on the system, tracking the data as the world continues to change. Locked onto the system screen, Jong-Yu spots a massive error in the math. The ARC says there are only 9 passengers, but with the new recruits and the baby, the count is totally off. Something isn't right here. He whips around to face the mother, demanding to know if the baby even counts. How could the system just ignore a life that hasn't even started yet? This is supposed to be a sanctuary, right? Staring at her pregnant belly, he can't wrap his head around it. If the ARC is for protection, then this baby should be the #1 priority. Why is the system playing games with a life like this? A terrifying thought hits him, and he puts the system on blast. He asks the evaluator straight up, does a creature need essence just to get a seat on this boat? The answer could change everything. The system hits back with a cold, that's right, confirming his worst nightmare. No essence means no protection. To the ARC, that baby doesn't even exist yet, and that's a death sentence in this world. Minga grips his wife tight, the fear visible in his eyes. If the baby isn't on the list, what happens the second it's born? They're looking at a future where their child is born into a total war zone without a shield. The monsters are already circling, waiting for that baby to take its first breath. Without the ARC status, the kid is just monster bait, and the thought of those things coming for an infant is pure nightmare fuel. Just as the darkness starts to close in, Jong-Yu has a massive eureka moment. He realizes he doesn't even need the ARC to save this kid. He's got a better plan, and the system's rules don't mean a damn thing anymore. The truth hits like a physical blow as the shadows close in, revealing the monster's true target and the reason for their relentless hunger. These things aren't just killing for sport, they're tracking the very essence of life itself, a beacon they can't ignore. Everything finally clicks into place, uncovering the core mechanic of this nightmare. That glowing core inside every human. It's nothing more than a dinner bell for the horrors beyond the gates. They didn't come for our land or our gold, they came to strip us of the very life force that makes us human. This essence was supposed to be the Earth's greatest gift, a power shared by every living thing on the globe. But in an instant, that gift turned into a death sentence, plunging every soul into a brutal, non-stop war for their own existence. While the world was being torn apart, the light of humanity started to go out, one by one. But even in the middle of all that slaughter, a handful of survivors did the impossible and kept their light burning. They didn't just hide, they evolved, stacking the essence of the fallen to reach levels of power no one could imagine. And standing at the top of that mountain of souls, is a man who has seen the worst of it and come out on top. A survivor whose rank tells the whole story, proving that in this new world, he's the one the monsters should be afraid of. Rank 1. Jong-Yu is officially the king of the hill, but even this massive achievement isn't enough for what's coming. In the grand scheme of things, he knows he's still lacking the essence required to truly change the world. He's hungry for more, and that hunger manifests in a grip so tight his knuckles turn white. Time is of the essence, so he turns to his team to see how quickly they can get back in the air. The bird is ready, but the question is, can the crew handle the pace? She's playing it safe, recommending another half hour of observation before they push their luck. Normally, he'd be benched for days, but normal rules don't apply when the world is on the line. Yongyan isn't backing down, insisting he's ready to fly even with a bloody bandage wrapped around his head. Change of plans. Jong-Yu sets a new course, and they're heading straight for Gwanmyang. The team is stunned, wondering why they're pivoting to such a specific location. As red-eyed crows watch from above, the squad prepares for a long night at the Seoul Southern Detention Center. The silence of the sanctuary is shattered by a low, menacing growl. A massive tiger sits before the altar, a silent guardian in the shadows. Mingu turns to his companion, his voice heavy with doubt. He needs to know, is she really ready for what comes next? He doesn't sugarcoat it, they're going to see some horrific things. But despite the fear in her eyes, she gives a shaky, determined nod. Her hands tremble as she thinks of her son. She'll never hear his voice again, and that pain has turned into a cold, hard resolve. She's going, no matter what. Suddenly, a heavy paw hits the floor. A deep voice echoes through the room, matching her resolve. They aren't the only ones looking for justice. The tiger rises, its eyes glowing with purpose. It's not just a beast, it's an ally. And it's coming with them. Mingu takes a moment to process this. The stakes just got a lot higher, and their little group just got a lot more dangerous. But the quiet doesn't last. The rhythmic thrum of a helicopter cuts through the air, and Mingu's head snaps toward the sound. Who else is out there? He looks up at the sky, questioning the sanity of anyone flying that high. In a world like this, drawing that much attention is either a death wish, or a massive show of force. High above the chaos, a lone medical chopper slices through the dark, banking on its non-combatant status to avoid unwanted attention. With the gear locking into place, the heavy beat of the blades announces their arrival, shattering the eerie quiet of the wasteland. Dropping fast toward the target, the pilot brings the bird down with surgical accuracy, right into the belly of the beast. Landing hard in the yard, they've chosen a prison as their LZ, a fortress that's probably been a ghost town since the world went to hell. The door slides back with a metallic screech, and Zhang Yu leads the way out, his eyes already scanning the perimeter for any signs of movement. Looking around the graveyard quiet yard, it's clear the prisoners didn't stick around to see how the apocalypse ended, leaving this place wide open. Zhang Yu turns to the newsman, asking if he knows the ins and outs of this place. A reporter's curiosity might finally pay off. Thinking back to his old beats, the guy nods. He's been here for stories before and knows exactly where the bodies, and the exits, are buried. Pushing up his specs, Manhwa stares into the dark, his brain mapping out the halls he used to walk with a camera crew. Getting his orders, he's told to find a safe house inside. The higher the floor, the better the defense. Caught off guard by the speed of it all, he asks if they're moving out right now. The clock is ticking, and he knows it. With a cold, hard nod, Zhang Yu makes it clear, he's heading into the downtown war zone while the rest of them hole up. As the radar blips with dangerous energy, the Rank 1 savior realizes he's not alone, the city is crawling with powerful awakened, just like the Predator warned. He drops one final order before heading out, don't fight, just survive. He needs them to hold the line until he makes it back from the heart of the chaos. Then, with a massive burst of power, he takes flight. The administrator isn't wasting a second, launching himself straight into the danger zone. He's moving so fast he's nothing but a blur, tearing through the sky as the mission to scout the downtown area officially begins. While he's out there in the thick of it, the rest of the team is back at base, trying to figure out their next move before things get even worse. Manhwa is already deep into the strategy, scouring the map for any spot that's safe enough for them to hunker down and call home. But the president knows the stakes are higher than just a roof over their heads, they need a gateway so Zhang Yu can set up his holy ground and keep the monsters at bay. While the leaders talk shop, Mingu is on guard duty, watching over the injured Jiangai. Every second counts when you're this vulnerable. He points to a new spot on the map with a grim determination, if nowhere else works, then Yangpyong is their best shot. It's time to make a move. Strategizing for their very survival, the president identifies a critical gateway, the key for Zhang Yu to finally carve out a piece of holy ground in this chaotic world. The soil might be rich, but he knows that farming is a gamble they can't afford to lose if they want to survive the coming months. Manhwa isn't buying the excuses, shutting down talk of logistics and winter by pointing out that the old rules of the world simply don't apply anymore. Seoul might have the buildings, but the veteran leader knows that the city is a death trap, crawling with more threats than they can handle. Hunting for a true sanctuary, he scans the map for a location that can provide the safety and resources they desperately need to rebuild. Decision made. He taps the map with authority, locking in Namyangju as the site of their future stronghold. But Manhwa isn't convinced yet, challenging the choice and wondering if they're just trading one set of problems for another. The debate is heating up. The president isn't backing down, laying out the cold, hard facts about why Namyangju is the only logical choice for their new home, especially with the railroad nearby. Looking at the map, he highlights the massive potential of the area. Farmland, transport, and safety, it's the perfect trifecta for a fresh start if they can just secure it. Even the skeptic is coming around. Manhwa has to admit the logic is sound, but you can see the doubt still lingering in his eyes as he weighs the risks. Suddenly, a rattle. The heavy atmosphere is shattered as someone approaches. The president stops cold, his eyes darting toward the door to see who's arrived. The scouts are back. The tension in the room spikes as the team returns from the field. Everyone is on edge, waiting for the news they've been dreading or hoping for. He's back, but he's late. The president greets him with a wary welcome. A delay in this world usually means trouble, and everyone wants to know what held him up. He had to go deep. Zhang Yu explains that the nearby areas were picked clean, forcing him to travel way further out just to find what they needed. Time for the debrief. The president cuts straight to the chase, asking for a status report on the area. Mingu is right there behind him, looking like he's seen some serious action. The prison is clear, but wait. The report says the area is safe, but the technician in the corner spots something on his screen that makes his heart skip a beat. Something isn't right. Look at those numbers. 281,000. The technician is sweating bullets. He's never seen an essence count climb this fast in his entire life. His power is doubling. The guy is a monster. His essence has almost doubled since the last check. Just how much power is he trying to hoard? It's terrifying. No time for rest. The president doesn't even see the shock on the staff's face. He turns to Jong-yu, pushing for a decision on the settlement. The future of everyone depends on what they do next. The sun is down, but the work is just beginning, as the president prepares to lay out the master plan. Time is a luxury they don't have, so he agrees to a quick briefing, eyes locked on the maps that will decide their future. Namyangju is the top pick, but Busan is on the radar too. Our hero is skeptical. Is Busan just for the fish, or is there a bigger play in motion? The world outside is a graveyard, but the leader drops a tactical truth: gateways don't spawn on water. The ocean is the ultimate shield. It's not just about safety, it's about resources. The DS Group's HQ is a goldmine of infrastructure that they need to secure their future. The weight of the situation is finally hitting home. Jong-yu realizes this isn't just a chat, it's a race against a logistical nightmare. The helicopter is full, and the clock is ticking. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, the move to Namyangju begins. No delays, no excuses. The plan is set. He isn't taking any chances, locking down the perimeter with a guard schedule that leaves no room for error. Dawn breaks over a silent world, but the peace is a lie. Everyone is waiting for the moment the earth itself decides to wake them up. Boom. The silence is absolutely obliterated as the system slams back online with a force that shakes the entire planet. And there it is, the digital face of the earth flickering to life. The next phase of this nightmare has officially begun. Greetings, residents of Earth. The survivors are caught completely off guard as the system's voice booms through their minds, leaving them frozen in terror. 8 o'clock sharp. The young leader checks his phone as the alarm hits exactly when he said it would. He knew this was coming. Day 3 is here. The veteran reporter can't believe his eyes as the system confirms the start of the third day. The stakes just got a whole lot higher. Brace yourselves, because the updates are coming in fast. The survivors can feel the dread building as the system prepares to drop the hammer. The news is worse than anyone imagined. The president watches in horror as the countdown begins, 40 days until the end of the world. The gateways are opening, and the essence is fading. The stakes just hit the roof. As the president reels from the news of the lifted restrictions, the system drops a bombshell: it's time for the world's top-ranking saviors to claim their power. Jong-yu isn't just watching, he's calculating. 11% of Earth's essence, gone in just 2 days. The clock isn't just ticking, it's bleeding. He knows the truth, there's no refilling the tank. Once that essence is spent, it's gone forever. But there's no time to mourn, because the system is forcing a choice: the common privilege. Sacrificing allies? No way. Opening the floodgates to even more dangerous species? Not on his watch. With a decisive move, he reaches out to grab the only choice that makes sense. He's locking it in: 30% more gateways. It sounds crazy, but he's got a plan. If they open faster, he'll just have to shut them down even faster. The grind pays off as the system drops a massive update. Individual privileges are now online, but only for the absolute elites at the top of the food chain. A menu of game-breaking abilities starts scrolling past, kicking things off with the definitive anchor, a core power for any serious ranker. Next up is the terrifying Advent, the ultimate gap closer that lets him teleport directly onto a target's head anywhere on the map. The options just keep getting better, with total vision for the ultimate manhunt and a disguise to keep the monsters from ever seeing him coming. But it's the fifth option that really changes the game: Holy Ground, a complete essence lockdown zone for anyone trying to crash his party. Scanning the list, a cold smirk plays on his lips. It's a good thing he clawed his way back to rank 1. The stakes couldn't be higher, because if he hadn't reclaimed the throne, another savior would be holding these keys to his destruction. In this world, you're either the hunter or the prey, and he knows damn well that the competition would have used Total Vision or Advent to take him out of the picture. But he's not just playing defense, he's already calculating how to use Advent himself to wipe out the runner-up and cement his lead for good. But first things first, he needs to lock down his perimeter with Holy Ground, ensuring no one can touch him while he prepares his next move. With a decisive tap, he locks in Holy Ground for today, banking on his own grind to fuel a lethal offensive with Advent tomorrow. The deal is done, and the stage is set for a brutal escalation as he fights to stay at the very top of the food chain. The wait is over. The system flashes a massive alert: every top-tier savior has locked in their ultimate privilege, and the world is about to change. But that's just the beginning. The screen flickers, preparing to drop a bombshell that no one saw coming. And here it is. The results are in, and they're brutal. Gateways are now spawning 30% faster. The clock just started ticking way faster. He knew it. The young savior realizes he wasn't alone. The other top rankers played it just as safe as he did, but at what cost? The room is buzzing, but his mind is miles ahead, already calculating the chaos this butterfly effect is about to cause. The president is losing it. He's completely blindsided, staring at the screen like he's seen a ghost. The reality is finally hitting home. Even the veterans are shocked. Jiangai can barely find the words. This isn't just a game anymore, it's a full-blown crisis. The tension is through the roof, and that feeling, that terrifyingly familiar feeling is back. Something is very, very wrong. Wait, did you feel that? The chatter stops dead. A new presence has entered the chat, and it's heavy. He senses it. His eyes go wide. He knows that aura. He knows exactly who, or what, is standing right there. Boom. Look at that. Mianjil Kong is back, but he's not just a reporter anymore. The system just tagged him as an agent. Things just got real. Hold on, things are getting crazy. The president is absolutely losing it. He can't believe what's happening right in front of his eyes, and honestly, neither can we. And look at her reaction. Jiangai is completely floored. She's staring at the system's glow like she's seeing a miracle unfold in real time. Then, it appears. The title Agent flashes on the screen. This isn't just a name change, it's a total game changer for everyone in the room. Zhongyu is locked in. Our protagonist is already analyzing the situation. You can see him thinking, what does agent even mean? Is it a power-up or something much more dangerous? The pressure is on. The president turns straight to Xianeng, demanding to know what's going on. Poor guy looks like he just rolled out of a hospital bed, and now he's the center of a system glitch. Even the pro is stumped. Zhongyu admits he's never heard of an agent either. When the top ranker is confused, you know we're in for some serious trouble. He needs answers, now. He's not letting it slide. He asks for a full breakdown. What is this role? What does it do? The tension is through the roof. Xianeng steps up. Xianeng points to the screen. It's official, the system has re-evaluated him, and the results are right there in glowing blue letters. Check out the system log. The notification is crystal clear, human Xianeng Zhou has been re-evaluated. This isn't a mistake, the system is rewriting his destiny. And there it is. He finally says it out loud. He's been re-evaluated, and now he's an agent. The world just got a whole lot more complicated for our heroes. The system just dropped a total bombshell, and Xianeng can't believe his eyes, he's officially been designated as an agent, tasked to serve the savior. And all eyes turn to the savior in charge, who looks as calm and collected as ever despite the world-shaking news. Getting a nervous shout-out from his new partner, who's looking for any sign that this is actually happening. Zhongyu is already 3 steps ahead, calculating the odds, weighing the strategic value of this new development with a cold, analytical gaze. As the system syncs their screens in real time, confirming that the savior sees every single word of the agent's message. He swipes through the holographic menus with lightning speed, moving with a practiced ease that signals he's ready to take full control of the situation. It's time to drop a massive power buff on his agent, as the system demands a power transfer to make their bond absolute. Check this out, the system is literally laying out the blueprint for a sidekick, showing how the agent can tap into the savior's power and manage the arc's logistics. But here's the kicker, the system isn't just sharing power, it's preparing for the day he has to give up his title entirely. Looking at these protocols, it feels like a slap in the face. He's supposed to do all the heavy lifting just to hand over the keys and kick the bucket. It's cold, hard logic. To the earth, he's just a tool. A high-tier survival kit that can be swapped out when it's used up. His eyes narrow, locked onto the one thing that doesn't make any sense. He looks at the guy, wondering if Xianeng really has what it takes to step into his shoes. The new guy has no idea he's being judged, standing there ready to go, while the massive weight of the savior's role hangs over his head. If this is what the world wants, then things are about to get a whole lot more complicated. With no other choice but to trust the system, he reaches out, his finger ready to trigger the insane power of the agent protocols. And with one tap, the Manage Arc and Borrow Essence options are live, locking him into his new destiny. The system flares to life, blasting him with a blue glow as the interface reveals the true scale of what he's just tapped into. Looking at the numbers, it hits him, that top number is the massive pool of essence he can actually borrow. But that timer at the bottom? That's his deadline. He's only got a limited window to use this power before it's gone. Wait a second, he takes a closer look at those digits, and his heart nearly stops. 280,000. He knew the savior was strong, but this is on a whole different level. It's absolutely insane. He looks at the man standing right there, wondering just how many lives had to be taken for one person to hold that much power in their hands. Watching from the sidelines, the president is already calculating the moves, seeing exactly how this new agent role changes the game. It's clear now, the agent is the ultimate manager, the one who's going to handle the settlements and keep their holy ground safe. Logistics are set and the plan is in motion, so the team starts moving out, heading straight for Namyangju to start the next chapter. As the sun sets on the old base, they leave it all behind, the sound of the helicopter blades the only thing echoing in the twilight. The engines roar as we dive straight into the action, the helicopter punching through a massive energy barrier as the mission officially kicks into high gear. But look at that sky. A terrifying red rift is tearing the atmosphere apart, and you just know something nightmarish is about to go down. Manhwa is absolutely losing it. He's watching the breach with pure terror in his eyes, screaming into his headset that the invasion is officially starting. It's only day 3 and things are already going south, as a whole new wave of monsters starts pouring out of that swirling black void like a literal nightmare. Can you hear that hissing? Serpentine freaks with glowing green eyes are flooding the sky, and there's absolutely no end to them. And here's the kicker, these things aren't just crawling around, they can actually fly. Talk about a total game changer. They're moving with insane speed, diving through the smoke and claiming the sky as their own hunting ground. Nowhere is safe. Jong-yu knows they're sitting ducks up here, shouting at the pilot to get them on the ground immediately before they get swarmed in midair. The pilot doesn't hesitate for a second, slamming the controls forward and sending the chopper into a desperate dive for the surface. Total chaos erupts inside the cabin. The helicopter is being tossed around like a toy, and the passengers can barely hold on as the entire frame rumbles with a bone-shaking force. And it's not just turbulence, those serpentine monsters are literally slamming into the side of the bird. The impact is massive, and you can hear the metal groaning under the pressure. Look at those eyes. One of the beasts pulls right up to the glass, its green gaze locked onto them. It's not just attacking, it's hunting. A massive thud hits. The whole helicopter rocks, and a blinding flash fills the cabin. Panic sets in as the passengers realize they're flying blind in the middle of a war zone. Those tails are like whips. They're lashing out at the rotors, trying to bring the helicopter down by any means necessary. Jong-yu isn't waiting around. He asks for the altitude, and the second he hears they're at 100 feet, he gives the order. Just crash it. He knows they have to get on the ground now. The pilot's got no choice. He grips those controls and confirms the damage. It's a one-way trip to the ground, and he's taking them down fast. Here we go. The horizon just flips as they start to drop. It's a total blur as they pick up speed toward the surface. They're not letting go. One of the predators lunges right at them, eyes glowing. It's following them all the way down to the crash site. The engine is screaming. They're in a full-blown tailspin now, surrounded by monsters as they hurtle toward the inevitable impact. Brace for impact. The ground comes up fast, and then, boom. Everything just dissolves into a mess of metal and shadow as they hit. Brace for impact. The chopper slams into the ground with a deafening roar, metal twisting and snapping under the sheer force of the crash. Total destruction. Debris flies everywhere as the aircraft is pulverized against the terrain, a chaotic explosion of dust and shrapnel. Then, silence. The roar fades into a chilling hiss of steam, leaving the survivors in a terrifying, breathless void. But wait, they're still alive. A glowing blue shield pulses around the wreck, the only thing that kept them from being flattened into the dirt. Movement in the wreckage. The survivors scramble to their feet, dazed and battered but somehow still breathing in the wreckage. Mingu can't believe it. He's shaking, barely able to get the words out as the reality of their survival starts to sink in. But something is wrong. Manhwa stares out into the pitch-black void, wondering why the world has gone completely dark. The systems are fried. The pilot shouts the bad news, the entire control panel is a brick, leaving them dead in the water. It's just like Hengun. Every switch he flips is useless, that cursed black fog is choking the electronics just like it did before. They're trapped. The president turns to the young man, the weight of their impossible situation hanging heavy in the air. But there's a catch. Just when things look hopeless, a single, desperate way out is revealed. The secret weapon. The pilot is stunned as the president drops the name that changes everything, they have Sianung. The administrator isn't wasting a single second. He turns to the rookie, laying out a desperate plan, hold the shield while he goes out to shut down that gateway for good. But the kid is absolutely reeling, his eyes wide with shock as the reality of the situation hits him like a freight train. Even the president is skeptical, wondering if Sianung actually has what it takes to pull off a high-level move like this. But there's no time for doubt. The woman beside him confirms that the kid has already tapped into his essence before, he can do this. You can see the pressure mounting, sweat pouring down his face as he realizes the lives of everyone in this chopper are in his hands. The administrator leans in close, giving him the exact numbers, 80,000 essence, 1 hour. That's all the time they have. His voice is like steel now, cutting through the fear and leaving no room for excuses. It's now or never. He looks him dead in the eye, demanding that he find his resolve. There's no room for hesitation in this hellscape. The silence is deafening, the kid's heart is pounding as he stares at that glowing screen, ready to make his move. He does it. He reaches out, swiping across the system window with everything on the line to call for that essence. Boom. A massive flash of light fills the cockpit, the system is processing the request. The power is flowing in. And there it is. Approved. 80,000 essence for 60 minutes. They've got a fighting chance. The request is greenlit. Jong-yu doesn't hesitate for a second, watching his massive essence pool take a huge hit as 80,000 points are instantly diverted. This is a total gamble. If the agent dies, that essence is gone for good, but he stands his ground, eyes locked on the man who's about to become a human powerhouse. Seonung lets out a choked gasp, his eyes nearly popping out of his head as that massive wave of raw power hits his system like a lightning strike. Watching the chaos unfold, the young leader stays ice-cold, knowing this brutal transition is the only way they survive the next hour. The clock is ticking. The recipient is swallowed whole by a storm of blue energy, his entire frame shaking as he tries to hold on to the massive power-up. He lets out a raw, guttural scream, every muscle in his body locking up as the essence literally rewires him from the inside out. The numbers lock in. 80,000 points of pure potential are now anchored in his soul, pulsing in sync with his racing heart. The physical strain is insane, and the donor knows there's nothing more he can do, it's all up to the agent's willpower now. He hits the deck, completely spent, gasping for every breath as the violent surge finally settles into a steady, lethal hum of power. The transfer begins, and it's pure agony. Seonung is pushed to the absolute limit as 80,000 points of essence flood his body, his voice lost in a scream of pure power. But he's not backing down. With a roar of defiance, Seonung's eyes flare with blinding power, channeling every bit of that surge into a massive defensive wall. Look at that scale. The shield expands in a violent burst, creating an impenetrable barrier around the chopper that lights up the entire area. The storm finally settles, leaving him breathless and steaming with residual mana. He's survived the transition, but the real test is just beginning. Now, the moment of truth. Jong-yu watches his investment with a cold, calculating eye. Did the gamble pay off? Is he ready to fight? The system confirms it. 80,000 points successfully transferred. We have a new powerhouse on the field, and he's just starting to feel the rush. With blue eyes glowing, he's locked in. The recipient stares ahead with a look of pure determination, ready to show the world what this kind of power can really do. The pressure is insane. Mingu's barely holding on as the whole place starts to crumble, trying to keep Jeonggai safe from the chaos. Everyone is panicking, and Myeonjil is losing it, screaming for someone to do something about those terrifying thuds. The weight of the world is on his shoulders, and Seonung can only stare up in dread, feeling the entire room shake with every single hit. Look at those things. A swarm of monsters is absolutely shredding the barrier, and it looks like it's about to shatter at any second. It's now or never, and the only hope left is a desperate call for help, praying that their savior can make it in time. And here he is. The young man steps up, glowing with an insane blue aura as he prepares to show these monsters what real power looks like. Check out those numbers. His power level is skyrocketing, hitting over 100,000 as the energy literally blows the darkness away. But the monsters aren't done yet, and a massive serpent lunges straight for him, desperate to take down the biggest threat on the battlefield. The air is thick with blood and mist as the swarm closes in for the kill, surrounding him in a terrifying red fog. Boom. The whole world just turns white as a massive explosion of energy rips through the room. With just one click, he unleashes a devastating blast that absolutely obliterates the swarm. Talk about a game changer. Boom. The power is absolute. A massive pillar of mana detonates, completely shattering the enemy's formation. Look at that scale. The light pierces the heavens, sending those monsters flying in every direction. They can't handle this much raw power. They're running. The predators have become the prey, turning tail and fleeing as fast as their shadows can carry them. Into the mist they go, disappearing into the clouds as the immediate threat evaporates into thin air. The battlefield falls silent. The gateway is closed, and just like that, the nightmare is over. They came in fast, but they're leaving even faster. Look at them go. A total retreat. The sky is clearing up as the last of those things hightail it out of there. Even our hero is confused. Jong-yu looks to the sky, asking the evaluator the question on everyone's mind, why did they just give up and run? The truth comes out. He's standing there, catching his breath, while the system drops a bombshell. These things weren't here to kill, they were here to loot essence. Another world? The realization hits him hard. Without a gateway, this place is like poison to them. They had to leave, or they'd be stuck in a world they hate. Trapped with no way home, the monsters are forced to stay close to the gateways, and the administrator can see exactly why they're so desperate. Then, it hits him like a ton of bricks. These things aren't just invading, they're using the gateways as a massive delivery system for the essence they've stolen. The system is going haywire. Restrictions are dropping, essence is plummeting, and the clock is ticking down, only 41 days left until Earth is history. It's simple, terrifying math. The bigger the gateway, the more monsters come through, and the numbers are already starting to spiral out of control. But wait, do these things grow? Looking back at Namyangju, he realizes these gateways aren't just appearing, they're evolving right under their noses. He's not backing down. Stepping into the fray, he demands answers. Is the cost to close these gateways just going to keep going up? The evaluator confirms his worst nightmare, and as those numbers skyrocket, it's clear the threat is growing faster than anyone could have imagined. Suddenly, an urgent alert hits the screen. Gazan is under immediate evacuation orders. The evolution isn't just a theory anymore, it's happening right now. He remembers the first day all too well, and if that gateway in Gazan has been growing this whole time, it's going to be a total monster by the time he gets there. But he's not running this time. Zhongyu is locking in and getting ready for the next level, determined to take down whatever nightmare is waiting for him in Gazan. Look at that glow. This isn't just any power, it's the ultimate privilege, a one-time shot to create a sanctuary in a dying world. But there's a catch, a massive one. You only get one shot at this. One privilege, one holy ground. There are no do-overs here. The team touches down in Gazan, stepping out into a wasteland that needs to become a miracle. They're looking for the perfect spot, but time is running out. The president isn't taking any chances, scanning every inch of the horizon. He knows the stakes. If they mess this up, it's game over for everyone. It looks promising, with mountains for defense and land that's actually good for farming. In a world like this, that's as good as gold. The expert weighs in, giving the green light. From a farming perspective, this place is perfect. It's the foundation they've been looking for. But the president wants one more opinion, turning to Zhongyu. He wants to know what the man with the plan thinks before they pull the trigger. Zhongyu's reaction. Total indifference. He doesn't care about the geography. He's looking at the bigger picture, and geography isn't it. Thinking 10 steps ahead, the administrator asks the real questions. Do they need an urban development expert to build this new world? With the population set to explode, the need for houses and a proper city layout is becoming impossible to ignore. But the president keeps it grounded. They need builders first, and with a quick okay, the plan is set in motion. It's time to stop talking and start acting, as a surge of pure energy flares up in his hand, ready to change everything. With absolute authority, Zhongyu declares this the holy ground, slamming that power down to claim the land. The air starts to scream as the mana hits its peak, and you can see the raw focus in his eyes as the world begins to shake. Mingu Park can't believe what he's seeing, as the pressure drops and the ground begins to roar under the weight of this massive power. And then, boom! A massive beam of light tears into the sky, a literal beacon of power for the entire world to see. Standing right at the center of the storm, the administrator looks like a god as the president and the others are nearly blown back by the shockwave. That light isn't just for show, it's a signal to everyone left alive that a new sanctuary has been born right here in Gazan. Everyone for miles is stopping in their tracks, staring up at the sky as they realize the rules of this world just changed forever. The moment of truth is here. Jiangai Han is absolutely floored as the air itself starts to vibrate with an impossible amount of power. The ground starts to scream. The president can barely keep his feet as a massive rumble tears through the construction site, signaling something huge is coming. Everything is shaking apart, the tremors getting faster and harder until the entire world feels like it's about to snap. And then, boom! A massive pillar of golden light explodes from the ground, absolutely obliterating the darkness of the wasteland. They can't even look directly at it. Mingu and the others are completely blinded by the glare, trying to make sense of this insane celestial power show. Right in the eye of the storm, Zhongyu is locked in, his focus at 100% as the system confirms the birth of a brand new sanctuary. Look at those eyes. A divine glow ignites in his stare, showing off the raw, unfiltered power flowing through him right now. The energy is pulsing out like a heartbeat, sending shockwaves across the entire wasteland that everyone can feel. It's not just a light, it's a fortress. The realization hits them all at once. This isn't just a beacon, it's a massive, unbreakable protective shield. The dome is expanding at light speed, wrapping the entire site in a golden embrace that says, "You're safe now," to everyone inside. The whole region can see it now. That beacon is piercing the sky, and survivors everywhere are losing their minds, flooding the chat with pure shock and hope. The secret is out. The system just broadcasted the holy ground's location to every soul left in the wasteland. And as the notification pings on every screen, everyone finally understands what this massive beacon really means. A storm is coming, and this place is about to be swarmed by everyone looking for a miracle. From high-rank hunters to the powerless masses, they're all going to be clawing at the gates. But the boss isn't going to handle the front gate himself, he's looking for someone to step up and take charge. And he's putting everything on his agent's shoulders, making him the ultimate gatekeeper of the sanctuary. And this shield. It's not just for show, it's a high-tech filter that changes the rules of engagement. It's a death sentence for powers. Any earthly being who steps inside gets their mana completely snuffed out. While the team prepares to move out, the pilot readies the extraction as the gear gets loaded up. Waiting for Yongyan and Donghan to finish up, the boss drops a bombshell back at the base, telling Xianeng that the sanctuary's safety is all on him now. It's a massive promotion with even bigger stakes, and the pressure is already starting to set in. Xianeng now holds the keys to the kingdom, deciding who gets a seat on the Ark and who gets left behind in the dirt. The deal is sealed. He officially names his agent, putting a trusted ally in the line of fire as the stakes continue to climb. No time to waste, the reporter leaps into the fray, proving he's got the skills to back up his new title. The world has turned into a hunting ground, where only the awakened survive and the weak are left to the mercy of the monsters. The quota system is a death sentence for many, and the terror is real for those who don't make the cut, leaving families desperate for a way inside. The suits are scrambling to make a deal, but no amount of money can change the fact that space on the Ark is running out fast. The clock is ticking, and the system shows only 9 slots filled out of 30. Who gets the remaining seats? The weight of the world is on his shoulders now, as he's told to choose wisely, and to call for backup if things get out of control. Peace is over. Gunfire rips through the air, turning the sanctuary into a war zone in an instant. With the sound of gunfire echoing in the distance, Zhongyu doesn't waste a second, taking it as the ultimate signal to move out immediately. As his companion watches him closely, asking if the weight of the situation is finally starting to get to him. He doesn't answer right away, his eyes fixed on the horizon with a cold, unwavering focus. Trust is a luxury he can barely afford, and he's already laid down the law. If anyone he doesn't recognize is standing in that holy ground when he gets back, he's burning the whole place to the ground. The pilot checks in for their next heading, and the order is clear: head for the DS group, and shut down every single gateway that dares to open in their path. There's no time to waste, because the real fight. It's only just getting started. The engines scream as they tear through the sky, banking hard over a world that's been turned into a graveyard. Soaring past twisted, alien spires that are literally erupting from the ground like a disease. And then, they see it, a literal wall of monsters, a swarm so massive it blots out the sun over the city ruins. This is what they're flying into.